In an age of endless information, the true advantage is not access, it is interpretation. Welcome to Aneke TV, where journalism goes beyond headlines, beyond reaction, beyond speculation. Here, stories are investigated, issues are analyzed, voices are challenged, because an informed society is a stronger society. A discerning audience is a powerful audience. We are live, daily broadcasting, relentless clarity. Aneke TV, where knowledge meets broadcast.
There are two types of kola nut produced in Nigeria: kola nitida, otherwise called gworo, and widely eaten in northern part of Nigeria. Kola acuminata, also referred to as Igbo kola, is of local origin and occupies an important position in social, religious, and sacred ceremonies in Igbo society. It is seen as a vital and sacred fruit in Igbo land and serves as the major instrument of prayers connecting the ancestors. It cements discussions and also the fundamental bedrock of philosophy and proverbs. It is a symbol of welcome, unity, and peace. If kola nut contains one cotyledon, it is regarded as dump kola nut and thrown away. Kola nut with 4 cotyledons represents the 4 Igbo market days: Eke, Orie, Afo, and Nkwo. If kola nut contains more than 6 cotyledons, it signifies blessings and wealth, and it is celebrated. There is also another type of Igbo kola nut called Ojugo, which is referred to as the king of Igbo kola. The reproductive organ of the kola nut is referred to as the tongue, and it is removed after prayers and thrown to the spirit of the ancestors.
Aneke television. How I get one with the father and I am what you go. How Mbo Wabian here, Bube, Emma, Mbo Wabatawan here, Bube, Emma. I got a little on the mellow way, Mela Madia, in our uncle, in America, Futanwa, in our Hozu, in our African, the one I got television, the Arcades, your man, the one I got television, you do man, help the mellow way, Mela Madia, who me, Bodia, Nanka, Bunkai. You might have a girl, if you want to come over, you better have you were. Aneke television. How agribo mu die ku nkwa go na ahia mgboju ogugwu kakwa ogugwu ema. How mbo wa bia na ihe ebube eme. Mgbagbu wa gbatawa na ihe ebube emewa. Aneke television na-emere ogbe ya mere amadi ihe. Ị na-agba nkwụ, ị na-eme nkepụta nwa, ị na-akwa ozu, ị na-agba akwụkwọ. Bịawa na Aneke television, bịa ka ezuoru ozi ọma. Bịawa na Aneke television yidume. Na-emere ogbe ya mere amadi ihe. Ụmụ Igbo bịawo na nke a bụ nke anyị. Ị mara ebe ọ ga-alụ etiho mọnwụ ntakịtụkwa mọnwụ si nne. Ya mere ha ji wee weta Aneke television. Ọ bụ onye mgbagburu agụ nna. Ọ dị na soshal midia. Ọ dị na mgbagbu. Ọ dị n'Enugu site.
Sexual and gender-based violence, SGBV, is one of the most pervasive and pressing human rights issues globally, affecting 1 in 3 women in their lifetime, often by intimate partners. Non-partner sexual violence affects at least 6% of women globally and among adolescent girls aged 15 to 19, with about 15 million having faced forced sex in regions like sub-Saharan Africa and parts of Asia, including Nigeria. The problem is particularly acute, reflecting deep-seated cultural norms, weak legal systems, and the lack of political will to combat it. In Nigeria, sexual and gender-based violence remains a challenge despite efforts being made by different stakeholders to curb the scourge. This is buttressed by the National Demographic and Health Survey (NDHS) 2018, which revealed that 30% of women aged 15 to 14 have experienced physical violence since age of 15. 7% of women in that same age group reported experiencing sexual violence at some point in their lives, while 1 in 4 women, that's 25%, have experienced spousal violence, emotional, physical, or sexual, by their husbands or partner. What is more disturbing is the prey on children and adolescent victims. According to UNICEF, 25% of girls and 10% of boys in Nigeria have been sexually abused before turning 18. This implies that 1 in 5 Nigerian girls experienced sexual violence before 18 years. From metropolitan cities like Abuja and Lagos to rural areas and states across Nigeria, women, girls, men and boys continue to face physical, emotional and sexual abuse, often from those closest to them. In some cases, this abuse is perpetuated by influential members of the society. Even more disturbing is that the majority of cases go unreported, buried under layers of fear, ignorance, family ties, shame, and societal silence. Sexual and gender-based violence is not a new phenomenon. Its roots are deeply embedded in history, culture, power dynamics, and deep-seated inequalities in power and social structures, particularly those that perpetuate the dominance of men over women. It's a complex issue with roots in cultural norms, society beliefs, and historical practices that normalize violence and discrimination against women. One of the oldest and most significant roots of SGBV is patriarchy, a societal system where men hold primary power. Societies have historically placed men in dominant roles, with women expected to be submissive, obedient and silent. This imbalance has often justified violence against women as a means of control or punishment. Harmful traditional practices such as child marriage, female genital mutilation (FGM), widowhood rights and honor killings are deeply rooted in societal customs. In many cultures, these practices are normalized and rarely questioned, even when they involve violence. Historically, laws and institutions supported or ignored violence against women and marginalized groups. For example, marital rape was not considered a crime in many countries until recent decades. Slavery, colonization and armed conflicts also contributed to institutionalizing sexual violence, especially against women and girls. SGBV is often used as a weapon of war or conflict, where sexual violence is inflicted to humiliate, dominate, or destroy communities during wars and internal conflicts. Women and girls are often disproportionately targeted by sexual violence. Women have also fallen victims to rape during armed robbery operations. Additionally, economic dependence on men has made many women vulnerable to abuse, as they fear losing support or livelihood if they speak up. In workplaces, schools, and communities, people in authority often exploit their power through coercion and harassment for the purpose of emphasis. Some of the factors contributing to prevalence of SGBV include unequal power relations, inordinate sexual fantasies and orientation, harmful traditional and cultural practices or beliefs, gender stereotypes, lack of enforcement of laws, poverty, armed conflict, denormalization of violence in communities, stigma and victim blaming, family ties, the Nigerian factor, suppression of cases, low awareness about rights, weak institutional frameworks, unwillingness of victims' family to pursue justice, among others. In many cultures, patriarchal norms reinforce male dominance and female subservience, discouraging victims from speaking out or seeking justice. SGBV refers to harmful acts or abuse committed against a person because of his or her sex or gender. It is forcing another person to do something against his or her will through violence, coercion, threats, deception, cultural expectations, or economic means. It includes a wide range of abuses such as domestic or intimate partner violence, forced marriage and child marriage, female genital mutilation (FGM), sexual harassment and exploitation, emotional and psychological abuse. Sexual violence is any act attempted or threatened that is sexual in nature and carried out without the consent of the victim. Sexual violence includes rape and sexual assault, sexual abuse and harassment, exploitation and forced prostitution. It can happen within marriages, especially when there is a lack of consent for sexual activity by one of the spouses. Any sexual activity with a child, any person who has not yet completed 18 years of age, constitutes sexual violence. The impact of SGBV is far-reaching. These acts not only violate fundamental human rights, but also lead to long-term physical, mental, and emotional trauma. It has devastating effects on the development of a child involved, as well as on his or her physical and mental health. SGBV has health, economic, and social impacts on the victims. Victims may suffer from health disorders. Victims may be unable to work or attend school, affecting their economic independence. Survivors often face ostracization, stigma, and isolation from their communities. To combat SGBV effectively, there is need for a multi-sectoral approach that would involve as key actors public awareness. There is need for public awareness on the ills associated with SGBV. Victims, survivors, their families, and other members of the public need information on how to seek help and justice. They need a new orientation on how to handle SGBV cases. They need to be educated on the need of speaking up and seeking justice. Even when community leaders want to cover up, they need to know that there are support services available for them. Community education and media campaigns can help change harmful gender norms and encourage reporting. Strengthen legal. 1. Public awareness. 2. Strengthen legal frameworks. There is a need for strong legislation on SGBV, as well as strict implementation of laws. Existing laws like Child Rights Act 2003, Violence Against Persons Prohibition Act, VAP Act 2025 and Trafficking in Persons Prohibition Enforcement and Administration Act 2015 should be enforced to the letter. States yet to domesticate the VAP Act should do so and possibly establish special GBV courts or gender response unit or team. The Violence Against Persons Prohibition Act, passed in 2015, has been a significant milestone, but its implementation remains weak and uneven across Nigeria's 36 states. 3. Empower victims. Create safe spaces, hotlines and shelter for survivors and support them with legal and psychological assistance. Only 30% of victims seek help due to fear, stigma and lack of trust in law enforcement. 4. Promote gender equality. Address the root causes of gender inequality through education and economic empowerment. 5. Funding. Prosecution of SGBV cases requires funds. The victims and their families are usually financially incapacitated to prosecute the case. In all cases, the prosecution is done by a government agency or ministry within the limited resources available to them. There is need for adequate funding to agencies or units and the Ministry of Justice to help them prosecute the cases. Logistics supports to volunteers and service providers on SGBV issues. 6. Increased number of state councils. Having reasonable number of state councils willing to specialize in SGBV cases will definitely add an impetus in the fight against the scourge. 7. Naming and shaming. Just like Lagos and Anambra states have queued into the policy of naming and shaming the offenders, other states need to align. The Sexual Offender Register, managed by the National Agency for the Prohibition of Trafficking in Persons, NAPTIP, is only accessible online currently. The register serves as a tool to document and track cases of sexual violence and abuse, including those reported, arraigned, or convicted under the Violence Against Persons Prohibition (VAP) Act. The register includes information on convicted offenders as well as those who have been arraigned or reported, with varying levels of access depending on the user and the nature of the information. 8. Train law enforcement. Equip police, judiciary, and healthcare workers to handle SGBV cases with sensitivity and urgency. Aside the already listed measures, establishment of specialized SGBV prosecution units, a national SGBV agency, launched grassroots engagement structures, making it easy for victims to report and seek protection and justice in the case of SGBV. Strengthening of data collection and reporting systems, the designation of special courts for SGBV cases, operationalization of the VAP Law 2017, and robust multi-agency coordination can go a long way in fighting the systemic social malady. The origin of SGBV lies in systemic inequality, reinforced over centuries by culture, power structures, conflict, and law. To eliminate SGBV, societies must address these root causes by promoting equality, education, legal reforms, and accountability. SGBV is so pervasive that the United Nations Children Fund, UNICEF, and the United Nations Population Fund, UNFPA, have committed to the global movement to end violence against women and children, which began at the inaugural Women's Global Leadership Institute in 1991. Despite growing awareness and advocacy, millions of women, girls, men and boys continue to face various forms of violence simply because of their gender or sexual orientation. This is why efforts must be doubled to tame this scourge, which is more than a societal issue, but also a public health emergency, a human rights violation, and a barrier to sustainable development. We must join hands together in fighting this menace. If you cannot prosecute or fund a prosecution, you can volunteer information on SGBV. If you cannot volunteer information, you can create awareness or create a safe space for a victim. If you cannot create awareness, you can contribute to diluting the patriarchy, societal structures, and cultural hegemonic practices that normalize violence and discrimination against women. It is also important for state governments to support community initiatives, as well as non-governmental organizations' efforts aimed at preventing sexual and gender-based violence crimes in the country.
Good morning and welcome to another episode of our Walk with the Lord, Word of Life on Aneke TV. I remain your host and anchor, Reverend Chibueze Mesironye. Today we are going to be looking at something different. Today being the first day of the 8th month in the year of our Lord Jesus Christ, 2026. We're going to be making some declarations in line with the Word of God and praying in faith, praying over the month of August, praying over our country, praying over our states, praying over public and private establishments. I want to encourage you before we start that you will like, that you share, that you call your friends. It's that time again. We're going to look at that part of Jesus' life as we travel in this journey together this morning. Like it, share it, call on others. The moment is here. The moment with Jesus. Word of life coming to you from Aneke TV. Please stay tuned as we continue to dive and to dissect the Word of God and pray on it this morning. Let us pray. In the name of Jesus, amen. Heavenly Father, the God of life, the God that keeps his promises, he whose word is perfect, I ask you, come and be with us even now. Open our eyes to understand your word. Enlighten our hearts. Your word is a light to our path and a lamp to our feet. Shine even now and prepare our hearts as we journey with you in this month of August. In the name of Jesus. Amen. I am going to be sharing with us briefly as I welcome you all to the month of August, the month of restoration, the month of completion, the month of new beginning. For the Israelites and the people of God, in the 7th month is all about the 7 feasts. And immediately after the feast, they enter a new beginning. And that is the next month. In the Hebrew calendar, it is called the Bull or the Chivor. We enter it. The Bull month is the beginning, a new beginning. And the Lord is going to be working with us in that direction briefly as we think of how we are going to begin, maybe in some areas of our life, in some areas of our approaches, in some areas we have done things from the first day of the first month, probably till the last day, which was yesterday of the 7th month. And today we are in the 8th month, a new beginning. God has given us another opportunity to showcase his glory, to showcase his ability to answer questions, to answer prayers, to showcase his ability of raising men, raising women, establishing purposes. I want to challenge you as you yield your hearts, as we travel together this morning, that we all are going to see how God is going to help us to journey in this far. I am going to be leading us into scriptures. We're going to be reading 1 Kings chapter 6 verse 38. 1 Kings chapter 6 and verse 38. We are going to be looking at that scripture and we're going to be believing God from that scripture. We're going to bring out issues of life that is going to direct us, lead us to what the Lord is going to be dropping in our hearts as we pray this morning. 1 Kings chapter 6 verse 38, and the Bible said, and in the 11th year, in the month Bul, which is the 8th month, was the house finished throughout all the parts thereof, and according to all the fashion of it, so was he 7 years in building it. Now, this is God and Solomon. You remember Solomon started the building of the Lord, which took him for about 7 years to finish. It was in the 11th year of his reign, at the 8th month, that he finished it. But finishing it was not my interest, even though it is thing we're going to pray with. But I want you to see the next line. Say, he finished it according to specifications. New Living Translation will say specification, but we have here according to the fashion of it, how God wants it. And that is where we are going to be facing today. How does God want us to run? How does God want us to travel in the month of August? Can we come and look at the life of Jesus as we have continued in this series to find out how we are going to travel with God in the month of August, so that we can find fulfillment, so we can find purpose, so that we can say, yes, we didn't fail. Do you agree with me that it is possible that Solomon would have lived, started this building, and yet he could not finish it? There was grace to finish something that dropped on him. And that is where we're going to be anchoring this morning, to be able to attract this grace, pull it on us, and allow this grace of God to sit on us, so that we can be able to accomplish a purpose that God is handing over to us. Child of God, are you aware there is a purpose God has laid on you to fulfill? Are you aware there is something that Elohim has rested on your shoulders? Responsibilities, lives, and destinies of men that are depending on you to rise so that they can rise also. Are you aware there are people that will not manifest until you manifest? You are carrying their rising on your shoulders. You have no reason to waste time. You have no reason to joke with your life. You have no reason to shed away from responsibilities. I have come this morning to challenge you as we step into August, that you become aware of the responsibility God is raising on you, resting it on your shoulders, and people are standing by, waiting for you to manifest so that their own glory will rise. Your rising is not for you alone. There are others that will rise by your rising. So even if you don't want to rise, even if you think you are comfortable, even if you think that you don't need it, there are people that are depending on you. For their sake, you must rise. They are praying, they are fasting, they are working, but they are depending on your rising. And God has decided to answer their prayers. And you are the manifestation of that answer. We are going to together pull our hands together in the place of prayer. Rise on the altar of God and look forth to rise so that men will rise. So they can raise for God a people who are responsible. Raise for God a nation that is responsible. Not a nation that is wasting. Not a nation that is not growing. Not a nation that we are not proud of. When we are all gainfully engaged, we will become a people after God's heart. I want to challenge you this morning. As we begin to look at this word of life, which area of life, of projects, have you started that you are yet to complete? Is in this 8th month, the month of completion, so that the new beginning will rise. If Solomon could finish the building according to fashions, not just building anyhow, brothers, did you hear me? Not just building anyhow, not just living anyhow, living according to fashion, according to specification, according to how it should be. You need to do it in the detail of it. Not allowing mistake, not allowing failure, not being ignorant of any phase. Until we become aware that there is a pattern to run and to live, we may not manifest. I want to challenge you to become aware there is a pattern, an already established pattern that God has occasioned your life, occasion your business, occasion your strategy that you are going to run with. Until you are able to identify it, you might be running aimlessly. And I want to challenge you this morning. Who are you that is listening to me? Are you ready to make out meaning out of your life? Are you ready to make men rise? Are you ready to become a star? Are you ready to become a voice? Are you ready to be heard? Then there is need for you to build. But building is not important. I make reference to it again. Bolded, underlined in capital letter. He says, building according to pattern. When you don't build according to pattern, the building does not stand the test of time. No wonder people started something and they are wearied on the way and their lives scattered. We want to raise a standard that whatever we are doing is going to be according to pattern, and God is going to look at it and raise it in accordance with his will. I challenge you. There is no shortcut. We're going to do it right. Do you know these things that we do most times? Kangaroo progress is not always the best. When you are climbing a building and you use the lifts, lift does not give you the opportunity to appreciate the architectural design of the house. But when you take the steps, climbing step by step, developing, you begin to watch and see where the designers made mistake, and begin to see where they finished well, and you begin to appreciate the beauty of the house. I want to take you to travel with me step by step as we walk with God. We have continued in this journey looking at the life of Jesus, looking at how Jesus did things and how we should do it, especially as it regards our Christian life and living, our family life, our personality, who we are and what we represent. And even as it regards to relating to others, relating to the world, the external influences of our life. And God has given us another opportunity today to see a month that is beautiful as August. An opportunity to make mark. An opportunity to make both ends meet. An opportunity to reveal God's glory. An opportunity to showcase the power of God. An opportunity to shame the devil. An opportunity to close the mouth of the enemy. An opportunity to rewrite a story. An opportunity to show that there is capacity in you. An opportunity to show that things can be done the right way. We are going to be making some serious declarations from this portion. So the entire building was completed in every detail by mediatum in the month of Bul. See, for 7 years, Solomon was careful, building block by block, brick by brick, mixing water and cement, setting the pillars, setting the chambers, setting everything. Maybe when he was in the foundation, nobody thought was happening. The beauty was not there. And until this 8 months, when he has finished it, wow, child of God, I hear the sound of wow in my spirit, that before the end of this month of August, we are going to be able to have traveled and accomplished a purpose that is even going to wow you. You are going to look at it and say, is it me that achieved this? Hey, I don't care how you have traveled from January to July. No. See, are you aware that problem that lasts for 38 years, Jesus can solve it in 1 second? So I don't bother what has happened for the past 7 months. But I'm assuring you, if you could join us in this journey of declaring and trusting God, that this 8th month is going to be a month of God's fulfillment. And we are trusting God. If you take a proper look at that passage, you begin to see that it was a time for divine completion. And that's the first thing we're going to be taking on. Are you looking at it? It was a divine time to complete a process. I don't know whatever you have started. I don't know whatever you are working on. I don't know whatever is stopping what you are doing. But in this month, I declare in grace and in power that the grace for divine completion will rest upon you. In that your career, in that your business, in that your journey, receive grace to complete it now. In the name of Jesus. Amen. Child of God, if Solomon could complete it, if God could use him to complete it, he can use you. Whatever it is, there are prophecies, there are promises you are carrying on your shoulders, waiting for its manifestation. It is time. It is time. It is time. Whether it's in your academics, whether it's in your family, in your business, in anything, it is time to reveal God's power and purpose. Nothing will be left undone. Get ready. It is time to get everything working. Get everything working. Get everything working. No time to waste. No time, no time, no time. This is the month of that manifestation. It is the month of divine favor. Divine favor. Placing things according to where it should be. He brought the flowers. He brought everything in the altar. He began to place them where they should be. He began to place them where they should be. Altar by altar, table by table, chair by chair. Everything needed in the sanctuary was placed. And I tell you, God is making a provision that everything you so need to make your life complete in this August, Elohim will provide it for you. Let me hear your amen, child of God. Amen. Myself, I claim it. There is a provision, a heavenly provision that is going to cause God to shake the heavens and shake the earth so that we will have an abundance of his blessings. It is the time to align our lives, align our purpose, align our discourse, align our move, and begin to see how God wants to travel with us. I challenge you. Get busy. Get serious. Hey, the journey is still early. We cannot sit down. We cannot sleep over. We are going to watch it happen. This building cannot stop in our time. No! We must complete it. Solomon did. It's our own time. We are going to be prepared. We are going to declare and be prepared for this work. No room for laziness. Yes, I look into your eyes. Get up. Find something to do. It is not time to be lazy. It is not time to fold in of hands. It's not time of whiling away your time on debate. It is time to be busy, to be prepared. You know that success is opportunity. When preparedness meets with an opportunity, that is when success is registered. I want to challenge you, child of God. Get ready, get prepared. Let us be prepared and wait for this opportunity. Solomon was prepared. He was ready. Working on these projects. My boss will always tell me, whatever you set your heart to achieve, you will achieve it. And it has always continued to work for me. God saw it when nations gathered in one language and they were pursuing one purpose. They set their heart to build a house that gets to heaven. And because whatever men think of, they will achieve it. And he began to work on them and begin to reduce them. You know your rights. See God, know what God is working with you. And work with it. Rest with it. Be prepared. Be prepared. Be determined. Be determined. Be determined. I say it again. Be determined to achieve it. And you see God begin to work it out in you. When I look at the book of Zechariah from chapter 1, when God began to speak to Zechariah, from verse 1 of that chapter 1, God began to speak to him. And said the word of the Lord came to him. I began to talk to him in diverse and different ways. And it was in the 8th month also. I thank Jesus. It was also in the 8th month that God was speaking to him. He was counting for him the fault of his fathers, where they failed, why he has left them, why the punishment was rising on them. And he began to tell Zechariah that it is time for mercy. In Zechariah chapter 1, if you begin to read it, you begin to see God speak for mercy. Say, it is time for me to show it. And it was in that 8th month. And child of God, I want to also assure you that this is the time for God's mercy. The time for God's abundance. The time for God's glory. The time for God to manifest his personality. What is it that is disturbing you? What is it? Where is it that you have felt before? Mercy can prevail. Because it is the month of restoration. It is the month of abundance. It is the month of grace. Can you trust Jesus? Can I challenge you? Look away from those challenges. Look unto Jesus. He is bigger than the challenges. When you don't concentrate on them, God gives you the vision to achieve your purpose. There is a purpose you must achieve. I want to pray with you. I want to pray for you. This month of August is not ending until you manifest that glory. This month of August is not ending until that grace speaks through you. God's word is live and agile. God's word is able. God's word is powerful. He can do all things. I also know if you read down that Zechariah, you begin to see where they were complaining. There were 4 horns scattering their purposes, and God sent 4 carpenters. And I speak to you, child of God, whatever that have hindered you from rising, from fulfilling your purpose, by the mandate of heaven, I decree them to be scattered in the name of Jesus. Amen. Go out this August and succeed. Go out and get that goal. Go out and get that purpose. Go out and fulfill that. Your health will not fail. Your finances will not be wasted. Your labors will not be in vain. God is adding oil and grace to you. The mandate fulfilled is now. Rise and go. God is with you. I remain your brother and your minister, Reverend Messeronye Chibueze. This August, God is making everything beautiful. Thank you, and see you next time in Aneke TV. Join us. Let's celebrate Jesus together. I am waiting for your testimonies. I am waiting for it. Thank you, and God bless you. Amen.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you work. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world. Across Nigeria's dynamic economy, enterprise is on the move. From the resilience of small businesses to the expanding reach of indigenous industries, commerce thrives on innovation, determination, and vision. Finance is evolving, powered by technology and driven by a new generation of entrepreneurs. In a rapidly changing world, digital transformation is redefining how we save, invest, and grow wealth. From energy to agriculture, manufacturing to tech, Nigeria's economic landscape continues to diversify. Policies shift, markets respond, and opportunities emerge. Every figure tells a story. Every trend shapes the future. The question is, where is the next opportunity? On Aneke TV, we bring you clarity beyond the numbers. This is Business Outlook on Aneke TV, tracking the markets, analyzing the trends, and spotlighting the drivers of economic growth. Aneke TV, informing enterprise, shaping perspective. Time, the silent witness to human courage, the keeper of memory, the archivist of greatness.
Across the vast landscapes of Africa, from the savannas to the bustling cities, voices once rose, ideas once bound, and visions once dared to challenge the limits of their age.
They were not merely individuals. They were epochs in human form.
In literature, minds such as Chinua Achebe, Wole Soyinka, and Ngugi wa Thiong'o reclaimed the African narrative.
Through ink and imagination, they dismantled distorted histories and restored the dignity of African identity. Their words were not just stories.
They were mirrors, reflecting a people long misunderstood, and windows opening the world to the depths of African civilization.
In the realm of science and knowledge, pioneers like Philip Emeagwali proved that African intellect could reshape the frontiers of computing and technology. Their work was a quiet revolution, reminding the world that innovation knows no geography.
And in leadership, towering figures emerged when history demanded courage. Men like Nnamdi Azikiwe, Kwame Nkrumah, Nelson Mandela, and Julius Nyerere redefined freedom, not as a privilege bestowed, but as a right reclaimed.
They spoke for millions. They endured prisons, exile, and resistance. Yet, their vision transcended the politics of their time.
They dreamed of a continent awakened. Today, their echoes travel through generations.
In every African classroom, in every curious mind, in every dream that refuses limitation. For history is not merely what has passed, it is the foundation upon which tomorrow stands.
The past still speaks. Its lessons remain. Its voices endure.
This is not just remembrance, it is inheritance. Echoes of the past, where history breathes and legacy lives on. In a world where safety matters and vigilance saves lives,
information is power. Awareness is protection.
from our streets to our homes, from local communities to national security, Security Watch brings you timely reports, expert analysis, and trusted updates on security issues that matter to you.
Stay alert. Stay informed. Stay safe.
Security Watch, every week only on Aneke TV. Yo, it's a beautiful morning. It's a good morning here on Aneke TV Sports, where we're bringing you latest updates on what's happening around the world of sport. And it has been a wonderful week, I would say. It has been a week full of drama, full of a lot of emotions for those who have been participating in the Glasgow Commonwealth Games that is currently going on. It's been a week, of course, a week that has been just full of a lot, I would say, generally, because a little here, little there, it comes together to make a great lump. And I will not forget to welcome you to a new month. It's a new month here on Aneke TV Sport, while we're bringing you what's happening. Thank God you are wherever you are, and I am really glad to have you on the show. My name is Good Hope Chukuma, the Sports Oracle. Now let's start off the day with this story. Now I want to bring you what's happening around this current Glasgow Commonwealth Games. You know, I have thought about Olympics a lot, and it's just trying to show up in my conversations. But right now, I think I have to hide it a little so that you guys will not know what I'm thinking about. But right now, we're talking about the Glasgow, and we have one of Nigeria's finest, Ezekiel, who had to win. No, he had to create that record in the first men's gold. Ezekiel Nathaniel, he had to win this gold medal for Nigeria, and it was not something he had seen, and becoming the first ever Nigerian to win a medal in 400-meter hurdles, it means a lot for him right now. And I would say it's a big congratulations to our very own Ezekiel Nathaniel, and Ezekiel Nathaniel, who is just there in Glasgow. This is probably his debut, and what he has seen, he has added another goal to Nigeria, and I'm excited, and everyone is excited to really have someone like him, you know, still bringing smiles, as we all are beaming smiles for our national side in the Glasgow Olympics that is currently going on in Glasgow. Yes, it's important, and I've said it again. I'm sorry to say it's Olympic. It's actually a Commonwealth Games. Someone has been asking, what is Commonwealth Games? Well, Commonwealth Games are those, you know, games. It's a conglomerate games, I would say, a conglomerate of people who has come together, who has a trace to Britain. So they come together to, you know, reinstate and you know, show what they actually believe in, and to show, and just to have a game. It is every country that has something to do with Britain. This is where you find the Commonwealth. Commonwealth is across the nations who has one or two ties with Britain. Either Britain was part of their, you know, colonial rule, or you know, they have been part and parcel of that particular country. That's where you have the Commonwealth, and Commonwealth it has a political side, but it also has a sports side, and we are seeing the sporting events happening, and it's very important that these games are happening. Now, I really want to show you that this is Malaysia, as Zuzu Hasni has won the men's track cycling Keirin final, and he has won the gold, and you see what it means to him. He may not have seen that coming, but it means a lot to him. It means a lot to the Malaysian, you know, cyclist, who has, you know, shown who has shown that it's not just about, you know, being in the competition. It's also about what it means to win, and I must tell you, it's making a lot of sense right now. And congratulations to Malaysia for adding just one gold to your, you know, medal list. Of course, you know that Australia is still rumbling, is still, you know, cracking that world in the Commonwealth Games in Glasgow, and it's really a lot for Australia. And I want to go down to Nigeria. I want to come down to that zone, and you know, the fight that happened yesterday, Friday 31st of July. The fight, I would say, this fight is what we call sportainment, where you have Portable and Charles Okocha coming together to, you know, to show what they actually could do. Of course, that actually made Charles Okocha the winner, who won 150 million naira from this fight. How did he win? Well, Portable had to leave the ring. Portable left the ring and went home. He left the ring and went home, and of course he went home and came back, and also he was fighting and saw E-Money and his brother Casey. He went there to greet them, and he stood there, and he was disqualified. Of course, we're having Charles Okocha to win this particular event, and it's a big congratulations to the California man. It's a big congratulations to him, and I would say, well, he is waiting for his next opponent, and he has called out Katefe to fight with him. Of course, Katefe won Portable at the fight. Well, why is this fight official? It's official because if you watch the fight, you will know it's an official fight. It's not a play fight. It's not a play fight. It's an official fight. DAZN had to stream this fight, so it's to tell you that this is not just an ordinary fight. It's, even though that we are looking at we are seeing stuffs here or there, we are still seeing a quality that they are bringing in streaming and also in the participation. Well, let's move over to our next story, where we are bringing you the fight that we have for this week. There's a fight that is coming up today, and that fight is something that you have to just wait and see if you could watch, if you could see, because a lot of people actually love to fight, but not a lot of people love to deal with what they have to deal with. So right now, it's just a fight that we are looking at that will come your way today, just today, and it's fight day, and it's August 1. That fight is going to take place between Uros Medic and Daniel Rodriguez. Yes, it's going to take place between Uros Rodriguez and Daniel Rodriguez. And also we have Mexico versus USA fight, where you have Lanot Roach versus William Zephyr. Yes, Lanot Roach versus William Zapida. That's the fight that is coming up in the WBC lightweight title tomorrow night on DAZN. That's the fight that is coming up. And we also have another one that is coming up, talking about the lightweight rankings. Lightweight rankings is actually out, where we have names that you would not be able to recognize who have been making it in the lightweight side, and it is very, very important to note what is going on and what is happening there. Of course, you really need to know that it's not just a fight, it's actually a way people aim, a way people get themselves together, a way people enjoy what's happening, a way people also engage in fights and wars, and I use the word, but it's the way people engage in fight. It is the way people engage in the battles of the heart, battles of the soul, and battles of the physicality. So it's a wonderful time seeing that these fights are coming up. And let me just bring you the lightweight ranking. The lightweight ranking, in which you have names that have been trending. Talking about Shakur Stevenson is just topping it in the lightweight ranking, and you have Raymond Mutrala. He is also just by the second place. You have William Zapeda. Yes, William Zapeda. Those guys who are about to take those fights. Here you have William Zapeda, and you also have the third place, Abdullah Masson. Abdullah Masson is on the fourth place, and the Cruz is on the fifth place. You have Floyd Schofield and Sam Noax and Lucas Badi and Jada Herrera and Joe Cordina. These names have been listed as those who are really, really on the fight zone, and it's making a lot of sense to see these guys coming together to pull off this fight. And I will tell you for a fact that at the end of the day, after the fight tomorrow, we'll know who's going to win that game. We'll know who's going to win that match, and we know who is going to be the champion in the fight between William Zapeda and Raymond Muratala. That's the fight that's coming up, and I want you to check out the time that will bring that fight. It's going to be a wonderful fight, because looking at Raymond Muratala, you will see that he has the capacity to knock down Zapida, but you can't tell, because when it comes to boxing, who wins is not who you would think will win. For instance, a few days ago, Anthony Joshua had to take down Prenga, and Prenga has come out to say that he has a reason why he had to let Anthony Joshua to knock him down, citing reasons about that he wants him to feel better, and also he wants him to understand that this game is not whoever that wins that needs to go. I mean, he wanted to be, to have to engage in the spirit of sportsmanship, and I must say it's very good for me. It's really, really, really very good to hear his reasons and to hear what he has said. But of course, we are still going to see what happens at the end of the day. And on that note, we take a short break. When we return, I'll go right into the world of football and the world of a lot of events that has happened, not just transfers, but we have events and we have a turning of the tide. For now, stay with me. I will be right back shortly. Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you walk. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world. Welcome back, still on the Saturday Sports on Aneke TV. It's a wonderful time still having you out there, seeing what we are doing. Well, bringing you what's happening in the world of football, the latest of the latest. We have, the Howie of Newcastle United, who has left St. James Park, has tendered an apology letter to the fans and the people who have been expecting him to do otherwise. Well, he had to explain the situation, but not in terms of real explanation, but he had to thank the club, thank everyone, calling his time and tagging his time at Newcastle United as a rare privilege of his life. He said, although it's been incredibly difficult to make this decision, I know in my heart that it's the right one. I have always put the best interest of Newcastle before my own in every single decision I have made whilst I've been here. And this one is no different. It has been a privilege of my lifetime to have been manager of Newcastle United. He said it has been a privilege of his lifetime to be a Newcastle United coach while he has left his role as the Newcastle United manager. And right now, it's showing that there would be a replacement, and the replacement is already set and going to kick off. I'm going to bring you the name and who is going to replace him on Monday, who has been appointed to replace him. While we're still talking about that, let's go over to this Mudryk story. Mikhailo Mudryk of Chelsea has been reinstated back to the team, who will join the team in their preseason games in Hong Kong just shortly. Well, it's been 4 years of him not being able to play because of a doping accusation. I would say doping accusation that was laid on him. After investigation, right now he has been cleared of those charges and he is ready to play. Of course, you see Chelsea players has reacted a lot. They have reacted. They have they have shown that sportsmanship to welcome him back, and he will join the team as soon as possible to bring the quality as he always have bring. You will see Lewis Colwill, and you will see even James Sturridge and the rest of them, who has really given the young man just a tip of what he has to believe in, and it's making a lot of sense right now, and we are excited to have him. Now we are also looking at what happened yesterday, the game versus Birmingham versus Barcelona, the game that Barcelona had to go to play at Birmingham's home, where they had to play Birmingham yesterday evening. And in the records, we had Jude Bellingham on the pews. He had to see the game on the pews, and unfortunately, Birmingham had to win that game. They had to beat Barcelona on penalties, and the penalties were just 3-2. It was a wonderful time having Jude Bellingham return back to where he started, where he belongs, and to return back to home. What he would say, it was his home where he started first, where he launched his football career. And it's amazing that he has been in that club since 2009. He started playing there since 2009, and he spent 10 years in the club, and they had to retire the number 22. They retired the jersey number 22 to, you know, immortalize, not just immortalize, but to honor, in honor of Jude Bellingham. You know, looking at someone like Jude Bellingham, who plays for the English national team and also for Real Madrid, you would see the quality he brings, and he is really, really an amazing player. And yesterday was a homecoming for the English midfielder, the English attacking midfielder. Now, before I bring you other stories, I want to let you know that Karim Adeyemi also featured yesterday in the Barcelona pre-season, where he made his debut, and it was as though that he was just catching up to play. Of course, a lot of people have given their verdict about this particular young man who played yesterday. But right now, we saw someone who was playing with all his heart, someone who was playing as though he never had ever touched football. And it was a good thing to see him play. It was a really nice thing to see him play. Adeyemi, of Nigeria's descent, what a wonder he would have been if he was a part of the Super Eagles. But no. He's not part of the Super Eagles. He's part of some other national league side, other national football side, and it's also okay for him to make those choices. While we're still talking about that, we have been seeing in the rumors. No, I would say this is actually a rumor, because we are seeing how football has been a lot of steps towards investment, a lot of steps towards, you know, catching up with an event here, an event there. But right now, I must tell you from the depth of my heart that there would be no business without football. But football started without business. Right now, we're still seeing that when it started, there was a lot of investment. What am I talking about? I'm going right to the MLS league, that's the Major League Soccer in the US, which I've said to be among the top 10 leagues in the world, where you have Lionel Messi playing for Inter Miami. And many people have been asking questions, is this an agenda? Is this somewhat of an agenda? Are we seeing Lionel Messi, you know, are we seeing the agenda being pushed around about who's the GOAT? Because on that top 10 leagues in the world, you would see Al Nassr taking place at the other side of the league. You will see them just being 36th ranked league in the world. That's talking about the Saudi Pro League, ranked 36th. And it's just after World Cup. I don't know what this is, but we're going to see what it is. Right now, let me just bring you the top 50 from Touchline Sport. Top 50 leagues in the world. And it's undoubtable to believe what does. You could see some truths here. But while we are still looking at MLS and Saudi Pro League, Lionel Messi went to MLS, and Major League Soccer became a global league, you know, had a global exposure because the media had to go where Lionel Messi is. Same with Cristiano Ronaldo. Cristiano Ronaldo had to go to Saudi Pro League, and the media had to follow him to Saudi Pro League. And both of them have been having clash of the GOATs, clash of who is actually the best. But now we're having this from Touchline Football. Strongest leagues in the world. You will see that English Premier League and down to English Championship, they are the top 10. And you will see from 10 to 20, you will see Paraguay Primera Division. Then from 20 to 30, you will see Greek Super League. Then on the 40th, you will see French League 2. Then on the 50th, you will see Australian A-League. That's what you will see on the Australian A-League, and is giving that vibe of what is really happening. Is it like there's a problem with MLS? But this is just an agenda. Remember, many people knows who they want to support. They know who they want to, you know, be with. But we're going to see what happens at the end of the day. We're going to see how it is going to be and what it is going to be like. Of course, I'm telling you right now, it's an amazing thing. It's really, really amazing to have these guys come to the top of the league. Well, the Major League Soccer is still somewhere behind that, somewhere around that. But we're going to see what happens if FIFA actually brings out their own list. Now I want to bring you news about Bruno Fernandes. Bruno Fernandes is said to have been the minstrel who has created more than 5 chances in the European top flight football. And he's the only player to have created 5+ chances in Europe's top 5 leagues. over the last 5 seasons. Bruno has done it 38 times, and Joshua Kimmich trails with him 24 times. That's the number that Joshua Kimmich has traded. And let me just bring you very fast the UEFA Nations League. The UEFA Nations League draw is out, where you are having Group 1, France, Italy, Belgium, Turkey, and then you have, in the same light, you have Group 2. You have Germany, Netherlands, Serbia, and Greece. And on the third group, that's Group A3, you have Spain, Croatia, England, and Czechia. Then on the fourth, you have Portugal, Denmark, that's Group A4, Portugal, Denmark, Norway, Wales. That's the numbers of the groups that have been ready. And this Nation League is something that, when you look at the upcoming Nations UEFA League, it's quietly becoming the most competitive international tournament around. Almost all of the world's best national teams are involved: Spain, France, England, and Portugal. Only 16 teams, with just the top 2 from each group qualifying. No best third place teams. Well, 10 of the 16 teams are currently ranked inside the FIFA top 20. And extremely competitive groups featuring elite nations alongside dangerous outsiders like Germany, Norway, the Netherlands, Croatia, and Belgium. Several world-class managers are becoming new eras. Talking about they are coming into their new eras. Talking about Zinedine Zidane, Jurgen Klopp, Roberto Mancini, and George Jesus. You also have 9 of the top 10 Ballon d'Or favorites are involved, with Lionel Messi the only exception. Yes, that's what we are having on the Nation League. He is the top 10 favorites of Ballon d'Or are involved, except Lionel Messi, who is said to not be there because he's not part of Europe. He is not part of UEFA. He is part of his nation. Now, I want to bring you finally on this edition of Aneke TV Sport. You know, yesterday we had to share a story about FIFA President Gianni Infantino, how he wants to sell 20% of the FIFA World Cup stakes to private investors. Now he had turnaround. There's a turnaround on that where he made yesterday. Yesterday in Morocco, he announced that he's not going to, move on with that. That it's not going to make a lot of sense. And I want to bring you and to read you what he said, what he actually said yesterday, because a lot of times all these things are just, I would say, for you to know that other people are watching, not just you, nor other people, but other people are kind of watching and to know what is really happening. He said that it is not good for the Nations League and the nations to disagree on this particular game, but it's going to be something that he has seen coming. And having listened carefully to all the views, it has become clear that the project has created divisions of a nature that, regardless of the level of support, are no longer in the nearest of the objective set out in the first place. Our purpose has always been and will always be to unite and improve. That's what he said. He said their purpose and the purpose of FIFA will always be to unite and improve. That's what he said yesterday. Of course, after some nations, CONMEBOL and CONCACAF, disagreed to, take in part of that particular signing, part of that particular deal. He had to, turn down the deal. Of course, I still have a problem with CAF, because I don't know why CAF would actually agree. But then we're going to see what happens here. And on Monday, we're going to bring you latest updates. But before I go, I want to remind you, don't forget that Manchester United is going to play today in their preseason friendly against Atletico Madrid by 2 p.m. It's going to be an amazing game that you have to watch wherever you are. You could check it out on YouTube on MU TV, where you're going to see the likes of the game and also to have a wonderful time watching football. Of course, by Monday, we're going to bring you updates on what's happening and what has happened so far in the world of football. For now, I would like to call it a wrap on this edition of Aneke TV Sports. Thank you very much for watching. It's always been a pleasure having you. And I am Good Hope Chukuma, the Sports Oracle. Have a wonderful weekend. Bye. 7 days, countless moments, stories that shape the week. From decisions in the corridors of power to developments affecting everyday lives. From moments of challenge to stories of resilience and progress. This is where the week comes into focus. Week in retrospect, only on Aneke TV.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV, move with the world. Time, the silent witness to human courage, the keeper of memory, the archivist of greatness.
Across the vast landscapes of Africa, from the savannas to the bustling cities, voices once rose, ideas once burned, and visions once dared to challenge the limits of their age.
They were not merely individuals, they were epochs in human form.
In literature, minds such as Chinua Achebe, Wole Soyinka, and Ngugi wa Thiong'o reclaimed the African narrative.
Through ink and imagination, they dismantled distorted histories and restored the dignity of African identity. Their words were not just stories.
They were mirrors, reflecting a people long misunderstood, and windows opening the world to the depths of African civilization.
In the realm of science and knowledge, pioneers like Philip Emeagwali proved that African intellect could reshape the frontiers of computing and technology. Their work was a quiet revolution, reminding the world that innovation knows no geography.
And in leadership, towering figures emerged when history demanded courage. Men like Nnamdi Azikiwe, Kwame Nkrumah, Nelson Mandela, and Julius Nyerere redefined freedom, not as a privilege bestowed, but as a right reclaimed.
They spoke for millions. They endured prisons, exile, and resistance. Yet, their vision transcended the politics of their time.
They dreamed of a continent awakened. Today, their echoes travel through generations.
In every African classroom, in every curious mind, in every dream that refuses limitation. For history is not merely what has passed, it is the foundation upon which tomorrow stands.
The past still speaks. Its lessons remain. Its voices endure.
This is not just remembrance, it is inheritance. echoes of the past, where history breathes and legacy lives on.
Good morning and welcome to News Update on Aneke TV. I am Princess Ken Ochoma. Glad to have you join us. On the headlines, Senate orders full probe into millions in foreign grant and budgetary allocations. Federal government begins clearance of illegal roadside heavy-duty trucks. President Trump backtracks on local Patriot missile production deal. And business news, WTO chief Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala warns rising trust deficits endangers world business. Now the news in details. The Coalition of Healthcare Professionals in Tertiary Education Institutions of Nigeria has issued a formal notice of impending legal action against two major non-academic unions, the Senior Staff Association of Nigerian Universities and the Non-Academic Staff Union of Educational and Associated Institutions. The coalition is challenging what it terms the systematic exclusion of specialized health personnel from the newly approved Consolidated Tertiary Institutions Allowance across federal institutions. The coalition chairman, Musa Shehu, condemned the exclusion as discriminatory, emphasizing that affected health staff have consistently fulfilled their financial obligations through monthly union dues without receiving the corresponding benefits. According to the Healthcare Coalition, the disputed allowance is designed to cover essential professional development expenses, including compulsory clinical training, conference attendance, and digital research infrastructure for non-academic cadres. Specialized health personnel working within university medical centers argue that union leaders and institutional bosses are lawfully attempting to force them off their recognized professional salary scales as a prerequisite for accessing federal allowances. The coalition maintains that restricting approved packages based on specialized pay structures violates core provisions of Nigerian trade union laws and established collective bargaining frameworks. The Senate has commenced a comprehensive investigation into the financial administration of the Safe Schools initiative, demanding a complete accounting of all international grants, bilateral donor contributions, and federal budgetary disbursements. Speaking at the National Assembly complex in Abuja, the chairman of the Senate Ad Hoc Committee, Senator Orji Uzor Kalu, declared that federal authorities remain constitutionally obligated to account for all public funds allocated to school protection programs. Senator Kalu emphasized that the legislative probe covers the entire operational life cycle of the initiative, regardless of when specific funds were released or administered by executive agencies. Citing escalating national security threats and persistent attacks on educational institutions by armed bandits, the committee announced that high-level security briefings will be conducted in executive sessions. Senator Kalu explained that holding sensitive operational deliberations behind closed doors is imperative to protect tactical intelligence and prevent criminal syndicates from exploiting security disclosures. Appearing before the panel, the Minister of Education, Dr. Tunji Alausa, clarified that the majority of the financial disbursements currently under legislative review occurred up to 7 years ago, prior to his assumption of office. Dr. Alausa revealed that operational control of the Safe Schools initiative has been transferred from the Federal Ministry of Finance to a dedicated department within the Ministry of Education. The federal government has launched a joint enforcement operation to evacuate heavy-duty trucks parked along the Enugu-Onitsha Expressway to eliminate severe gridlock and enhance highway safety. Coordinated by the Federal Ministry of Works in partnership with federal and state traffic management agencies, the exercise targets illegal vehicular obstructions stretching from the Anambra State border through the strategic 9th Mile corner in Enugu State. Officials confirmed that the enforcement follows the expiration of formal eviction notices issued to truck operators, transport unions, and roadside commercial vendors along the transport corridor. Briefing newsmen during the exercise, the Federal Controller of Works in Enugu State, Mr. Smart Obi, stated that the clearance operation directly executes directives from the Minister of Works to restore the design capacity of the dual carriageway. Obi explained that the multi-agency task force comprises operatives from the Federal Road Safety Corps, FRSC, the Enugu State Transport Management Authority, ESTIMA, and the Nigerian Police Force and the Nigerian Army. The deployment aims to maintain public order, manage traffic diversions, and provide heavy-duty towing equipment for non-compliant vehicles. The controller highlighted that continuous engagement with traditional rulers and local market executives contributed to a high rate of voluntary compliance during the initial phase of the exercise. The Jos Metropolitan Development Board has issued a mandatory 7-day ultimatum to owners of illegal roadside structures across Plateau State, announcing an impending statewide demolition exercise. The general manager of the board, Architect Hart Bankat, issued the directive in Jos, warning that all unauthorized commercial kiosks, temporary canopies, and informal car wash bays, vehicle display marts, and roadside trading stalls along public highways must be completely removed. The urban renewal order affects structures erected on government setbacks, traffic roundabouts, and designated public reserves throughout the metropolis. As part of the Urban Clearance Directive, the Development Authority issued a final 48-hour eviction notice to illegal occupants operating at the Getagere stone crushing site. Architect Bankat revealed that initial vacation notices served on operators at the site over 7 months ago were ignored, necessitating immediate administrative intervention. The board ordered an immediate freeze on all commercial operations and unauthorized construction at the Getagere site, instructing individuals claiming legitimate land titles to present their documentation at the GMDB headquarters for verification. Gombe State's Governor Muhammadu Inuwa Yahaya has ordered the immediate suspension of the state's Acting Director of Public Prosecutions, Abubakar Jundugu, over allegations of official misconduct. The executive order was conveyed through an official statement issued in Gombe by the head of the State Civil Service, Professor Muazu Shehu. The Civil Service head explained that administrative suspension was necessary to safeguard the integrity of the state's legal administration following serious petitions lodged against the senior legal officer. To guarantee a fair and comprehensive inquiry, Governor Yahaya approved the immediate inauguration of a high-powered judicial panel of inquiry headed by the Gombe State High Court Judge, Justice Haruna Kereng. The multi-agency investigative panel includes senior representatives from the Nigerian Bar Association, NBA, the Gombe State Ministry of Justice, the Force Criminal Investigation Department, and the Department of State Services, DSS. The Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, has officially initiated the legal and administrative process to restore 3 suppressed state constituency seats within the Delta State House of Assembly. Speaking at a consultative stakeholders meeting in Asaba, the Delta State Resident Electoral Commissioner, Sir Petermbah announced that the exercise specifically targets the restoration of Abraka, Uyeli South 2nd and Isoko North 2nd state constituencies. The electoral body confirmed that the step-by-step restoration aligns with binding judicial decisions and statutory provisions governing constituency delineation. Resident Electoral Commissioner Umoren emphasized that the constituency restoration extends beyond routine administrative procedure, serving to restore direct legislative representation to communities that experience prolonged exclusion. The Commission noted that the execution of the judicial mandate reflects INEC's commitment to upholding the rule of law and ensuring equitable political participation across all federal units. Electoral officials called on traditional rulers, political party executives, and local government chairmen to mobilize community members and support field officers during the exercise. Expanding on the operational framework, the Deputy Director of Delineation at INEC Headquarters, Mrs. Umoren, detailed the technical parameters guiding the boundary mapping and demographic verification process. Mrs. Umoren stated that the restoration of the 3 state seats guarantees constitutional franchise for thousands of affected electors across the designated local government areas. She assured stakeholders that field teams will apply established geographic information systems and demographic data to ensure precise and acceptable boundary demarcations. To ensure a smooth exercise, INEC requested dedicated security coverage from security agencies across the affected local government areas throughout the field mapping phase. Political stakeholders present at the Asaba consultative meeting commended the Commission for complying with the judicial orders, describing the restoration as a triumph for grassroots democracy in Delta State. The electoral body assured that all stages of the delineation will be conducted with complete transparency ahead of future legislative elections in the state. The Nigerian Armed Forces neutralized 102 terrorists, arrested 348 suspected criminals, and rescued nearly 400 kidnapped victims during nationwide joint operations conducted in July. Disclosing the operational scorecard during a press briefing in Abuja, the Director of Defense Media Operations, Major General Michael Onoja, highlighted significant tactical gains across various theaters of operation. General Onoja reported that troops recovered substantial caches of military-grade weaponry, thousands of ammunition rounds, and neutralized major illegal oil bunkering operations in the Niger Delta region. A strategic breakthrough occurred in the Northeast Operational Theater under Operation Hadin-K when a high-ranking Islamic State West Africa Province Chief Finance Officer surrendered to frontline troops. The senior insurgent commander surrendered along the strategic Gamboru-Wugo logistics corridor in Borno State, alongside his family members, surrendering operational funds, automatic rifles, and specialized communication equipment. Defense officials attributed the increasing wave of high-profile insurgent surrenders to sustained aerial bombardments and aggressive ground interdictions against terrorist enclaves in the Sambisa Forest and Timbuktu Triangle. In the South-South region, troops executing anti-kidnapping operations under Operation Wabanzingan successfully rescued 14 abducted passengers along the Lagos-Benin Expressway in Edo State. Acting on real-time intelligence, combined military units pursued an armed criminal gang into dense forest cover, forcing the captors to abandon the hostages unharmed. The rescued travelers received immediate medical evaluation and debriefing before being reunited with their families, demonstrating the military's enhanced operational response along critical national transit routes. The Defense Headquarters reaffirmed its commitment to sustaining operational momentum against crude oil theft, banditry, and secessionist violence across all geopolitical zones. Major General Onoja noted that specialized maritime operations in the Niger Delta resulted in the destruction of dozens of illegal refining sites and the recovery of millions of liters of stolen crude oil. The military leadership assured the public that joint operations will continue to adapt to emerging security threats to maintain national stability. The federal government has commended Abia State's Governor, Dr. Alex Oti, following the successful completion and formal handover of the Nigerian Air Force Administrative Complex in Umuahia, the state's capital. Federal authorities described the modern infrastructure project as a significant contribution to national defense architecture and a model of effective intergovernmental collaboration. The purpose-built facility was officially presented to top military leadership during a ceremony attended by senior defense officials, community leaders, and security executives in Umuahia. Accepting the facility on behalf of the military hierarchy were the Minister of Defense, General Christopher Musa, retired, and the Chief of the Air Staff, Air Marshal Kelvin Aneke. Speaking at the formal commissioning, Governor Oti stated that establishing a permanent Air Force presence in Abia State represents a strategic milestone in the state's security framework. The governor highlighted that Abia State now accommodates operational bases for the Nigerian Army, Nigerian Navy, and Nigerian Air Force, creating an integrated defense network to safeguard lives and commercial investments. In his response, the Minister of Defense, General Christopher Musa, retired, commended the Abia State government for financing and executing the administrative facility to standard specifications. General Musa emphasized that the operational base will significantly enhance the Nigeria Air Force's rapid deployment capabilities, surveillance coverage, and tactical responsiveness across the Southeast region. He assured that the armed forces will utilize the facilities to strengthen ongoing counter-insecurity operations and protect critical economic infrastructure in the state. The Chief of the Air Staff, Air Marshal Kelvin Aneke, stated that the new complex will serve as an operational command hub, hosting specialized personnel and technical support assets. Air Marshal Aneke noted that the strategic placement of the base in Umuahia improves air cover capabilities and joint operational synergy with ground forces in neighboring states. The event concluded with a formal inspection of the administrative complex and the signing of official transfer documentation between state officials and the Nigerian Air Force leadership. Suspected Boko Haram insurgents have signaled a willingness to open negotiations for the release of over 50 abducted residents of Borno State, demanding that federal authorities engage them through a designated media mediator. Family members of the victims confirmed receiving proof of live voice recordings and digital photographs from the captors, who intercepted the travelers along the Biu-Maiduguri highway. The abducted group includes a mother with a 7-month-old infant, an expectant mother, and several recent university graduates abducted during the highway ambush. Responding to the security situation, the Defense Headquarters assured the public that joint operational units under Operation Hadin-K are executing tactical measures to resolve the hostage crisis safely. The Director of Defense Media Operations, Major General Michael Onoja, stated in Abuja that military commanders are analyzing intelligence feeds and tracking the movement of the insurgent groups responsible for the abductions. General Onoja emphasized that the military leadership remains fully committed to rescuing the missing school children and highway travelers without compromising their safety. The Sokoto State Police Command has repelled a late-night attack by armed bandits on Anada village in Binji local government area, recovering 43 stolen livestock after an intense tactical engagement. The midnight raid began when an armed gang invaded the rural community, firing indiscriminately into the air, causing panic among residents before seizing livestock from local compounds. Alerted to the intrusion, local informants immediately contacted the nearest police division, triggering a rapid operational response from security forces. Overwhelmed by the tactical response, the bandits abandoned all 43 stolen sheep and fled into the dense brushwood with varying degrees of gunshot wounds. The spokesperson for the Sokoto State Police Command, Mr. Ahmad Rufai, confirmed the tactical success, stating that no police personnel or civilian residents sustained injuries during the operational engagement. The police command confirmed that specialized tactical units, supported by local vigilante groups, have maintained intensive mop-up operations across the Binji forest axis to track down the fleeing suspects. You're watching news updates on Aneke TV, coming to you live from our studios. For more updates and breaking stories, stay connected with us on our social media platforms, Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. Here is a recap now of some of the major stories making headlines. Senate probes save schools millions, demands full audit of foreign grants and budgetary allocations. Federal government commences evacuation of illegal roadside trucks along Enugu-Onitsha Expressway. And coming up shortly, on the foreign scene, U.S. President Donald Trump backtracks on Ukraine Patriot missile manufacturing arrangements. On business, WTO Director General Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala warns global trust deficit poses threat to world commerce. Stay with us.
7 days, countless moments, stories that shape the week. From decisions in the corridors of power to developments affecting everyday lives. From moments of challenge to stories of resilience and progress. This is where the week comes into focus. Week in retrospect, only on Aneke TV.
You're welcome back. China's Ministry of Commerce has rejected recent allegations from the United States regarding forced labor practices in the Xinjiang Autonomous Region, warning that expanding American trade sanctions risk disrupting global supply networks. In a statement issued in Beijing, the ministry accused Washington of utilizing domestic legislation to execute a campaign of economic containment against Chinese enterprises. The Chinese government affirmed its determination to implement necessary legal measures to protect the legitimate commercial rights and operational interests of domestic industrial firms affected by American trade restrictions. The statement follows the decision by the United States Department of Homeland Security to expand its restricted imports list under the Uyghur Forced Labor Prevention Act, adding 43 additional Chinese manufacturing entities to the sanction roster. Beijing maintained that economic and social conditions in the Xinjiang region remain stable and prosperous, dismissing the human rights allegations as unfounded political fabrications. Former Peruvian President Ollanta Humala was released from a specialized detention facility in Lima after the country's constitutional court voided his 15-year prison sentence for money laundering. Humala, who governed Peru from 2011 to 2016, had been serving his sentence in a judicial facility housing former heads of state, following his conviction for receiving illegal campaign funds from the Brazilian construction conglomerate Odebrecht. The ruling marks a major legal reversal in the high-profile corruption prosecutions that have reshaped Peru's contemporary political landscape. Addressing reporters outside the prison perimeter following his release, the former president criticized the judicial proceedings, asserting that the charges against him were driven by political considerations. United States President Donald Trump has scaled back previous assurances regarding a proposal to permit Ukraine to locally manufacture advanced Patriot air defense missile interceptors, urging caution over the transfer of sensitive military technologies. Speaking to reporters at Camp David, President Trump confirmed that while defense discussions with Kiev remain ongoing, no formal agreement has been authorized to grant Ukrainian defense firms production licenses for the advanced surface-to-air defense systems. The president's remarks represent a shift from earlier diplomatic discussions, where Washington evaluated proposals to license Ukrainian manufacturing facilities for Patriot system components. President Trump defended the cautious approach by emphasizing long-term national security considerations, stating that the transfer of top-tier military hardware and manufacturing technology requires rigorous risk assessments. Despite the administration's cautious stance, Ukrainian defense officials continue high-level technical negotiations with officials at the United States Department of Defense and major defense contractors, including Lockheed Martin. And to business news. World Trade Organization, WTO Director General, Dr. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, has expressed serious concern over declining trust among major trading nations, warning that strategic mistrust threatens the stability of the global economic order. Delivering a keynote address in Lagos during the 20th anniversary commemoration of the law firm Stream, Source and Corn, the former Nigerian finance minister stated that rising geopolitical tensions are creating unprecedented market uncertainty. Dr. Okonjo-Iweala emphasized that uncoordinated trade disputes and unilateral economic measures risk undermining decades of international economic integration. Turning to the African continent, Dr. Okonjo-Iweala warned that fragmented national strategy risks preventing African economies from fully exploiting their vast deposits of critical transition minerals and renewable energy resources. She urged African governments to consolidate their negotiating strategies through regional economic blocs and the African Continental Free Trade Area Framework to maximize international trade leverage. The WTO chief stressed that enhancing institutional governance, regulatory transparency, and legal predictability remains essential for attracting long-term capital investments to the continent. The Ogun State branch of the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria has called on the Ogun State government to urgently harmonize overlapping state taxes and regulatory fees to prevent industrial flight. Speaking in Abeokuta during the association's 41st annual general meeting, outgoing branch chairman, Mr. George Onafowako, warned that uncoordinated statutory levies are severely raising operational costs for local manufacturers and factories. Onafowako stated that manufacturing firms across the state are simultaneously navigating higher-grade electricity tariffs, foreign exchange volatility, and aggressive revenue enforcement by state regulatory agencies. The Manufacturing Association highlighted persistent friction with state environmental protection agencies, regarding duplicate fees for industrial water extraction, commercial recycling licensing, and mandated air quality monitoring equipment. Responding on behalf of the state administration, the Ogun State Commissioner for Industry, Trade and Investments, Mr. Adebola Shofela, acknowledged the concerns raised by the business community and assured manufacturers that a comprehensive tax revenue is underway. And now on to sports news. Super Falcons head coach Justin Madugu has defended his tactical setup and squad selection following Nigeria's 3-2 defeat against Malawi in their opening match of the 2026 Women's Africa Cup of Nations WAFCON. Addressing a pre-match press conference ahead of today's critical Group C encounter against Zambia, the 61-year-old manager insisted that the coaching staff remains focused on securing qualification for the knockout stages. Madugu stated that starting lineups are selected based on tactical requirements and performance metrics observed during national team training sessions. Popular Nigerian musical artist and entertainment news Habib Okikiola, professionally known as Portable, has publicly clarified his decision to leave the boxing ring during a publicized exhibition match against Nollywood actor Charles Okocha. The exhibition bout, hosted at the Balmoral Convention Center at the Federal Palace Hotel in Victoria Island, Lagos, ended in controversy after referees officially disqualified the musician for exiting the ring mid-fight. The exhibition match had drawn significant public attention following weeks of promotional rivalry between the two media personalities. In a video statement published on his verified social media page following the event, the artist alleged that the bout devolved into illegal physical tactics, claiming his opponent engaged in wrestling holds rather than standard boxing rules. The exhibition match organizers and refereeing officials confirmed that Portable's official disqualification was executed in strict accordance with ring regulations governing competitive conduct. And now to end the news, the main points again. The Nigerian Armed Forces neutralized 102 terrorists, arrested 345 suspects, and rescued nearly 400 kidnapped victims nationwide in July, as a senior ISWAP chief finance officer surrendered to frontline troops in Borno State. The Senate Ad Hoc Committee, chaired by Senator Ojuzo Kalu, has launched a sweeping investigation into the administration of foreign grants and federal allocations for school security, confirming that sensitive briefings will be held behind closed doors. On the foreign scene, United States President Donald Trump has backtracked on a previous pledge to allow Ukraine to manufacture Patriot missile interceptors locally, citing national security concerns over technology sharing, while bilateral talks between Kiev and Washington continue. And on business news, World Trade Organization Director General Dr. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala has warned in Lagos that a breakdown in international trust threatens global economic stability, though noting that over 70% of world trade still operates under WTO multilateral rules. That concludes news around the globe on Aneke TV. For more updates and breaking stories, follow us on all our social media platforms, Facebook and YouTube, at Aneke TV. Thank you for watching. I am Princess Ken Ochomma. Have a good morning.
I want to gently recommend this to you. Please do not be nice. Be kind, because kindness is a measure of our humanity. But do not be nice. Nice means wanting always to be liked, and this is a particular affliction of female socialization. Nice means silencing inconvenient truths. Nice means choosing always to be comfortable. Nice means letting go of courage. Nice means talking about peace, but not about justice. Nice will not remake the world, and there is so much about our world that needs remaking. There is no such thing as a perfect human being. The longing for perfection will hold you back. It doesn't help any cause to start with perfection as yardstick. We do not need to be perfect before we are able to do what is right. I wish you everything you wish for yourself that causes no harm to others.
Secondary school is a value.
Every day, your health shapes your life, your strength, your choices, your future. Because knowledge is the first step towards well-being.
This is Health Matters, only on Aneke TV.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world. 7 days, countless moments, stories that shape the week. From decisions in the corridors of power to developments affecting everyday lives. From moments of challenge to stories of resilience and progress. This is where the week comes into focus. Week in retrospect, only on Aneke TV. A warm welcome to you this morning. Welcome to the Week in Retrospect, where we are going to dive right into the matters concerning the week. I am Good Hope Chukuma.
And I am Princess Kena Choma. It's a beautiful Saturday morning. I mean, it's you and I today this morning. Good Hope.
It's you and I, really, because it's a beautiful Saturday. That's why it's you and I. And don't forget, it's the first day of the month.
Oh yes, it's a happy new month.
Happy new month to you. I mean, you are beaming with all smiles, and I don't know why you are smiling, but it's a new month already, so we're kind of going right into the.
We're starting the month with matching colors.
It's not really matching.
It's
you are wearing you're wearing
it's the shade.
Fabric. Okay,
it's the shade that we're looking
at. The shades are kind of
not the fabric texture. Anyway, welcome to Week in Retrospect, where we bring to you, conversations and reviews as it appears in the headlines in the course of the week. Now, before we get into the conversations for today, we're looking at the headline from some of the major newspapers this morning. And on the from the Punch newspaper, we have on the cover page, Star visa denial. South Africa demands proof as Tyler cancels Lagos show. South Africa demands proof as Tyler cancels Lagos show. On the Vanguard, this says 2027 elections. You may hand Tinubu easy victory. Lukman warns Atiku, Obi, and others. Also on the Vanguard, 2027, INEC rejects Jonathan's candidacy. On the Guardian weekend, silence over state killings is Nigeria's real crime, says Shoyinka. Silence over state killings. On the Guardian newspaper, silence over state killings is Nigeria's real crime, says Shoyinka. And on the Vanguard, on the Weekend Trust, the Weekend Trust reads, who is funding Remi Tinubu's donations? Who is funding Remi Tinubu's donations? That's the cover story on the Weekend Trust. And lastly, on the Saturday Sun, on the cover story, 2.8 trillion naira debt. Federal government to end electricity subsidy next year. No plans to increase tariff, says Minister. Federal government to end electricity supply next year. No plans to increase tariff, says Minister. That's our newspaper headlines for this morning. But we'll take a short break, and when we get back, we'll be diving right into the analysis from this story. Stay with us.
Every second, the world changes. Markets rise. Leaders speak. Stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world. All right, let's take a look at the Saturday Sun, where we're starting our analysis this morning on the Saturday Sun, where we have 2.8 trillion naira debt. Federal government to end electricity subsidy next year, driven by an estimated 2.8 trillion naira debt overhang, including a 1.78 trillion tariff shortfall and 986.45 billion naira in unpaid gas liabilities. The federal government has announced plans to phase out electricity subsidies next year. Despite the planned subsidy removal, authorities have explicitly ruled out any immediate increases in electricity tariffs for consumers. To stabilize the sector, the administration is currently advancing complementary reforms such as legacy debt clearing bonds and the presidential metering initiative. This is another concerning issue in Nigeria, where You have the electricity tariff being phased out just because of the accumulation of debt it brings to the federal government. And I have some questions which I could say are concerns to Nigerians and to the masses. First of all, phasing away this electricity debt is not, from my own end, I would say, is part of those things that federal government tries to do, and they start to shoot it from a good side. But the questions around and the questions that are rising from here should be, why phasing this out? And I'll be very honest with the answers. Why is it going to be phased out? Of course, the subsidy is too high for federal government. That's the first thing. Too high for the federal government. And the power companies are owed. They are owed huge sum of amounts. They are owed huge sums currently. And also to attract investment. These are the relative reasons why subsidy in electricity is being phased out. But are we going to see what happened with the fuel subsidy removal? Are we going to see that a new dispensation of subsidy removal? Of course, federal government in their light, like I said when I started, they have good intentions. They start from a place of concern, as federal government and as an executive arm of the nation, which coordinates these rules and tries to implement it. Are we going to have the same event, the same thing that happened with fuel subsidy, or are we going to have a whole different scenario being painted here? For instance, when you still look at this, you bring it down to the masses, because whatever rule, whatever thing, a decision that federal government is taking goes down to the masses. What will be the problem? What will be the next phase of the issues that this may cause? We are looking at that being, electricity bills could be higher. We have band A already, you have band B, you have band C, you have band D. In the categories that are being subscribed in electricity, then you go down to businesses could face higher operating costs, which is also part of the reasons. And what is going on here is federal government is trying to, first of all, take away the burden from themselves. And I wonder who they want to hang it on. I really wonder. So they want to take away the burden from themselves, and if they take away the burden, you will see that as they remove subsidy, and the burden is no longer on them, it could be either the investors or the citizens are the ones that will face it. So this is where, and this is what it's really getting towards what's happening.
We understand that electricity issue has been one, aside the fuel and cost of living, purchasing fuel price going up and down. Electricity has also been one of the issues that has, plagued the living condition in Nigeria. And just as when the fuel subsidy was removed, many wondered what was to become of the fuel sector. Some were excited, some did not quite understand what was to happen. And of course, over the past 3 years, we've seen the constant going up and coming down of the fuel price, and the federal government coming out to say that from next year. My question is, with the situation of electricity we have now, what's the guarantee that and by next year we are talking about probably from January or maybe after the elections. Yeah. So we don't even have up to 12 months for this whole transformation to take place, and we see the government owing over 2.8 trillion naira, in debt to both servicing agencies, to both gas, stabilization, and all of that. And then we have, if only we had constant electricity, maybe we wouldn't really bother much about, removing subsidy, because somehow you pay for light and then you don't get your money's worth. You pay for light, even with the current epileptic electricity system we have now. You still pay for light, you pay your tariffs. Persons on band A pay, and then even on the band A, you don't see the light that you have paid for. You get? So if with this subsidy removal, they are showing us, or the federal government is assuring Nigerians that, oh, as much as we are removing subsidy, you will still have constant light. And then the minister is saying no tariff will be added. One other thing that has plagued Nigerians is the tariff rate. You get a certain unit of electricity, you pay for it, but then the rate at which it runs out, you see yourself, purchasing units more than you have budgeted for the month. So if the government is telling us that there will be steady supply and people will not have to pay out of their pockets this time, and then you have the conversation of hidden charges, who gets to pay off these things, who gets to manage the resources when they come. And you mentioned the current situation of the fuel subsidy that was removed. Yesterday we learned that over 10 billion naira was recovered, is being recovered every year, from this fuel subsidy. And we understand that people use electricity just as much, and people consume electricity just as much, even when we don't see them. So my question will now be, who are we going to hold responsible when these subsidies are removed, when these monies are recovered, when these monies are removed from financing, from supporting, from sponsoring, generating energy from suppliers? Who gets to account for this monies that are recovered from? So who do we hold responsible? Because yesterday we learned the government said, oh, it went into NEL fund, it went into salary payment, and then we have the debt that we're already owing. So if this goes into, if we get to see where these monies that are being recovered would go, I don't have a problem. Everybody wants where the country can generate things on their own, not having to rely on foreign agencies or rely on private owned investment to supply to the nation. So if the government is saying whatever we have to do to remove electricity subsidy, we will do it. I am all for it. Honestly, I am all for it. At least let us see more light and less tariffs when it comes to electricity.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense from what you've said. I would always want to pick out something that you just highlighted about having more light and less tariff, and seeing it from the retrospect already, what we have seen in our nation, where the budget of 2025, about 2.1 trillion naira was allocated for the power sector. Then you see in 2026 we have 1.107 trillion naira still allocated to the power sector. You are seeing that these allocations, of course, in the side of our budget, we are still borrowing to fund it as a nation. We're still seeing that there should be a more, articulation. Let it not be as though, as what happened in fuel subsidy. Okay, you remove fuel subsidy and people, the cost of living now triples. Of course, we have seen the consequences of the fuel subsidy that was removed. We saw that, okay, this could be good or this could be bad. But that government policies generally, it does not, I won't say it favors some or it does not favor some, but I feel like as government, as people in charge in the executive, the policies should be ahead. The policy should be for the general masses. The policy should be for those who they are leading, not just, oh, maybe this is going to be a pain to us. But just like you rightly pointed out, if it's going to make sense that we see more light and people stop getting solar, there's more generation, there's more generation of electricity and people stop getting solar. You see a lot of families now are trying to, branch into solar. A lot of families, a lot of businesses are getting solar, trying to have constant electricity so that they can be able to run their business. If government pulls this and is great and there's no need for other, branches of electricity, that will be fine. That will be all right. We will not be spending so much, buying the fuel that the subsidy was removed. It would be nice. I mean, nobody would complain if you pay for your light, you see your light. Let's say now there's no light somewhere and you pay some amount of money. If you see the light, you will not complain. Anytime you pay for light, you will see the light. It makes a lot of sense. That you now know that for you to have light is depending on you, not the government. I think it's a good one.
Speaking of solar, I think it was sometime this year, in the past couple of months, where the government said, I think it was a provision where persons who now own solar panels can, give electricity to state agencies, right? And persons who have, power solar installation systems can now remit light, electricity, power, electricity to some agencies. So if this pulls through and it becomes solid, that people who own solar energies can now give, instead of relying on all these agencies that produce, energy, then it would further, project the possibility of the tariff being removed and us having constant power supply as we would want it. All right, moving on to the next story. This is a story on the Vanguard newspaper. Silence over state killings is Nigeria's real crime, says Soyinka. Silence over state killings is Nigeria's real crime, says Soyinka. Nobel laureate Wole Soyinka stated at the 28th Wole Soyinka lectures in Port Harcourt that public silence over extrajudicial state killings is Nigeria's most damaging crime. He urged citizens to abandon passivity, demand accountability, and reject excuses that human rights advocacy fuels religious friction, highlighting specific atrocities like the Uyeli killings of 18 residents and a student's mob murder. He severely criticized the justice system for failing to prosecute the perpetrators. I quite agree with this Professor Wole Soyinka, because Igbo would say, I've forgotten how they say it now, silence is also, indecision is decision. Yeah. And then keeping quiet or keeping silent, being silent, is same as you agree. So one of the things, according to him, that has, further led to crime in the country is people's decision to keep quiet. Oh, it's not happening to me, or it's not happening in my environment. Let's keep quiet about it. Now, adding to this, we speak so much about the government failing and the government not doing so much, or the government ought to do this, or the government ought to do that, or we trust the government, we felt the government would take care of this, the government should do something about insecurity, the government should do something about power, and all of that things. But then we have little issues in our environment that we don't take care of. Now, he made reference of the student mob killing. We mentioned it, I think it was on Thursday, where a student in Jos was lynched to death because he stole he was alleged to have stolen an iPhone 12. So these are the issues that we ought to look at. How are people, passively contributing to the decay of the society? When we expect so much from the government that we ourselves fail to realize the things we ought to do to keep our society clean. There was a sensitization program that occurred during the week, and we heard people say, "Oh, see something. When you see something, say something." This is the thing that helps announce or helps to bring these crimes to the right authorities that ought to take care of them. If I see something going on in my environment and I fail to report to the right authorities because, I don't want to be seen as a snitch, or I don't want to be seen as, there is this lingua that says snitches get stitches, because you don't want to be called or maybe named an accomplice, you keep quiet. That these are the real crimes, and because the people who are supposed to speak up are not speaking up, the people that are perpetrating evil in silence continue. The people that are doing things, because when you see something, when someone progresses from stealing pen in a supermarket or stealing his neighbor's chicken and progresses to stealing from a community, the people that we should blame are persons who probably saw him while he was stealing that chicken or stealing that pen from a supermarket and failed to reprimand him. He goes further and grows up to become a menace to the society. The people that are committing atrocities today did not start committing those crimes from those levels. They started from somewhere, and people probably kept quiet over them. So I quite commend him for highlighting it. And yes, we understand that Wole Soyinka is someone who barely speaks, and then when he speaks, there are some people that when they speak, you need to sit down and listen to them. You need to, I mean, the last time he made a statement was when he was speaking about something, I think it was referring to Sheyi Tinubu's entourage. That was the time when the government withdrew entourage from officials, and then he was asking, oh, how come the president's son has so much entourage? So this is Wole Soyinka speaking again and saying that the real crime is when people keep quiet over killings. And then we reference the 18 daily killings. I don't know what would have led, you know, a state mob such as that to kill 18 citizens of a community, and then nothing was done about it. We've heard people report. It even goes beyond reporting. You hear people report crimes and then nothing is done to address it. So I commend him for making it, just so that people understand that keeping quiet is as well as encouraging crime.
Well, as an elder statesman, he is, and a Nobel laureate, he is, I would say, from this end, that Wole Soyinka has really been vocal about certain things that seems not to be spoken of a lot. This is the inaugural lecture, you know, his yearly lecture in Port Harcourt, that where he tends to, you know, give speech, and where he read out. And imagine that in his caliber, he still has this information. It tells you that he knows what is really going on. And coming out to state that the state of democracy cannot thrive where there is, or there could be, you know, silence on extrajudicial killings. And that takes us to what we are seeing in our nation right now, where people can, you know, do anything and go scot-free. I mean, in the sense that there will not be anyone who will bring them to books. And him also saying that the justice that we are trying to gather together seems to be scattering. You know, it raises a lot of questions too. That could tell you that he is aware of what's going on, regardless of his age and where he is. And calling on the government, will see that he has made it obvious that if democracy would thrive, then there's a need for, you know, appropriate judiciary. There's a need for appropriate, you know, coordination in terms of justice, in the way justice is being shown. And I think where he's really hanging his boots on should be that when someone commits a crime, when you see it, you say it. People should be brought to books the way it is. And I will start by, you know, first of all, seeing it from the place where last few weeks ago we've seen that those who abducted the Orire, you know, Oyo State school children and teachers, you know, they have been brought to books. Two of them has actually been brought to book. They have faced the judiciary, and we're seeing how the whole, you know, case is going. And also, I would say that when citizens don't take matters into their hands, they hand over the matters to the government. Now, the problem is that many people seem to be losing interest in the way government may handle the matter. That's just the problem. That's just the problem.
We do understand that you taking matters into your hand is also injustice.
Yes, that's it. It's just the problem of let's say, bring this matter to these people. I bring the matter to them, and I still don't see justice. That's actually the problem. But if both parties could work together, it will make a lot of sense that you bring the matter to it doesn't take a long, you know, investigation. It doesn't take a long time. It doesn't take like 25 years, 30 years before you know, justice is served. It will bring everything together. That's just what I think he's talking about. Even from the place of, you know, citizens being able to be vocal about injustice, about matters they bring to the government that seems not to be moving. They should talk about it. They have the right as citizens of a nation to say what they want to say, and it's okay from that aspect. And I must say that the great Nobel laureate, he has actually given us this, you know, this information so that we can know what we are doing. And like I said, he knows what's going on in this country, and whenever he speaks, people listen. Now we go back to our third story, where we have the 2027 elections. 2027 elections on the Vanguard. It says Tinubu Yes, your personal ambitions may hand Tinubu easy victory from Lukman. Lukman wants Atiku Obi. He said that your personal ambitions, that's talking about 2027 elections from the Vanguard, your personal ambitions may hand Tinubu easy victory. Lukman wants Atiku Obi. Political figure Salihu Lukman warned opposition leaders Atiku Abubakar and peterobi that prioritizing personal political ambitions could easily hand President Tinubu a victory in the 2027 general elections. He cautioned that a fractured opposition divided by internal rivalries and individual egos only serves to empower the ruling administration. To prevent this outcome, Lukman urged key stakeholders to set aside personal divisions and establish a unified coalition structure. This is already, I would say, from what he said, he's giving a wonderful counsel. But we could say it's from the past, because they can't be together if that's his intention. They can't be on the same party again. You see, Mr. Peterobi has gone to NDC. He was before in ADC. Now he has moved to NDC. And you have Alhaji Atiku Abubakar still at ADC. While the ADC crisis and the court rulings, the appellate court, and the issues are going on, you will see that from what he's saying, he is coming from a place of a citizen who is concerned, who wants to make it clear and obvious that if Mr. Peterobi and Atiku goes into politics, like if they go into this 2027 general election with the ambition, it could ring, it could give President Tinubu the leverage to win the election, which is not, to me, I would say it should be on a fair ground that we have an opposition in Nigeria. It should be on a fair ground. We should be, even though there are some accusations where, there could be, some people have come out to say, with the way things are going, it may look as if there will not be an opposition. But we have seen that democracy needs opposition, and that is part of what it means. So when they take away their personal ambition, take away their personal, satisfaction, personal gratification, and take over to bring it to the masses, it could help them to win the election. And from what he's saying, his last accession, having a unified coalition structure, it may not work again because they have moved on from each other, and it's okay. But his advice is amazing. His advice is good, but they have moved on, so they have this coalition differently, and it's going to still be for the betterment of the citizens of Nigeria.
Now, to add to that, I mean, speaking of coalition and your opposition having a unified force, we also see, political friction escalating ahead of this election, where we see INEC rejecting submission linked to former President Goodluck Jonathan. Now, INEC said they have rejected the submission linked to him, while the PDP-led faction by Turaki is insisting on manual submissions of party documents and candidate lists. Now, if this ADC chieftain, the person of Salihu Lukman, is advocating that coalition leaders set aside ambitions, and project probably, ambition for citizens or the well-being of citizens. Now we also see INEC, rejecting the registration of a party candidate or a supposed faction candidate of a party. How would you expect people who don't have, parties and political candidates come into this race with ambitions, and their political ambitions. So for a chieftain to come out and say that they should lay aside or they shouldn't prioritize their political ambitions, I see it as a bit bias, because every political candidate, every political aspirant comes into politics with an ambition. Now, the one thing I would say is, as much as you have political ambitions and you feel or you think that you're the best man for the job, also understand that you are desiring to become the leader of people, not just to see yourself in a political seat. Because one thing that we see or that we experience with politicians is wanting to be in power. just whatever it would take for me to get into power, wanting to be in power, wanting to stay in power. And I often wonder, do they actually, you know, in the midst of all of that, remember that they are fighting for some people. They are fighting to be ruled. They are fighting to rule over people who have trusted them, who are, you know, entrusting their livelihood, their safety, their protection, their economy into their hands. Now, coming down to establishing a unified structure or a unified coalition structure. Yes, we understand that APC is a strong opponent. You know, with all that they've accomplished in the past 3 years and being the political party in power, they would want to, you know, retain and remain in power. So whatever the, you know, coalition parties or opposition parties ought to do in their individual stands, yes, they cannot, because their manifestos might be different. Their ambitions may not entirely align, because what Obi wants might be different from what Atiku wants. But ultimately, they should understand that they are an opposition to the APC. Every other party that is not APC is an opposition. Yes, we were excited that the Supreme Court annulled the rulings of a high court ordering INEC to deregister 5 political parties. This is, like I said the day we discussed it, I hope these parties get to, you know, reinforce and find their footing and understand why they are there in the elections. Yes, as they want to defeat the opposition party, they should also understand that they are there to represent the interest of the Nigerians at large. All right, that's all the newspaper headlines for this morning. When we we'll be reading out newspaper headlines as it appeared in the course of the week. Stay with us.
Frontline Africa is Aneke TV's flagship current affairs program, where critical national and continental issues take center stage.
On Frontline Africa, we examine politics, the economy, security, business, health, and a wide range of other key sectors shaping society.
The program is insightful, engaging, and interactive, providing a platform for informed analysis and meaningful public discourse.
Here, issues are discussed raw, balanced, and expertly with depth, clarity, and a commitment to fact and accountability.
Join us every Saturday at 5 in the evening, only on Aneke.
You're welcome back. This is still Week in Retrospect, and we're going into our Retrospect newspapers. Starting off from Monday, the headlines or the stories that made headlines on the major newspapers, starting from the Vanguard on 2027 polls. Obi Kwankwaso's ticket, best chance of winning. Babachir Lawal. Obi Kwankwaso's ticket, best chance of winning. Babachir Lawal. On the Guardian, overlapping budgets. How weak budgeting culture aids graft, poverty, ghost allocations. How weak budgeting culture aids graft, poverty, ghost allocations. On the Daily Trust, how gunmen abducted KB High Court judge. How gunmen abducted KB High Court judge. On the Punch newspaper on Monday, federal government budgets 1 trillion naira for empowerment. SUVs amid rising borrowing pressure. Federal government budgets 1 trillion naira for empowerment. SUVs amid rising borrowing pressure. On the Nation newspaper on governorship, APC uploads Sharafaddin, Danladi, and 25 others. On the Daily Sun, governors push for state police takeoff. And on the Newsday, This Day headline on Monday, Mbas Enugu emerges Nigeria's fastest improving state in Phillips Consulting Index.
All right, let's take a look at the Punch headline, which says federal government budgets 1 trillion for empowerment, SUVs amid rising borrowing pressure. You would see on Monday we saw this headline, and it was a lot of concern that was given to it, because we are still talking about federal government borrowing pressures. While we're still talking about that, there has been some earmark of finances for SUVs to government officials, which raised a lot of questions. What are what is actually the priority of our government. You know, looking at it, economists are demanding accountability. You know, you see in the health sector, there's a need for something to be done there. You see in the electricity sector, like in the power sector, there's a need for something to come in. And you go down to, you know, a lot of other sectors which needs intervention. And we are having to, you know, budget for SUVs. Those SUVs, remember, that could be maybe the starting point of some people, but we have more pressing matters in our hands as a nation, and it has raised a lot of questions. What are the priorities of our government? Are we looking at the frivolities, that, you know, the shining lights, and neglecting the content? Because Nigerian citizens, like we said that day, and we analyzed that they don't know. I mean, the people at the top may not know how much a cup of garri is in the market. They may not know how much a cup of rice is in the market. To compare it with the previous years, they don't know. And I particularly that day, I remember that I highlighted that whenever there could be a town hall meeting, something like that, so that there could be some, you know, interaction. You know, the people representing and the people at the top, wherever they are, could really, you know, have some conversations about this. Because getting an SUV, what I know it's important as a government official. I won't say it's not important, but I'm saying amidst our borrowing pressures, amidst the financial struggle that we seem to be in, the economic struggle we seem to be in as a nation, and we are trying to, you know, take some money to still get cars for the officials. It's not bad. Remember, I said it's not bad, but the problem could be the time and the period that it is set to happen.
Also on Monday, we looked at the Babachir Lawal's, you know, submission that the Obi Kwankwaso's ticket was the best, and they called, I think there was a name they called the APC's something around threat that they were going to pose, you know,
APC's biggest threat.
Yes, APC's biggest threat. That's the Kwankwasia movement, and we spoke about how Babachir, who is a, you know, notable political chieftain, coming out to make this bold statement in the time where we've had, you know, deregistration threats, we've had courts, you know, pulling at NDC, other political parties, have other political chieftains, you know, making statements against Obi himself coming out to make allege that his life had been threatened and all of that. So Babachir coming out to say that Obi's and Kwankwaso's ticket is the strongest or has the best chances of winning was, you know, to spur people or to further, you know, prove or elevate the chances, the Obi movement, the Kwankwasia movement, as against what the APC, I think there was a statement APC made on Monday, and, you know, to attack, and I remember that we mentioned during the analysis that if APC can let other political parties, you know, have an equal playing ground when it comes to elections ought to be free and fair. Elections is everybody bring your opinion, bring your best foot forward. So if the political parties or the ruling party can allow parties equal playing ground, maybe each man or every candidate with its best foot will put them forward.
Yes, we take a look at Tuesday, what happened, you know, in the week in retrospect in the newspapers. On Tuesday, we have on the Vanguard how PFIPC was created on Tuesday, Accountant General. Now on the Punch, we have fake agency probe, House faces pressures to summon Wajabiamila. Now on the Daily Trust, we have government kill 5 siblings, 25 orders in Kaduna. Now still on Tuesday, on The Nation, we have 29 forged documents by fake agency uncovered by panel. That's on Tuesday. Then on The Guardian, we have credibility doubts heighten over worsening violence, stolen PVCs. Now, finally, on the Daily Sun, we have xenophobic attacks. Tinubu snubs South African president's envoy.
I remember when we read this Daily Sun, we had a laugh here in the studio. And Tuesday's headlines were packed. I mean, we had some funny, some sad. And just to highlight a few, we read that Tinubu snubbed a presidential or South African presidential envoy when we learned that he came to Nigeria to deliver a message, to Nigeria, after the president had, called the government of South Africa out over the killing of a certain legal advocate in South Africa, where he was lynched to death by the South African police. Now, just a day later, we hear that the South African president sends an envoy with a message. So we saw President Tinubu snubbing or, reassigning his meeting with a lower member of the cabinet to address. That was one story. And also a sad event that occurred in Kaduna State, where we learned that 5 siblings were killed and 25 others in Kaduna after a raid. They came into a community, just shot out. This is one thing that we have, after the Oyo State incident and other states, we prayed or we hoped with the assurances of the government that such event was not going to occur. But on Tuesday, we learned that on Monday evening, another incident occurred in Kaduna State where 25 persons and 5 siblings of one family, altogether 30, were murdered in cold blood. Also on Tuesday, when we were talking about the Osun gubernatorial elections, how political parties and party players have raised credibility doubts over worsening violence, stolen PVCs, and we highlighted issues affecting elections. How is INEC assuring these electorates of their votes to count come August 15th, and what provisions are they making for persons who their PVCs have been stolen to get PVCs, or make sure that they vote come August 15th. That's all we had on Tuesday. Moving over to Wednesday on the Vanguard newspaper. Deregistration of ADC, others, was judicial rascality, says appeal court. On the Daily Trust, relief for ADC as appeal court slams judge. On the Guardian newspaper, gubernatorial candidates, parties unsettled by running mate hurdles. On the Punch newspaper, federal government overshoots borrowing limit as new debt reaches 12.62 trillion naira. On the Nation newspaper on Wednesday, xenophobia. Federal government demands justice from South Africa. On the Daily Sun on Wednesday, Tinubu talks tough on Kaduna killings.
Let's take a look at the Punch, where we have federal government overshoots borrowing limit as new debt reaches 12.2 trillion naira. And we saw on Tuesday that questions were raised concerning the use of this borrowing funds, what Nigeria and federal government actually using the funds to do. But that's not just the question. The question is why are they overshooting in the borrowing? I know why is there an overshoot in the borrowing when we have seen a lot of times they came out to say that okay, that's the end, and next time we're seeing another limit crossed, So it raised a lot of questions as government misses revenue target by 4.9 trillion despite higher non-oil earnings. I would say particularly that it raised many heart issues from this point, where you see that the federal government, they have overshoot in their borrowing, yet we are not even done with the year. In fact, the yearly budget is not even, we have not even done most of it. And we have seen over time how these budgets, will go into the next year, how the fundings and the rest of them, even internal borrowing, we could see that about 4.9 trillion naira revenue target has been missed. We could also see that budget deficit balloons by 47% above projection. So we are seeing that borrowing is part of the budget. Borrowing to fund the budget is part of it. But how is it affecting lives? How is it changing the economy? What is actually going on in the grassroots level of the governance? We also saw on the Nation, where we say that xenophobia, federal government demands justice from South Africa. On Tuesday, when the South African envoy came from President Ramaphosa, when the president envoys came from South Africa, they were directed to the junior minister of foreign affairs, not even the senior minister, because at that season, the senior minister seems to be away for a meeting in Addis Ababa. That's the meeting where she went to, and you see that federal government had to demand justice from South Africa about the killing and the whole issue that was risen. And if talking about this xenophobia, I would still link it down to what we saw in the entertainment sector, where Nigeria started raising concerns about a particular artist in South Africa, a particular celebrity who has a show in December, who has slated Lagos to perform in December, but Nigerians has raised concern and questions on the social media and digital space that made her to remove Lagos from her tour, tour around the world. I mean, talking about that show. Then on the Daily Sun, we are seeing that we saw that Tinubu talks tough on Kaduna killings, and this is concerning the people who were killed. That President Tinubu many times have given order, but the question is, if he gives the order, orders like we saw here, orders manhunt of perpetrators. Benue month as government kill 15 at Uboju. So while we are still dealing with other issues in Nigeria, while we're still dealing with economic issues, we are still facing the heat of killings. We are still seeing bandits and terrorists trying to go into spaces to destroy lives. And Mr. President, this is not the first time he has given order. This is not the first time he's talking tough. This is not the first time, but we have seen that happen in Jos. We have seen that happen in some other places in Nigeria, even in Benue too. But we are going to still see that let it not be a culture. Let it not be okay, he talks stuff all the time, that actions are being taken, because we believe in action and we believe that such a thing could happen. And also on the Guardian, we saw gubernatorial candidates parties unsettled by running mate hurdles. That's in the presidential, in the governorship election and the rest of the election that is coming. They are unsettled about the mate hurdles. Then on the Daily Trust, relief for ADC as an appeal court slams judge. That is about the registration of ADC from inec, and it has been said that was actually a judicial rascality from the appeal court. And questions were raised. How could there be, what will be the judgment on this particular, on Justice Lifu? What could be the judgment? Would he be, would he go on hot or unpunished? What's the judgment? What would you bring? How will he be brought to books? That was the question. Having that the people, like we talked about earlier, the people that should handle the judiciary, the executive arm of the government, that part of the judiciary, because they are part of the executive arm of the government, that part of the judiciary, they could not give, they did not give a wholesome judgment, and it was seen as a judicial rascality. So what do you expect other forms of government to do if the judicial, those who bring people to books, cannot give a wholesome judgment? And we go over to Thursday, where we approved phantom cancel without due diligence. That's head of civil service. Then on the Vanguard, that's on the Daily Trust. On Thursday, we approved phantom cancel without due diligence, head of civil service. Then on the Vanguard, we have PFIPC, we failed due diligence on recruitment waiver. That's the same head of civil service. On the Punch, we have fake agency scandal. Head of civil service, admits mistakes as reps uncover irregular approvals. Now on the Guardian, we have opposition flees Tinubu's focus on re-election, loses confidence in INEC. Now on the Nation, we have panel chair, how fake agency got allocation in budget 2026. Now finally on the Daily Sun for Thursday, Catholic bishops open up on state of the nation.
Okay, in most of the newspaper headlines on Thursday, we're seeing, we failed due diligence, we failed to do our due diligence. We're talking about the phantom agency that was chaired by Prince Adeyemi Adeniyi, and this is the head of civil service coming out to say that they did not perform their their complete diligence before granting waiver. Now this is a recent update from the House of Representative ad hoc committee probe into the matter. Earlier in the week we read that they were under pressure to probe Bajabiamila after they have probed every other person, the Accountant General of the Federation, the Office of the, the ONSAA.
The Office of the
Security Advisor of the country, and then Minister of Foreign Affairs, and everybody have had a thing or two to say about it, even down to the CBN government. So this is them, the head of service, civil service, the passing of Wilson Jack, coming out saying that that we had the document, or we checked the document, but we did not go through with it. So it just further goes to show that some document or some responsibilities that, or some duties that require complete diligence are often, most times, being waved aside, because it may have come, because according to her, it came from the president, or it came from the office of the presidency. There wasn't much, just, okay, this is the paper, this just needs to go through it, without, carefully scrutinizing the documents as it appeared. And this led to an establishment, or a phantom agency being set up with an allocation of over 1.3 trillion naira. And then we also have the cases still pending, of course. In the past weeks we read that Adeni has been arrested. He's been probed both by the ad hoc of the House of Representatives and the ICDC. That's on one. And then also on the Vanguard, we had Okonjo-Iweala say that Nigerians should feel dividends of reforms. As much as you want to, transform the whole economy, as much as you want to boost the economy of the country, increase commerce, boost trade, Nigerians, the persons you are doing it for, which brings me back to what I said about politicians and their ambitions. As much as you want to, pursue your political ambitions, also remember that you are there for a certain people. So Okonjo at the conference has said that government should ensure or endeavor to, project the dividends much that the citizens of the country are aware and they feel those reforms. And then finally on Friday, moving on to Friday, on the Vanguard newspaper, federal government Labour clash over use of fuel subsidy removal savings. On the Punch newspaper, on Oyo abduction, why we tracked and arrested kidnappers' families, says Tinubu. On the Nation, how federal government deploying fuel subsidy savings, by Oyedele. How federal government deploying fuel subsidy savings. On the Guardian newspaper, high cost of hepatitis care, stress facilities expose 20 million to liver damage. On the Daily Trust, victims' family awaits compensation 2 years after. This is on End Bad Governance protest. And lastly, on the Daily Sun on Friday, INEC rejects military deployments for election. And also on the Daily Sun, we read that on 2027 election, Abia slams 200 million, 150 million signage fee on presidential governorship candidates.
Well, let's just take a look at the Daily Sun because of time. INEC rejects military deployments for elections. We had to see it here yesterday. We saw it here yesterday that from what INEC explained, that's the head of INEC, the Professor Josh Amopitan, he said that there's no, constitutionally it's the police that was meant to be allocated to polling units, that having the military should be of a special concern, which Ms. Uche really had to point out that it is already in a special concern. Nigeria's electoral game is going to fall into a special concern, or what we are projecting it to be a special concern because of the issues that has been going on and a few things here or there. And just going down to the Nation, we have how federal government deploying fuel subsidy savings, how federal government is deploying fuel subsidy saving, which was said by the by Oyedele. Oyedele really had to give that breakdown of how the economy has been deployed, and he said that he's going to publish how the fuel subsidy, how the savings and what has come out of it, how it's going to be. Of course, we raised the question very fast yesterday. Is it when people demand it? Should you not bring it out so that the masses could see it, where they said that Nel Fund is part of it? They have used it to do some other, pay salaries and those things. Well, it is what we are seeing, and it is what we have seen just on the on the Nation newspaper, and I think this is where we could round it up on this show. Choma, I know you want to say more, really. I know you really have a lot to say.
Well,
the week
it was a busy week. Yeah. It was a busy week. And oftentimes when we start off the week, we are like, what do we expect? I mean, we are coming from the weekend, we've seen a whole lot happen, and we're not ready for what the week, will have for us. But in the end, it was a productive week, to some extent. We saw the government borrow money. We saw the government exceed its borrowing budget.
Then we saw security issues and the rest of them. Yeah.
And then we saw killings. But then again, it's been a wholesome week. And this is where we'll wrap it up this morning on the week in retrospect. Thank you for sitting with us. And it's time now you can prepare for the party. Go eat, prepare for that event. Eat your jollof rice. Eat your smoky, party. It's the weekend. But then again, this is where we'll draw it this morning. I'm your host, Princess Ken Ochoma. See you next week.
And I'm Good Hope Chukuma. Thank you for watching. Have a wonderful weekend. 7 days, countless moments, stories that shape the week. From decisions in the corridors of power to developments affecting everyday lives. From moments of challenge to stories of resilience and progress. This is where the week comes into focus. Week in retrospect, only on Aneke TV.
Security is not just police on patrol. It is safety in homes, schools, markets, and mines. Without it, progress is impossible. Be alert, report danger, support community watch. True security is collective responsibility.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you walk. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Hello and welcome to Health Matters on Aneke TV. I am Sharon Uche. Health is often described as wealth, and understanding how the body functions is an important part of living a healthy life. One area many people are curious about, yet often misunderstand, is conception and reproductive health. Conception is a natural process that marks the beginning of pregnancy. However, many individuals and couples have limited knowledge about how conception occurs, the factors that affect fertility, and the importance of proper reproductive health. On this program, we break down medical issues, speak with experts, and provide practical guidance to help you live healthier, longer, and better. This is Health Matters, where your health comes first. We take a short break now. Stay with us.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you walk. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Welcome back. Today on Health Matters, we are discussing an important aspect of reproductive health, conception. Conception occurs when a sperm cell successfully fertilizes an egg cell, leading to the beginning of pregnancy. While this process may sound simple, several physical, hormonal, and lifestyle factors can influence fertility and conception. In many communities, conversations about conception are surrounded by myth, misinformation, and cultural misconceptions. As a result, some couples experience confusion, emotional stress, or delays in seeking proper medical guidance. However, with accurate information, healthy lifestyle choices, and appropriate medical support when necessary, many fertility and conception-related challenges can be properly managed. Our focus today is understanding conception and reproductive health. Joining us in the studio is an associate professor, Enebe Joseph Tochukwu, from the Department of Obstetrics and Gynecology, Esut College of Medicine and Pakling. Welcome, sir.
Thank you very much.
We are glad to have you in the studio.
Thank you.
Okay, the last time we had you in the studio, we talked about understanding menstrual cycle. And now we are discussing on understanding conception. But it still revolves around understanding our reproductive health. So will you please explain to us and the viewers what conception means, especially from a medical experience?
Well, welcome all our viewers. And for a start, then conception, as we know, is the fertilization of the egg by the sperm. The sperm is the unit of life that comes from the male, while the egg is that unit of life also that comes, the half that comes from the woman. Plenty of them unite. They will form what we call a zygote, which is the smallest unit of life. From there, the cell now continues to divide and multiply until it becomes a human being inside the body. That is the conception in a nutshell. That's the beginning of life.
Okay. Yeah. I believe when we talk about this, we refer to fertility process. Okay. From a medical perspective, what factors influence fertility, and is it normal for conception to take some time, even among healthy couples?
Yeah, of course. When you talk about fertility or inability of a couple to get a pregnancy, it depends on the woman, depends on the man, and then it could be a combination of a problem in the man or the woman. So in the woman, there's what we call the reproductive tract. And that reproductive tract starts from the ovary. That's where the egg cell is being produced. Then down to the fallopian tube. That's the channel that conveys the fertilized ovum down to the uterus. Then the uterus is the body where the baby grows. Then after that, there's what we call the mouth of the womb. They call the cervix. And then the outer parts where the male organ enters, called the vagina, or the private parts. So in that woman, if there's any problem with all these I have mentioned, it could limit fertility or cause infertility. Likewise, in the male, we have what we call the scrotal sac that contains the testicles. The testicle produces the sperm. And then there's what called there's also another channel that brings the sperm out called the vas deferens. So, and then the penile shaft that brings out the sperm. So if there's any problem along this channel too, whether by infection or maybe the channel was cut off, then there will be infertility. Then in addition, if maybe two partners have little issues, maybe the egg is not coming when it's supposed to come, or maybe the uterus has little issues. And then in the man, he produces, the sperm is coming, but it's not of adequate quantity. You find out by the time two of them join together, a fault in the man and a fault in the woman, they will now form adequate infertility so that it will be difficult for such a couple to have a pregnancy and then even have a baby. Then sometimes there may be situations whereby there's no known cause. Both the man and the woman, they are normal. However, but they cannot achieve a pregnancy as expected. So those ones we say that the cause is unknown. And then if such couples have patience and wait a little, you find out that over time the fertilization or pregnancy will occur.
So, and in the sense you're saying that anytime fertility does not occur as it is expected, or anytime it does not, conception does not occur when it is expected, that means there should be a problem, whether known or not.
No, I didn't say that. What we are going to say is that if you talk about infertility in a young mother, maybe a young mother that is less than 25 years, that is above 18 years, we find out that for us to define infertility, a man and a woman must have been living together for at least 1 year, and they are having unprotected sexual intercourse. So if such a thing happens, we cannot say, there's infertility, there's difficulty in those couples getting pregnancy. Now, in the natural process, the ability of our natural process to produce a pregnancy per cycle is just about 25%. So you can see it's quite part of 100%. One in four will get pregnant if they meet the woman ovulating, the man ovulating, and there are no problems. So you can see the nature is very conservative the way it produces pregnancy. So we believe that when couples have lived together, they are not separate. Sometimes you see people one of the couple, one of the parents in the couple, one is staying in Lagos and another one is in Enugu. After living for 1 year or 2 years, they say they have infertility. So such things cannot be defined as infertility because they have not stayed together to have adequate coital frequency that can ensure that out of that 1 in 4, they pick one chance, maybe in 1 year. And then we should also, sometimes we may not wait for 1 year for us to say that there's a problem. For example, a young lady that is above 35 years, is almost nearing menopause. So we don't commonly wait for 1 year. So maybe by the time we give them like 6 months and pregnancy is not coming, we start investigating to know whether there is a problem or what is making the woman not to get pregnant within that period. Because as age advances, we expect that there are going to be a lot of impediments towards getting pregnant in a woman.
Okay, now I believe that every reproductive system or anyhow the body works, there is always a lifestyle choices of an individual that can affect the way a body works. Now, could you explain how lifestyle choices can affect our overall reproductive health? Well,
when I talk about overall reproductive health, it starts from when the child is born. You know, when the child is born and is well nourished, educated, and marriage comes at the appropriate time, you find out that the choices will be slightly good. However, if you also see a child that is born poorly fed, didn't grow well, finding it difficult to even enter into menarche or maybe adulthood, and then didn't marry early and maybe eventually marries around 38, 39 years into a poor family. And pregnancy is not coming. They may even find reason for them to investigate themselves. And if he's poorly educated, choices may also not be too good. And then if he's poorly trained at the same time, choices may also not be too good. Now let me give you more example. Now a young lady that is born into a poor family, just telling us how socioeconomic status can influence negatively fertility. Born into a poor family and didn't get enough nutrition, and then maybe it takes her maybe up to 16 years for her to go into adulthood, you know, and then probably marries late. You now find out that within the time, and is unemployed. So the time the person is unemployed, he has to look for money. Sometimes you see some of us, some of our people, they go into sex work. And if they engage into sex work without protecting themselves, they find out there is what we call sexually transmitted infection, which is one of the commonest causes of infertility in our environment. And when such occurs, and she notices that there is a problem, most of the time such messages are not transmitted to parents or maybe to loved ones or friends. They are usually hidden. So such a person patronizes patent medicine dealers. And usually there won't be enough money to even treat the infection. So when there is not enough money, they may take one dose of the drug. Meanwhile, the damage continues in the body. So by the time the person is now thinking that she's okay and then gets married, you find out by the time they are getting married, the tubes are already bad. And the fallopian tube I mentioned is the connection between the ovary and the uterus. So if they get blocked, it means that sperm cannot even approach the egg for fertilization. And then the fertilized egg cannot come back to the uterus. So you find out that when such a person is married, you find out they won't have a baby. So you can see how life choice can also can affect infertility. Now people that go into alcoholism, smoking, cigarette and all that. So you find out that negatively impacts on the ability to produce the ovum. So at the end of the day, if there's no ovulation, of course there won't be any fertility. Likewise, men. Now somebody that takes a heavy alcohol is likely not to have protection during sexual intercourse or may even engage in sexual intercourse earlier in life, even when the reproductive organs are not yet mature. So you find out that if such a condition happens, you find out that there could be infertility. Now, an uneducated person, most of the time do not know their menstrual cycle, because if a woman knows her menstrual cycle, there is likelihood that she will know when she's going to be fertile too. So if he meets the husband, could get pregnant. So if you're uneducated, you find out that even when there is no problem, they don't even know when such a young person can, or when such a couple can get pregnant. And if it happens, of course there will be infertility. You see people staying in relationship for 10 years, not because of poor education. They couldn't know what to do. And lucky enough, some of these causes of infertility are some of the things that can be handled. But if there's no education and there's no good parental support towards bringing up the child properly, it goes a long way in causing infertility. And then for the men, like people that engage in cigarette smoking, alcohol, heavy dose alcohol use, or maybe use of other substances, impacts negatively on sperm production. And by the time the person is getting married, there is no sperm cell in the semen. So you can see now that such a person will not get pregnant. There are so many other sexually transmitted infections that can occur. Talk about human immunodeficiency virus infection. By the time they are taking drugs, all those drugs will also impact negatively. And then also some other drugs people are using without even knowing that what they are using is what is going to prevent pregnancy in their system. So So there are so many environmental things that can impact negatively on the ability of a woman to get pregnant. Maybe you have to take them bit by bit.
Okay, you talked about uneducated ones. Are there adequate awareness for those uneducated people on this issue?
Now, when somebody is uneducated, there's no room for communication. Most of the time, fertility things are discussed in the house. You know, people don't come out openly to start talking about they are not fertile. As a matter of fact, our people treat it in a negative way. When a young lady is married and after 6 months, you see the grandmother, you almost asking the young lady, I hope you are okay, are you vomiting, are you spitting? Why she's saying all those things to know whether the woman is pregnant. So after 1 year, or maybe a young lady is married to a place where they have only one male in the Igbo land, you know, value male so much. And pregnancy is not coming in. You see pressure coming from everywhere. And that stress alone can make the woman not to ovulate. Ovulate, I mean, is bringing out eggs. So, and when those eggs are not coming, the girl will not get pregnant. So you can see what is causing this type of infertility is a social problem. People not understanding that a young girl should be left alone so that it should be well psychological balance before going into such a... So that pressure alone can make the woman not to have a baby. So...
Okay,
yeah.
I'm still going to talk about this uneducated people. Okay, now we believe that there are a lot of misconceptions and beliefs surrounding conception and childbearing in our society today. What are the common ones you have, encountered, and what does medical evidence say about them?
Well, most of our people believe that if a woman is bleeding or seeing her menses, she will not get pregnant. So, but it's quite totally wrong. You know, the issue is that sometimes we don't understand the cycle of the woman. Now, for a woman that sees her period every 3 weeks and has the duration of her period lasting for 7 days, will still be bleeding when she's fertile. So, if such a person knows that I'm supposed to meet my husband around the 7th or the 9th day, so you can see that pregnancy will occur easily. However, if you take it to the other side, so they will be expected to get pregnant around 14 days. That everybody must have the middle period as the fertility time period. So if such thing occurs, no pregnancy will happen. And then also, some other people also believe that if you have, in one way or the other, terminated pregnancy in the past, it's almost like a curse has been laid upon you, that you won't have pregnancy. Yes, it's not correct. It depends on how such pregnancies were terminated. If they were done medically, professionally, of course, the woman still has the ability to get pregnancy. There are so many other confusions people have while trying to get pregnant. So some people don't even know their cycle. So, and not knowing that cycle enough is enough to prevent pregnancy.
Okay, we are still talking about these fertility challenges. You know, they are often misunderstood.
Yes.
Could you explain how reproductive difficulties can affect both men and women? You also talked about psychological problem, and highlight some of common medical conditions that can also contribute to these difficulties.
No, they talk about fertility challenges, how it affects the man. Of course, it adversely affects the couple, both the man and the woman. Now, in our own environments, this is almost like the men's world, where the man is never at fault, you know. And however, you can see that maybe a couple it's a male infertility. The problem is with the man, but usually most of the time it's not discussed in our environment. So you see the woman keep on trying. So but the problem lies with the man. It's only when the man now agrees to come to the hospital that can have a breakthrough. So now you see that now it can cause marriage disharmony. And most of the time that disharmony is poured on the woman. So now when it occurs to the woman, it causes can cause depression. Now people they can cause breakup. There have been a situation whereby one of my patients, they went to the hospital and they were told that they had a situation a condition called endometriosis. Endometriosis is when you have those things that stay inside the womb, called the endometrium, lying outside the womb, causing destruction outside the womb. That's what they call endometriosis. And sometimes it damages the tubes. So the doctor somehow went and called the man out and said, this young lady, she has inherent problem of infertility, so she can't get pregnant. Immediately the man came and all the problems started in that house. But you took my salt, you didn't put salt in the soup. The soup was not good, you were not doing well. So all the problems started, and that's how they ended up breaking up. So you can see, now such a young lady will never be happy, and it's going to affect her ability to be confident in life. So you see her, each time she's working, she's depressed, you know, so it can cause. Now, something can ruin people's business. A young lady in her quest to get pregnant, she can do anything. Want to see Babalawo, see them, they get to places where they're not supposed to get. Sometimes they swallow substances they're not supposed to swallow because they desperately needed to get pregnant. So, and sometimes it can also even lead to death, you know. And so when they take substances that are not supposed to, sometimes it can cause kidney damage. After taking all those, some people even drink urine. Some people even get extra infections because of the fact that they're trying to know whether they can get pregnant. Now, sometimes when some women are thinking that maybe they know that it's their husband, and they go and sleep outside and have a baby out of it, you find out that this is already a problem that has already started. I'm sure you could remember. Some people that wanted to travel outside the country and they wanted to do paternity tests. So by then they are doing paternity tests, the man now say, this is not even related to me, 100%. In such a condition, which means that the pregnancy came from somewhere elsewhere. So now, if there was no infertility, such a thing couldn't have happened. And in such cases, sometimes it has led to instant divorce. And now the progression of such a family destroyed, and maybe people that wanted to travel together, of course, you find out that all those dreams are ruined. So infertility causes a lot of both financial problems. Now, to investigate a woman that has infertility is not cheap globally. So you find out that by the time they come to the hospital, by the time I mention 1 or 2 or 3, 4 investigations, the people that are coming, they will stop coming because they can't finance such investigations. And then the worst that happens to it is that when you talk about fertility and health insurance most of the times in Nigeria don't commonly finance infertility as they go, because already in Nigeria we have up to 150 million people. So it's assumed that government is also even trying to curb the population, 150 to 200 million, you know. So they may not finance infertility. So if you have infertility, you have to face the challenges alone. So people that are going for in vitro fertilization to know how they will treat infertility, the money is not there. So you see sometimes people selling their landed properties, selling their houses to know whether they can treat infertility. Then even after treating the infertility, they won't get any result out of it. So people can commit suicide. You know, that my husband had left me, or even when the people are even trying to get pregnant, you know, they have a couple has infertility. Before they finish trying, the man has impregnated another person in another place. So he wanted to try to know whether this is really for me. So by the time he has seen that another person is pregnant, it's only time by hotel, the other woman will come back to the house, and it can cause a lot of issues and coming up. So the consequences of infertility is really grave, and it's something that we should be addressed by us and government. And this starts when the child is born.
Yeah. Also, a scholar said that a man determines what gender is being conceived. What do you have to say about that?
Well, if you say that a man determines the gender, yes, because he has both the X and the Y chromosome. Why the woman also has only X chromosome. So if the man has a sperm that has Y on it, that's the Y cell, and now it fertilizes the egg, that is X, they will get a male. Now, on the other hand, if the man produces the X chromosome, then, and it fertilizes the egg cell, what they are going to produce is a female baby. So colloquially, we can also say that the man is the engine to the gender or the sex of the baby.
Okay, now at what point should a couple consider seeking professional medical evaluation if conception is delayed? And what should they expect during the assessment process?
Well, just like I've said before, for a young couple, maybe they're still young, between less than 35 years, if they have lived together, they are staying together in the same apartment, and had unprotected sexual intercourse for 1 year, 12 months, and pregnancy did not come, such a couple should look for, to seek medical advice. And then for people that are already approaching menopause, as above 35 years, they will not wait for 1 month, because if they wait for 1 year, it means that one year is already gone out of. So by the time they are now finding themselves at 36. If they use 1 year to investigate again or more, they will find themselves at 40, and before you know it, menopause may approach a family. And if they want to have more than one baby, it means that they have to have time, have the first one and so on. So for those ones that are above 35 years, want to start investigating them early. So immediately if they are getting married, you may say, let me just be sure that the reproductive organs are normal. The woman may do her own test, and then the man does his own. And they cannot go ahead and say, okay, fine, let's know whether the pregnancy is going to occur. If it's not coming quick, there are so many other things that can be done.
Okay, we'll take a short break now. When we come back, we are going to discuss about the advances that has been made in modern medicine. Don't go anywhere. Stay right here with us. We'll be right back.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Welcome back, and you're still watching Health Matters on Aneke TV. And our discussion on understanding conception and reproductive health continues. And we are still in the studio with Professor Enebe Joseph Tochukwu. So we are still discussing on understanding conception and reproductive health, and we have been talking about the misconceptions, the solutions for people who don't know much information on conception. Okay, now let's dive into modern medicine. What advances have been made in modern medicine to improve the diagnosis and treatment of fertility challenges, and are these challenges always permanent?
Well, let me start with the last one. You said whether the challenges are permanent. The challenges are not permanent. Most of the challenges are temporary. So, and most of the common causes of infertility recently are treatable. During previously, we didn't have access to what we call in vitro fertilization. This is the height of where we are in fertility management. And then also in investigation, there are so many things that are currently available that can help us to determine if a woman has infertility issues. So now it's easier to do what we call hormone profile. We can study the natural cycle of the woman and read it and determine, yes, this is the time this woman could get pregnant. So how can we do that? We can determine the channel. That channel, is it open or closed? That's what we call laparoscopy and dye test. Initially, we used to do what we call HSD, histosapingiogram. Now, all these medical terms I'm calling there, it used to be what we used to outline that tube. That tube, if a woman has a challenge in getting pregnant, we're not going to test that tube. That tube, is it open or not? So when I'm injected dye there, we will see whether this thing is open or not. So it won't be guesswork anymore. Now, we can now, live, while looking at a woman, put in a tube into the abdomen, into the tummy. And then we now see that tube, put a dye into the uterus, and then observe that tube, is it open or not. If there's anything that is also connected, that is destroying the tube, we can also see it live, physically. So it will not be that this is guesswork. So it can be done. So if a woman has anything, is thinking that maybe the tubes are damaged, so we can determine whether the tubes are damaged. Not waiting. Because whenever you go to the prayer house, they will say, continue to wait. So, but these days we can do something about that. Now, we can accurately determine when the woman is ovulating. I will call follicular tracking. Maybe say you have problem with ovulation, they don't know. You are taking drugs, you don't even know whether the eggs are maturing. So, but now, these days, we can track that ovary, that ovum. Even the day you started, when you start taking fertility drugs, we just be watching, doing what we call transvaginal scan. So transvaginal scan is using an ultrasound probe, put it into the private part of the woman, because it's closer to the cell. So it gives you a very beautiful picture. So even the woman even understands herself, wow, I'm ovulating, no, I'm not ovulating. So it's not about what are the things coming out from the body. Are you seeing slimy things to determine do you have waist pain? No. These days we can confidently track the ovum and determine when an ovulation has occurred. And if it has occurred, we can also go and meet with your wife. So pregnancy most likely may occur within that period. So people are also even using it to do sex selection. Maybe you want a time, you want a particular sex to come. So by tracking the ovulation, we can also determine the time when you want the couple to meet. Now, not only that, some men that have problem with their sperm, recently we can wash the sperm. Maybe sperm is not, concentration is not much. We can wash it, concentrate it more, and then introduce it into the woman's body. And if the woman doesn't have any problem, we find out this fertility can confidently occur. Now, there are other things like when the advent of ultrasounds has helped a lot in the management of infertility. These days, you won't be guessing whether the ovaries are bad or not. So you can do ultrasound studies and find out that, yes, the ovary is not working well. You can even also scan the testicles. If there are a problem, the venous problems or any problem at all, or that you can determine, yeah, this testicle is not, the size is not good, or it doesn't contain enough, it's not producing egg. So these are some of, and then the last part is down there are a lot of advances that have been made on in vitro fertilization and embryo transfer. Now, in vitro fertilization and embryo transfer means when you do fertilization outside the body of the woman. Then after doing that, you now carry the little embryo that has formed. You put it back to the woman and the baby will start growing. Now, people also do so many things like what we call surrogacy. Surrogacy is maybe when a woman has an inherent problem with fertility, cannot get pregnant. You can also approach another woman, maybe your sister, or maybe somebody you begged, you know, because we're not supposed to pay for that. So the person will agree, I want, it's okay, I have a good egg, but my womb is not good, or my womb is not there, because of maybe an acquired problem, or somebody wanted to get pregnant and had an accident, you know, or maybe during delivery the uterus was removed, but anything can happen to the uterus to make it not to be good for fertility or for pregnancy. So you can approach another woman and the woman will carry the baby for such a person with a very good agreement and legal conditions made. And you can also egg donation. A woman that doesn't produce egg can also go and borrow egg from another person. You know, a younger person, maybe another person now borrows egg from a younger person. And if fertilized, the embryo will now be introduced into the woman that is looking for a baby. And if the baby will grow in the woman. Likewise, the male, I won't call sperm donation. We have sperm banks now. So, and you can go there. A woman that doesn't produce sperm can also go there and borrow sperm. And that sperm can also cause fertilization. So a lot has happened. You know, during the olden days, even though all these things may happen, like maybe a woman can go and borrow sperm, but There's no medium to carry sperm then. If a man wants to get pregnant, you may send your wife to go and meet a man that you think has good sperm. And that was crude and also leads to adultery and the rest of them. So but these days, people can donate sperm. Your brother, your father, your friends, or even people that you don't know, they can donate sperm for people whose sperm are not there. You know, maybe they have challenges bringing out the sperm. So there are a lot that has happened. And even in the fertility, when fertilization has occurred, people can also go into the microscope, look at that baby that is forming, take a DNA from the, and then know this baby that is forming doesn't have any congenital abnormality that can impact negatively with life. And if it's there, you know, a lot can happen. So many things are being done these days, even though some of them are not religiously accepted. Some group, like the Catholic Church, there's what we call pre-implantation diagnosis. That pre-implantation means that they want to check the baby. This baby is male or female. Do I continue with this? Does it have Down syndrome and all that? So we can determine all those things in the lab. Now people are even going towards even things that will wow the whole world. You know, having an artificial uterus where fertilization can occur and the baby inserted into the uterus and baby carried to term. But we have not gotten to that yet. Thank you.
Okay. Now let's talk about the body system. You know, anything that affects the body system must enter or get in contact with the body. Obviously. So beyond the physical aspects, how can difficulties with conception affect emotional and mental well-being? And what role do communication and family support play during this period?
And just like I mentioned before, let me start from the last one, family support and communication. Now, if somebody is well informed, most of the time there is positive attitude towards the condition. And the person, most of the time, they usually find solution. Now, when there is a family pressure, so this is very important that all grandmothers and they should know this, you know, all our mothers. So we should stop putting pressure to newly married couple or couple that are having challenges with having babies. So, because once you put that pressure, it brings a lot of stress to the woman, and that stress can come from various angles. You see so many sister-in-laws, mother-in-laws calling their daughter-in-law, this is a male. Why did you bring in the male into our house? I do know what that means. You know, so it can suppress ovulation, like I said. And if the egg is not coming, there won't be any pregnancy. So, but if there's a lot of support from the family, from the husband, you find out that the woman will maintain her normal temperature and pressure, then ovulation most likely is going to occur in such situations. And if you are even offering any medication or any treatment plan, it's likely most going to work. And even when they go to the hospital and they are giving a treatment plan, they're most likely going to carry it out where there is peace. Where there is no peace, it may be difficult. I could remember a woman that came for infertility treatment. And after examining the woman, she didn't have any problem. And when I asked, okay, can you bring in your husband? Because of the fact there was no support from the husband, they all say, he won't approach the hospital. So now for the husband refusing to go to the hospital, it means that infertility will continue until that man comes to the hospital, because she can't get pregnancy from elsewhere, if not from, especially when the man is now assumed to be the one having infertility. Then another one also, we did a follicular tracking. So we're tracking the ovary to know when is the right time for her to meet with the husband. Now, unfortunately, she wasn't getting the support needed from the husband. So when we now announced, I hope your husband is available and all that. So on the day of ovulation, instead of a man being around, he traveled. So who is going to make the woman pregnant? So you can see now family support has a lot in helping the woman to get pregnant. And then now when the pressure comes, it's almost like a cycle, cycle that continues to go around. More depression you have, the more likely that you will have ovulation, and the likelihood that you even do other things that can now impact negatively on the ability to get pregnant. So So support and even financial support, not only psychological support, helps a lot. In our own environment, there is a way support comes. Support comes from the churches, you know, and if you have a good church that gives you hope, that it will be good one day, that God will remember you. You find out that such people, most of the time, they get relaxed. And by the time they get relaxed, ovulation occurs, and they have a baby.
Okay.
So,
okay. Finally, can you just give us solutions and how an individual can maintain a good habit for their reproductive health beyond the support and family, you know, communication and all? As an individual, what can you do for yourself?
no, like I said, that if somebody is programmed towards having a baby, you have to start from the time the person is born. One, good nutrition and good education to make sure that the child grows very well and is not lacked in anything. Now, when girl child is educated, it means that the likelihood of getting married to a home where she be catered for well will be higher. Then the second part of it will be also age. This is the only single best treatment we give to our people. Getting married early. Now, what is early? Means a couple getting married around between 20 and 30 for a woman. For a man, it may be different. You can get a woman pregnant at any time. However, for a woman, that reproductive age is measured. So once you get to 40, 45, the reproduction may be difficult, except if you want to do assisted reproduction. So it is good that we start telling our daughters and our women that it's good that they should get married early. If you have made up your mind you want to live a family life, when the husbands are coming at 20 and 30, they should accept them. And then go into reproduction early. Some people even get married, they will start using contraceptives, that they are still too young. Before they know what is happening, age comes in. And then what can age do to a woman? Age can bring in so many things, especially morbidities. Age will make a woman have fibroid. And when fibroid comes in large numbers, it can impact negatively on fertility. Now, the more likely you live and maybe do things, drink alcohol, live lives that are not good, the likely you are going to have more sexually transmitted infection and impact negatively on you. Now, if a woman grows older, that's the time morbidity. You see a woman, they start adding a lot of weight. Obesity is not good for pregnancy, and it can also make you not to get pregnant. Now, the woman also most likely going to develop hypertension with age. So, and also even diabetes also comes with age. So, which means that if we try to achieve pregnancy between 20 and 30, that will have the higher chances of having pregnancy. Let us not chase education alone. Let's say, this is my body, I need to keep it. Remember that reproduction is timed, and by the time you go to 30, between 30 and 40, the bell is now seriously ringing, and then tension on you will even prevent you from even ovulating around 30s, and it becomes difficult for such a person to get pregnant. And now, when the infertility occurs, it means that the person has to recognize it early. Maybe as we are preaching now, you've lived for 1 year. Please don't continue to stay in the house. Come to the hospital, where a good history will be taken about you and you. Then after that, we examine you thoroughly. Then after examination, we now conduct some investigation. And by conducting such investigation, we must always, most of the times, we learn that what is causing the infertility. And by the time we know the cause, we can now apply appropriate measures that can help infertility management. Most of them may not require highfalutin things. It may just be ordinary counseling. This is the time you are going to meet your husband.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We appreciate our guests for sharing those valuable insights on this important subject. As a reminder, reproductive health awareness plays a major role in family planning, healthy pregnancies, and overall well-being. Seeking accurate medical information and professional guidance can help individuals and couples make informed decisions about their reproductive health. That brings us to the end of today's program. I am Sharon Uche. Thank you for watching Health Matters on Aneke TV. See you next time.
Depression is more than sadness. It is a medical condition that affects thoughts, emotion, and daily functioning. Many people struggle silently, masking their pains with smiles or busyness. This silence often makes the battle harder. Recognizing symptoms like fatigue, isolation, and loss of interest is an important first step. Depression is not a sign of weakness. It is a health challenge that requires care and understanding. Just like any illness, it deserves proper attention. Help exists through therapy, medication support groups, and open conversations. When society treats mental health seriously, more people find the courage to seek help. No one should suffer alone. Compassion can save lives.
Across Nigeria, a powerful migration wave is reshaping the nation's economic and social landscape, popularly known as Japa. The term captures the growing number of young professionals and skilled workers living in search of stability, opportunity, and systems that function. But beyond the emotional stories lies a deeper economic reality, one that demands urgent and practical solutions.
We love you. Bye-bye.
One of the most visible impacts is the loss of skilled labor. Nigeria invests heavily in training doctors, nurses, lecturers, engineers, and technology professionals. Yet, many of them are building their careers abroad, drawn by better pay, safer working environments, and clearer professional pathways. Hospitals become overstretched. Universities lose experienced lecturers. Industries struggle to find qualified hands. Productivity declines, and long-term development slows as the country loses both talent and the economic value they would have created. Migration also places pressure on the broader economy. Relocation expenses from tuition and visa fees to travel costs increase demand for foreign exchange, adding strain to the naira. A weaker currency raises the cost of imports, fuels inflation, and worsens the cost of living crisis. More Nigerians begin to consider leaving, creating a difficult cycle. Yet, the story is not one-sided. The Nigerian diaspora provides a vital economic cushion. Billions of dollars in remittances flow into the country each year, helping families pay for school fees, healthcare, housing, and daily needs. These inflows support household survival and contribute to foreign exchange earnings. But remittances cannot replace strong institutions, public infrastructure, or large-scale job creation. They help families cope, but they do not solve the structural challenges driving migration. The drivers of Japa are rooted in everyday realities. High unemployment and underemployment limit opportunities for young people to use their skills. Wages often fail to keep pace with rising costs of living. Infrastructural gaps, especially unreliable electricity, increase the cost of doing business and discourage investment. Insecurity and policy inconsistency further weaken confidence in building long-term futures at home. Reversing the trend begins with practical reforms that make staying in Nigeria a viable and attractive choice. Improving power supply, transport networks, and digital infrastructure can reduce business costs and unlock growth. When businesses thrive, they create jobs, expand industries, and provide opportunities for skilled professionals. Strategic investment in high-impact sectors is equally critical. Strengthening healthcare, modernizing education, supporting technology innovation, and boosting manufacturing can create meaningful career pathways. These sectors not only absorb skilled labor, but also drive productivity and economic diversification. Retention strategies in essential services must also improve. Companies competitive pay, safer work environment, modern equipment, and clear professional development pathways can help reduce the outflow of healthcare workers and academics. Support for research, training, and career progression strengthens institutions and gives professionals reasons to stay. Entrepreneurship offers another path forward, better access to finance, fewer regulatory bottlenecks, and stronger support for small businesses can empower young Nigerians to build at home. A vibrant startup ecosystem turns job seekers into job creators and keeps innovation within the country. The diaspora can also become a strategic partner in development. Beyond remittances, Nigerians abroad bring skills, networks, and investment capital. Structured programs that encourage mentorship, knowledge transfer, and diaspora investment can transform brain drain into brain circulation when talent flows out and backing, strengthening both sides. At the center of all solution is trust, transparent governance, consistent policies, and visible improvements in public services rebuild confidence in national institutions. When people see progress in infrastructure, security, and economic management, the incentive to build a future at home grows stronger. Migration will always be part of a globalized world. The goal is not to stop movement, but to ensure it becomes a matter of choice, not necessity. By creating opportunities at home, valuing talent, and engaging citizens abroad as partners, Nigeria can turn the challenge of Japa into a pathway for renewal, resilience, and inclusive growth.
Frontline Africa is Aneke TV's flagship current affairs program, where critical national and continental issues take center stage.
On Frontline Africa, we examine politics, the economy, security, business, health, and a wide range of other key sectors shaping society.
The program is insightful, engaging, and interactive, providing a platform for informed analysis and meaningful public discourse.
Here, issues are discussed raw, balanced, and expertly with depth, clarity, and a commitment to fact and accountability.
Join us every Saturday at 5 in the evening, only on Aneke TV.
The financial and social strain of burial and traditional funeral ceremonies in Igbo land is becoming a major concern, according to His Royal Majesty Igwe Ambassador Dr. Lawrence O.C. Agabozo, CFR. The elder statesman and respected traditional ruler raised the issue during a lecture delivered at the just concluded 4th Synod of the Catholic Diocese of Enugu held at the Jubilee Hall of the Holy Ghost Cathedral, Enugu. Speaking on the theme burial and traditional funeral ceremonies in Igbo land and their burden on the people, Igwe Agabozo traced the evolution of funeral practices from pre-Christian times to the present. He highlighted how modernization, religion, and social competition have significantly altered traditional customs. Recalling pre-Christian Igbo society, he explained that burials were swift, often conducted within 1 or 2 days due to the absence of mortuaries. Death were viewed as having spiritual causes, prompting families to consult diviners rather than medical experts. Burials were classified based on social status, with home burials for prominent persons, communal grounds for married or disadvantaged individuals, and even forests for criminals or those believed to have died abominably. Lavish second burials were traditionally reserved for traditional or successful individuals, although early missionaries condemned some practices, including alleged human sacrifices. Igwe Agabozo noted that Christianity helped eliminate discriminatory and dehumanizing burial rites, particularly those involving evil forests. Over time, population growth and migration contributed to the decline of village cemeteries, while modern mortuaries allowed families to delay funerals for extended periods, a factor now contributing to rising burial costs. Modernity has influenced a lot of changes in Igbo funeral rites, the monarch observed. He expressed concern over the growing culture of funerals for the living, where families stage elaborate ceremonies to display wealth and social status, often beyond their means. He condemned practices such as prolonged mortuary stays, house constructions, or renovation to meet burial standards, and the emerging first and second burials into extravagant events. Highlighting a recent example, he cited a high-profile burial where 200 cows were reportedly donated, describing it as inactive, as indicative of the trend. These displays place a huge burden on middle and lower-income families, he warned, noting that many now take loans to fund burials of relatives who died in poverty. Efforts to curb excessives are underway. Several Igbo communities have shortened burial durations and abolished oppressive widowhood practices or rites. The Catholic Church has also introduced regulations limiting how long a corpse may remain in a mortuary. Onitsha Donidu's decision to abolish second burials for Christians was cited as a model worth emulating. The Obi of Onitsha, His Royal Majesty Igwe Nnameka Alfred Achabe, has repeatedly condemned ostentatious funeral displays, emphasizing the protection of families with modern means. In his own Ezema Olo Kingdom, Igwe Agobozo revealed that practices that demean widows such as sleeping beside corpses or compulsory head shaving have been abolished. He also warned against the emergence of committees of friends exploiting funerals to collect money fraudulently via social media. The monarch called for a return to traditional values, encouraging families to conduct burials within their means while allowing voluntary contributions from well-wishers. He urged the diocese to update regulations that balance cultural identity with Christian values, reduce financial pressure on families, and discourage extravagant spending. This paper will consider its mission accomplished, he concluded, if it contributes to resolving emerging challenges that impede the advancement of Christian burial practices in the diocese. Kano State occupies a unique position in Nigeria's history as one of the country's eldest centers of commerce, learning, and civilization. Situated in the northwest geopolitical zone, the state remains a strategic economic hub whose influence extends beyond Nigeria into West and Central Africa. With one of the country's largest populations, Kano continues to shape national conversations on politics, trade, agriculture, education, and culture. Historically, Kano traces its origins to the ancient Hausa city-states, with documented history spanning more than 1,000 years. The famous Kano Chronicles recount the reigns of successive rulers who
Good afternoon and welcome to News on the Hour on Aneke TV. I'm Goodhope Chukuma, glad to have you join us. Headlines. 60 lecturers sanctioned over sexual harassment in 5 years. 3 injured in overnight road crashes across Lagos. ISWAP finance commander's wife and son surrender to troops in Borno. South Africa denies visa refusal claims, seeks evidence over Ira Star allegations. Now the news in details. No fewer than 60 lecturers in Nigerian universities and polytechnics have been suspended, dismissed, had their appointments terminated or faced prosecution over allegations of sexual harassment and related misconduct within the past 5 years. A review of disciplinary actions announced by tertiary institutions between 2021 and July 2026 indicates that despite the adoption of zero-tolerance policies, cases of lecturers allegedly demanding sexual favors from students continue to surface across the country. The latest cases include the suspension of a laboratory technologist, Mr. Cornelius Eze, by Paul University, Awka, Anambra State, over allegations of serious sexual misconduct. Kogi State Polytechnic also terminated the appointment of Mr. Mukhtar Mohammed following allegations of sexual molestation, while another lecturer, Mr. Abutu Thompson, was dismissed in 2025 after being found guilty of sexually harassing a female student. Other institutions, including the Federal University Lokoja and the University of Nigeria, Nsukka, have also taken disciplinary action against academic staff over similar allegations, reinforcing ongoing efforts to protect students and uphold ethical standards within Nigeria's higher education system. Troops of the Nigerian Army have rescued a kidnapped senior military officer, Lieutenant Colonel Ofo Amobi, alongside a civilian, Mr. Ikechukwu Onwara, following a 10-day search and rescue operation in Enugu State. According to a military operational report released in Abuja, the victims were rescued during a coordinated operation by troops of Section 1, Operation Udoka, comprising personnel of the 82 Division Garrison, 103 Battalion, the Nigerian Navy Special Boat Service, and the 197 Special Forces Battalion. The operation followed credible intelligence received from the divisional police officer of Ini Division, prompting troops to launch a fighting patrol into forested areas around Ini, Aulo, and Abugeze in Oju River local government area where the victims were being found. The rescued victims who sustained gunshot wounds during their captivity were evacuated to the 8th Division Medical Hospital for treatment. Military authorities said operations are continuing to apprehend those responsible for the abduction. Operatives of the Enugu State Police Command have rescued a kidnapped woman and neutralized one suspected kidnapper during a coordinated security operation in Ouje, Nsukka local government area of Enugu State. Police said the operation was launched after a distress report that armed men abducted the woman along Anuka Road before fleeing into a nearby forest bordering Enugu and Kogi states. Tactical operatives supported by forest guards and members of the neighborhood watch tracked the suspects and engaged them in a gun battle. During the exchange of fire, one suspect was neutralized while others escaped with suspected gunshot wounds. The victim was rescued unharmed, and her 2 children, as well as the motorcycle abandoned by the kidnappers, were recovered at the scene. Commissioner of Police Mr. Maman Bitrus Giwa commended the security teams for their swift response and reaffirmed the command's commitment to intelligence-led operations. He also urged residents to continue providing credible information to support efforts against violent crime. The federal government has expanded the Presidential Forest Guards Initiative to 10 states as part of ongoing efforts to strengthen security across forests and other ungoverned areas exploited by kidnappers, bandits, and other criminal groups. The group of the National Security Advisor said more than 9,000 forest guards have now completed specialized training, with the latest deployment covering Kaduna, Edo, and Kogi states, where over 2,000 newly trained personnel are set to begin operations. The initiative is coordinated by the Office of the National Security Advisor in collaboration with the Department of State Services, National Intelligence Agency, Defense Headquarters, Nigerian Police Force, and the National Park Service, with active support from participating state governments. Authorities said the recruits underwent comprehensive screening and received training in intelligence gathering, patrol operations, navigation, field craft, arms handling, and forest protection to enhance the nation's response to emerging security threats. The Benue State Police Command has recorded major operational successes with the arrest of suspected gun runners, armed robbers, cattle rustlers, homicide suspects, and fraudsters, while recovering firearms, ammunition, and other exhibits across the state. Commissioner of Police Mr. Cletus Mwadiobu told journalists in Makodi that operatives intercepted a suspect in Goma local government area with 115 rounds of live 7.62mm ammunition, dismantled 2 illegal firearm manufacturing workshops in Kwande local government area, and recovered locally fabricated rifles, pistols, and weapon-making equipment. Police also neutralized suspected bandits linked to the killing of 13 persons in Efeyi Oboju community or to local government area, while arresting members of an armed robbery syndicate operating in Buruku local government area. Additional arrests were made in connection with cattle rustling, homicide, and advanced fee fraud. Commissioner Wadiobu reaffirmed the command's commitment to tackling violent crime and appealed to residents to continue supporting security agencies with credible and timely information to enhance public safety across Benue State. Archbishop Emeritus of the Catholic Archdiocese of Abuja, His Eminence John Cardinal Onayekan, says President Bola Ahmed Tinubu disagreed with the assessment presented by the Catholic Bishops' Conference of Nigeria, CBCN, on the country's economy, security, and democratic governance during their recent meeting at the presidential villa. Speaking during an interview on Arise News, Cardinal Onayekan said the memorandum presented to the president reflected the collective position of Catholic bishops after extensive consultations across the country. He noted that the document highlighted the realities confronting Nigerians rather than presenting an optimistic assessment of national conditions. According to the cleric, President Tinubu defended the performance of his administration and responded directly to the issues raised by the bishops. He added that while the meeting allowed both sides to exchange views, it also underscored the importance of constructive dialogue between government and religious leaders. Cardinal Onayekan further expressed concern over what he described as the reluctance of some public officials to offer honest advice to the president. He also reiterated the bishop's warning against the emergence of a dominant one-party political system, stressing that credible elections, political inclusion, and strong democratic institutions remain essential to Nigeria's democratic development. The Lagos State Emergency Management Agency, LASEMA, says 3 separate road accidents recorded across Lagos in the early hours of Saturday left 3 people injured, while emergency responders swiftly restored traffic and prevented further disruptions. According to the agency's head of public affairs, Mr. Afolabi Olawale, the incidents occurred at Olupese bus stop, inward Oshodi, Aswani bus stop, inward Iyana Isolo, and Oba Ogunji Road in Ikeja. He said the first incident involved a truck conveying granite which developed a mechanical fault after its rear tire became trapped in a pothole, causing traffic obstruction without any casualties. The second accident involved a Toyota Sienna and an oncoming truck at Aswani bus stop. 3 occupants of the Sienna sustained varying degrees of injury and were stabilized by emergency responders before being transferred to hospital by the Lagos State Ambulance Services. Recovery operations were jointly carried out by LASEMA and the Lagos State Traffic Management Authority, LATSMA. Mr. Lawale said the third incident involved a Volkswagen bus and a Lagos State Ministry of the Environment concrete mixer truck on Oba Ogunji Road. Preliminary findings attributed the crash to excessive speeding by the bus driver. He urged motorists to obey traffic regulations, maintain safe driving speeds, and ensure their vehicles are roadworthy to reduce avoidable accidents. This is news on the hour coming to you live from our studios. For more updates and breaking stories, stay connected with us on our social media platforms, Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. And now, here is a recap of some of the stories making the headlines. 60 lecturers sanctioned over sexual harassment in 5 years. 3 injured in overnight road crashes across Lagos, LASEMA. Coming up shortly, South Africa denies Star visa refusal claims, seeks evidence. ISWAP finance commander's wife and son surrender to troops in Borno. We'll arrive actually. Stay with us. Frontline Africa is Aneke TV's flagship current affairs program, where critical national and continental issues take center stage.
On Frontline Africa, we examine politics, the economy, security, business, health, and a wide range of other key sectors shaping society.
The program is insightful, engaging, and interactive, providing a platform for informed analysis and meaningful public discourse.
Here, issues are discussed raw, balanced, and expertly with depth, clarity, and a commitment to fact and accountability.
Join us every Saturday at 5 in the evening, only on Aneke TV.
Welcome back. The wife and 11-year-old son of a senior Islamic State West Africa province, ISWAP, finance operative, have surrendered to troops of Operation Hadin K in Borno State in what the military describes as another significant breakthrough in ongoing counter-insurgency operations. The acting deputy director of Army Public Relations, Headquarters Theatre Command, Captain Mohammed Goni, said the woman and her son surrendered at Kusuma village on July 29th, following the earlier surrender of her husband, who reportedly served as ISWAP's chief finance officer in Jubilaram on July 25. Captain Goni disclosed that troops also arrested 6 suspected ISWAP collaborators during a separate intelligence-led operation in Damasak, recovering a vehicle, mobile phones, cash, and other items believed to support terrorist activities. Troops of the 145 Battalion equally carried out a clearance operation in Turo as part of efforts to deny insurgents freedom of movement. The military reaffirmed its commitment to dismantling terrorist logistics and financial networks through sustained intelligence-driven operations, while encouraging students and their families willing to renounce violence to surrender to security forces. The Independent and National Electoral Commission, INEC, has rejected the nomination of former President Dr. Goodluck Jonathan for the 2027 general election, reportedly submitted by the Taminu Turaki-led faction of the People's Democratic Party, PDP. INEC's Director of Voter Education and Publicity, Mrs. Victoria Etamesi, said the commission does not recognize manual submission of candidates, explaining that nominations must be processed exclusively through its designated electronic nomination portal in accordance with the Electoral Act and the Commission's guidelines. The clarification followed claims by the PDP faction that it manually submitted the names of its presidential, governorship, National Assembly and State Assembly candidates after allegedly being denied access to the Commission's online platform. INEC reiterated that only nominations submitted through its approved electronic process will be considered valid, stressing its commitment to maintaining transparency and compliance with the country's electoral legal framework. The South African government has denied claims that Nigerian singer Ira Star and members of her team were refused visas to enter the country, saying there's no official record of such an application or rejection. South Africa's Consular General to Nigeria, Professor Bobby Moreau, said immigration authorities had found no evidence that the singer or her entourage applied for visas. He, however, called on those making the allegations to provide the names of the affected persons and their visa application reference numbers for verification. The clarification follows renewed public debate after some Nigerian political figures called on the federal government to adopt a reciprocal approach to visa applications involving South African entertainers. The discussion resurfaced following reports that the cancellation of Ira Star's performance in Johannesburg and Cape Town in 2024 was linked to visa challenges. Professor Moreau reaffirmed South Africa's commitment to transparent immigration procedures and said the mission remains ready to investigate any properly documented complaints presented through official channels. Nigerian street pop singer Habib Okikiola, popularly known as Portable, has apologized to organizers, supporters, and fans after walking out of his celebrity boxing rematch against Nollywood actor Charles Okocha. The contest, held on Friday at the Balmoral Convention Center, Federal Palace Hotel, Victoria Island, Lagos, ended prematurely after the singer declined to continue beyond the opening round, leading to widespread reactions from spectators and followers on social media. In a statement issued by his management, Z Nation, Portable expressed regret over the outcome of the event and apologized for the disappointment caused to organizers, the production team, sponsors, and members of the public who attended the contest. The management appealed for understanding, saying the decision was taken from the artist's perspective under the circumstances, while thanking supporters for their continued loyalty and assuring them of its commitment to future engagements. The Federal Road Safety Corps, FRSC, has announced the death of its Enugu State Sector Commander, Corps Commander Franklin O. Awakoba, following a brief illness. In a statement issued in Enugu, the Deputy Corps Commander in charge of operations, DCC Kirian C. Okolo, said Corps Commander Awakoba passed away on Thursday, July 30, 2026, at the Niger Foundation Hospital, Enugu, where he had been receiving medical treatment. He added that his remains have been deposited at the Eastern Medical Center, Enugu. The FRSC described the late sector commander as a dedicated officer whose tenure was marked by strong interagency collaboration, enhanced road safety advocacy, and improved partnerships with stakeholders across Enugu State. Colleagues also acknowledged his commitment to promoting safer highways and reducing road traffic crashes through strategic public engagement. The Corps extended its condolences to the family, friends, and colleagues of the late officer, praying for the peaceful repose of his soul and reaffirming its commitment to sustaining the road safety initiative and professional standards he championed during his service. And now, to end the news, the main points again. No fewer than 60 lecturers across Nigerian universities and polytechnics have been suspended, dismissed, had their appointments terminated, or faced prosecution over allegations of sexual harassment and related misconduct in the past 5 years, as tertiary institutions continue to enforce zero-tolerance policies against sexual abuse. 3 people sustained injuries in separate overnight road crashes across Lagos State, while emergency responders from the Lagos State Emergency Management Agency, LASEMA, successfully rescued victims, recovered damaged vehicles, and restored the free flow of traffic. The South African government has denied claims that Nigerian music star Ira Star and members of her team were refused visas, with South African Consular General to Nigeria, Professor Bobby Moreau, calling for verifiable evidence to support the allegations. The wife and 11-year-old son of a senior SWAP finance commander have surrendered to troops of Operation Hardin K in Borno State, as the Nigerian army says it is sustaining intelligence-led operations to dismantle terrorist networks and encourage more incidents and their families to surrender. That concludes the news on Aneke TV. For more updates and breaking stories, follow us on all social media platforms, Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. Thank you for watching. I am Good Hope Chukuma. Good morning.
Depression is more than sadness. It is a medical condition that affects thoughts, emotion, and daily functioning. Many people struggle silently, masking their pains with smiles or business. This silence often makes the battle harder. Recognizing symptoms like fatigue, isolation, and loss of interest is an important first step. Depression is not a sign of weakness. It is a health challenge that requires care and understanding. Just like any illness, it deserves proper attention. Help exists through therapy, medication support groups, and open conversations. When society treats mental health seriously, more people find the courage to seek help. No one should suffer alone. Compassion can save lives.
Across Nigeria, a powerful migration wave is reshaping the nation's economic and social landscape, popularly known as Japa. The term captures the growing number of young professionals and skilled workers living in search of stability, opportunity, and systems that function. But beyond the emotional stories lies a deeper economic reality, one that demands urgent and practical solutions.
We love you. Bye-bye.
One of the most visible impacts is the loss of skilled labor. Nigeria invests heavily in training doctors, nurses, lecturers, engineers, and technology professionals. Yet, many of them are building their careers abroad, drawn by better pay, safer working environments, and clearer professional pathways. Hospitals become overstretched. Universities lose experienced lecturers. Industries struggle to find qualified hands. Productivity declines, and long-term development slows as the country loses both talent and the economic value they would have created. Migration also places pressure on the broader economy. Relocation expenses from tuition and visa fees to travel costs increase demand for foreign exchange, adding strain to the naira. A weaker currency raises the cost of imports, fuels inflation, and worsens the cost of living crisis. More Nigerians begin to consider leaving, creating a difficult cycle. Yet, the story is not one-sided. The Nigerian diaspora provides a vital economic cushion. Billions of dollars in remittances flow into the country each year, helping families pay for school fees, healthcare, housing, and daily needs. These inflows support household survival and contribute to foreign exchange earnings. But remittances cannot replace strong institutions, public infrastructure, or large-scale job creation. They help families cope, but they do not solve the structural challenges driving migration. The drivers of Japa are rooted in everyday realities. High unemployment and underemployment limit opportunities for young people to use their skills. Wages often fail to keep pace with rising costs of living. Infrastructural gaps, especially unreliable electricity, increase the cost of doing business and discourage investment. Insecurity and policy inconsistency further weaken confidence in building long-term futures at home. Reversing the trend begins with practical reforms that make staying in Nigeria a viable and attractive choice. Improving power supply, transport networks, and digital infrastructure can reduce business costs and unlock growth. When businesses thrive, they create jobs, expand industries, and provide opportunities for skilled professionals. Strategic investment in high-impact sectors is equally critical. Strengthening healthcare, modernizing education, supporting technology innovation, and boosting manufacturing can create meaningful career pathways. These sectors not only absorb skilled labor, but also drive productivity and economic diversification. Retention strategies in essential services must also improve. Competitive pay, safer work environments, modern equipment, and clear professional development pathways can help reduce the outflow of healthcare workers and academics. Support for research, training, and career progression strengthens institutions and gives professionals reasons to stay. Entrepreneurship offers another path forward: better access to finance, fewer regulatory bottlenecks, and stronger support for small businesses can empower young Nigerians to build at home. A vibrant startup ecosystem turns job seekers into job creators and keeps innovation within the country. The diaspora can also become a strategic partner in development. Beyond remittances, Nigerians abroad bring skills, networks, and investment capital. Structured programs that encourage mentorship, knowledge transfer, and diaspora investment can transform brain drain into brain circulation when talent flows out and backing, strengthening both sides. At the center of all solution is trust, transparent governance, consistent policies, and visible improvements in public services rebuild confidence in national institutions. When people see progress in infrastructure, security, and economic management, the incentive to build a future at home grows stronger. Migration will always be part of a globalized world. The goal is not to stop movement, but to ensure it becomes a matter of choice, not necessity. By creating opportunities at home, valuing talent, and engaging citizens abroad as partners, Nigeria can turn the challenge of Japa into a pathway for renewal, resilience, and inclusive growth.
Frontline Africa is Aneke TV's flagship current affairs program, where critical national and continental issues take center stage.
On Frontline Africa, we examine politics, the economy, security, business, health, and a wide range of other key sectors shaping society.
The program is insightful, engaging, and interactive, providing a platform for informed analysis and meaningful public discourse.
Here, issues are discussed raw, balanced, and expertly with depth, clarity, and a commitment to fact and accountability.
Join us every Saturday at 5 in the evening, only on Aneke TV.
Aneke television. How agribo di egwu nkwa azụ n'ahịa mgboji ogwugwu kakwa ogwugwu ema. How mbo wa bịa na ihe ebube eme. Mgbagbu ọgwa gbatawa na ihe ebube emewa. Aneke television na-emerụ ogbenye emere amadi ihe. Ị na-agba nkwụ, ị na-eme nkepụta nwa, ị na-akwa ozu, ị na-agba akwụkwọ. Bịawa na Aneke television, bịa ka ezuoru gị ozi ọma. Bịawa na Aneke television yidume. How na-emere ogbenye emere amadi ihe. Ụmụ Igbo bịawo na nke a bụ nke anyị. Ị mara ebe ọ ga-alụ etiwo mọnwụ ntakịtụkwa mọnwụ si nne. Ya mere ha ji wee weta Aneke television. Ọ bụ onye gbagburu agụ nna. Ọ dị na soshal midia. Ọ dị na mgbagbu. Ọ dị n'Enugu site.
Law is the architecture of civilization, the silent force that orders society and defines justice. Yet, within its complexity, many remain uncertain of their rights, their obligations, and the protections the law affords. From the inviolability of human rights to the intricate doctrines governing property and civil relations. This is a platform where law is demystified, where principle meets practice and knowledge becomes empowerment. Because justice is not abstract, it is personal. You and the law on Aneke TV.
And welcome to You and the Law, a program where we break down the law, define your rights, and bring real legal issues to light. I'm your host, Gift Obudo. Dear viewer, today we are discussing what the law says about arrest, the powers of the police, the limit of those powers, and the right every Nigerian should know when stopped, searched, or questioned, or even arrested. We also examine what amounts to police act overreach and the legal remedies available when those rights are violated. This has to lead us to what the topic we titled "Know Your Right During Arrest and Protect Yourself from Police Overreach." And with us today is an erudite barrister with a long chain of successful victories recorded in his legal portfolio. He has come to pull us out of this ignorance, which has robbed so many people of their rights in so many places. To this effect, we say welcome, Barrister Chijeku. Barrister, you're welcome to today's edition of the show, You and the Law.
Thank you so much. I'm pleased to be here.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
And before we delve deep into the conversation of today, we'll go on a break. We'll be right back. Stay tuned.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Welcome back. And still on the topic, know your rights during arrest and protect yourself from police overreach. This actually leads me to so many questions. And the first on my list is, how long can the police legally keep a suspect in custody?
Constitutionally, as provided in Section 35 of the 1999 Constitution amended, it's 24 days for a place that has a radius, within 40 radius of a court. The police should charge the court or, grant an administrative bail. But if they don't, it's 48 hours. After that, it's unlawful to keep on detaining a suspect.
And then we see some cases where some police actually not only detain, but if you come for bail, in some cases, in some scenario, they have to, before they release the suspect to you, they have to demand a particular amount. Is the particular amount being demanded, is it legal?
No. It's unlawful to actually demand for an amount or a sum before you can grant bail. I mean, this is a very, very, very popular maxim. Bail is free, and actually bail is free. It is unlawful to, give money, to the police for bail.
So, in a situation where someone actually is forced to, sign on a statement when he actually is not the one that made the statement, is it at that situation? What would you do?
Okay, that amounts to an involuntary confession. So, according to Section 29, Sub 1 and 2 of the Evidence Act, confessions are admissible in courts, to the width of the law, as provided it's not oppressive or it is not, fraudulent in the circumstances of that particular case. So situations whereby someone else signs for somebody and claims it is his confessional statement, during the court trial, what happens is that there will be a trial within trial to ascertain that, yes, he wasn't the one that signed it. If what he's claiming is, I signed it, but I signed it under torture, duress, and oppression, what really happens is that the case continues, but the weight that is placed on that particular evidence would be judged with complete scrutiny by the judge.
So we see every day, we see at some checkpoint, we see some police officers. There are things that are common there. Yeah. There will be a stop and search. Is the stop and search rightful or legally advisable?
Yeah. The police officer has the right to search when there is a reasonable apprehension of crime or suspicion of some kind. Yes, they have the right to search.
Don't you feel like the search is kind of harassing the person of his...
So when they really don't have that reasonable, like I said, reasonable suspicion of crime or dynamics of criminality, what they should do is get an arrest, a proper warrant of arrest to search.
So at that point where you see these police officers,
warrant of search.
Yeah. So, but at some point, you see that these officers don't have warrant of search.
So there are instances where it is not really like a must for this warrant of search to be used to search. Instances abound. Like for instance, when you have a warrant of arrest already, and the police officer suspects that the person they want to suspect is in this place, he doesn't need a warrant of search to go and search that premises to get that person, because if he should do that, the person will evade the premises and he will not. You understand, right? Some other instances is when like the NDLEA Act and some other acts that provides for the Customs Duty Acts. They provide for their personnel and all these military officers and force members to actually be able to enforce this kind of searches spontaneously to also arrest those crimes, in the integrity of the action.
For me, I feel like these people are harassing people because on the road, we can see in some certain cases that they just don't stop with a target.
Yes.
They just search randomly.
Yeah, I mean, that's also wrong. Like I said, the suspicion and the reason for the search, should be reasonable. So what really happens is that the Nigerian police are not really professional sometimes in the dispensation of, their duties and all that. So, but you can challenge them, of course. And one of these exceptions to, the right they have to search is also that, police of the same gender should search same gender. So sometimes you see police officers a male police officer searching a female suspect. I mean, if a female police officer is in the scene, it shouldn't be obtainable. That's one of the things that happens. But generally, they have the right to search. Yeah, the police has, when there's a reasonable apprehension, suspicion of suspicious activities. But then, the law is that they should have a search warrant to search things, persons, and premises.
No, let's just go to the normal layman's time where you see yourself. Some people are like, you don't have the right. Some people I've seen in some situations where some people say, you don't have the right to search me at this point. You just don't have the right to search me. And when you tell the officers, then the next thing is that they try to drag you to the station. Do they have the right to drag you to the station?
No. Like I said, the general law is that they don't have the right to search, which is provided in Section 37 of the Constitution, right to privacy. Without a search warrant, they don't have that right, right? They also don't have the right, if you also check like Section 143 of ACJA, you would also see where they really don't have that right generally. But because they are police personnel and some of these criminal activities, are spontaneous, it goes within their, the nooks and crannies of their investigation. So they don't have the luxury of going to get a warrant most of the times. So that's why it appears like they search immediately and, instead of getting the warrant before searching. So that's why there is a law that actually allows them to search when there is reasonable suspicion of a criminal activity.
A situation where they keep, suspects in custody longer than the law permits and without charges or, bringing a profound charge that they actually committed this offense and for a longer time, what will happen at that time?
So what's the individual who has been kept beyond the time that is specified by law, for investigation and possible referral to the court? What the individual should do is he should explore options like damages. He can sue for damages, for compensation. He can also use the FREPRO, that's the Fundamental Right Enforcement Procedure of 2009. So with that, he also has these other compensatory reliefs of why the police should hold him beyond the lawful time without actually taking the matter to court or giving him administrative bail for the investigation.
So, Barrister, it's easier said than done. Now, to defy this effort, sometimes we see the police actually default this effort of you trying to seek for justice. And there has to be a long protocol to be followed to be able to get this justice that we actually required. Is there no boycott to get this justice?
Yeah, the road to justice should, not be boycotted because of how lengthy it can be sometimes. I think most times when we enforce this justice and it becomes lengthy initially, eventually, because you have a history of doing that, it becomes, not lengthy, it becomes shorter and it becomes easier to access. So, I mean, I encourage everybody to know their rights, to actually so sometimes people also have these limitations of actually trying to push for their right because they think that when they do that, they actually suing the government and not the police, and that is wrong. Sometimes when you do that, the actual police officers who were directly involved in your matter and who actually didn't treat it professionally, can be singled out and be disciplined. They are accountable to everything they do. The officer themselves. Yes, you can sue the commissioner of police, you can sue the IG of police, you can sue the police force, but you can also sue those officers who were responsible for the arrest and for the overtime in jail, in detention. Yeah.
So what happens to the family of people who actually the family or their relative dies in police custody?
Okay, like I said, if your relative dies in police custody, the first thing that should be ascertained is the reason for the death of your relative. So if the reason, so most times you have a lot of options. Number one, you could go by a civil action for compensations, for damages, and for public declaration that look at what's happened, though this person was either innocent or not, and look at what has transpired. And if that is not possible, and you think your relative died because of, the oppressive conduct or, subjugation of the person, unjustly by torture. Torture and all those kind of things, you could also go for a criminal action against the individuals themselves, the officers themselves.
So you're trying to tell me now that when the police don't have the right to torture anybody in their custody?
No. If you look at majorly the whole chapter 4 of the Constitution provides is a kind of a constitutional safeguard for how the police should treat people who they detain and general people who are in their custody generally, not just the police, people who arrest people who are, But if you look at section 34, it was talking about right to dignity of a human person. And like, if you look at what is happening in our society now, you see people who are caught for theft, and you see the kind of thing they do to them.
The jungle justice.
That is very, very unconstitutional. That is bad. That is barbaric. So the police can also not do that. Neither can even laymen who catch people do that.
No, people are trying to boycott this justice procedure because of the lengthy
so
time.
they try to get a confessional statement by torturing the person so that it gets easier in court, right?
Yeah.
But that is also wrong. So when a suspect states that he made this confession because of torture, because of oppression in court, that was why I said that a trial within trial will be conducted when he says he didn't make it. But when he made it by torture, then the judge will continue. But, that confession does not have weight again. Do you understand?
Yeah.
So the involuntariness of a confessional statement is also going to be measured by Section 29 of the Evidence Act. So if it is admissible, yes, generally, Section 29 sub 1. Section 29 sub 2 is saying that if it is gotten by oppression,
so the police cannot use any measurable force or any measurable way to get their statement from you. Are you trying to say that they are depriving them of the right to do that?
When the police arrests a person, of course they can conduct an interview to actually make the person have his statement taken down.
What if the person refuses to give his statement at that point?
Yeah, you also have the right not to, you have the right to privacy as enshrined in Section 37. But that right sometimes is mistaken by, some people. It is a right upon arrest. It is not a right upon detention. So when you are in detention, the police has the right to, perform some investigations. So he will ask you some questions. And sometimes your inability to answer those questions sometimes would amount to you admitting that you did them, right? So you have the right to a legal counsel while you're answering those questions. So you have the right to a legal aid. If you don't have money to get a counsel, a lawyer, a legal aid can help you procure one. Do you understand?
Yeah.
But the police does not have the obligation to do that for you. So if you can't do that, they can go along with their investigation. But that investigation should not last beyond 2 days or 1 day, as the case may be, depending on the costs around it.
You're giving me that police detective role right now.
No. The police these are law enforcement agencies. They don't really act on their own. Most times we have bias against them because of the individuals who are not professional amongst them. But this is how it works. So if you are detained, you have to aid the police in their investigation. So, but most times you also, can get your lawyer to stay while you do that. So your lawyer can also help you and you make it well and not, indict yourself.
You made mention of aiding the police at this point. Now, because the reason why I feel like some people don't usually, give in to the fact that they want to aid the police is because they will actually come in also as a suspect.
Yeah.
And at that situation, they are trying as much as possible not to, get involved in the whole police case and, with the whole...
Okay, the reason why some people don't aid people in giving a confession?
Yeah.
Lawyers?
Yeah, no, just people, like, ordinary people don't like aiding the police at this point. It's maybe because of the fact that maybe you aid them, you might be seen at a point, you will not come in as a suspect or as a witness to it and the whole lengthy procedure.
So in pre-trial investigations, the police, they go about it the way they want. They ask people questions. The people they feel has answers to the questions that are bothering them on the matter. They go about it in a crime scene. They ask people around the crime scene. So sometimes you're correct. These people sabotage the investigation because sometimes they are afraid of the consequences of the things they say. Or maybe they would now, be looped into the whole thing because, of what they know or what they say. So you're also correct, but that is not the right thing. I think we all should help in the cause of justice. We all should help these guys in their investigation because when they do a proper investigation, we're also helping the victims, the suspects who are being arrested and detained to even get like a better justice.
Okay, can the police actually seize your phone, laptops, or vehicle when, doing their work?
Yes, generally you have the right to privacy of property, right? But yes, they have the right to actually keep custody of items they recovered from you during arrest. These are called exhibits. So there's an exhibit room and there's an exhibit keeper. When the matter now gets to court, the court numbers these exhibits. If the exhibits or the items they recovered from you during arrest are important for the matter, it will be used as an evidence in court. If it is not, it will be kept for you till the matter is done for you to take them.
Now let's bring it down to the normal.
But the police is not allowed to confiscate your private properties that he recovered from you.
So what will he do at this point when because we have seen it in so many situations where young boys are being searched, their phones, they're bring a phone, let's search.
And their phones are taken by the police officer, not kept as exhibits or taken. That's unlawful, right? That's very unlawful.
So if you are the brother to the victim, what will you tell your brother?
So the reason why most of these people don't go for the actual provisions of the law to help them is because they know that they are also not equitable. He who goes to equity must do so with clean hands. So most times they are actually guilty of some financial crimes, right? So when the police takes their phone, which the police knows doesn't really justify the police's action, but the police knows that yes, they can't do anything because they know they are criminals. So both people are in the wrong, and that is the problem with our society. We can't get it right if we are all stained by the rot in the society.
So what is one advice you give the ordinary citizens of Nigeria who are being harassed and are fighting their right over police overreach in the society?
The first advice I give to Nigerians is to be lawful. Be lawful, be law-abiding. And when you do this thing to the later, you will see that the police can actually not harass you. And when they do, you could take up appropriate channels to get a deserving justice for yourself.
Thank you, Barrister, for the legal insight on this issue about police overreach in the society. And then as we conclude today's program on You and the Law, there's one thing I will leave you with. You cannot escape anything without knowing your rights and where you stand in the society today. The first way to protect yourself is knowing your rights and knowing everything that concerns you as an individual, knowing where to place it, where to follow it, and follow the due process. According to the barrister here, I said, follow the due process of the law. That's the only first legal way to protect yourself from all this immeasurable harassment from the police. And as we conclude today, stay tuned, stay vigilant, stay informed, and remember that the law is there to protect you and everyone around you. Until next time, I am Gift Obodo. Bye.
Law is the architecture of civilization, the silent force that orders society and defines justice. Yet, within its complexity, many remain uncertain of their rights, their obligations, and the protections the law affords. From the inviolability of human rights to the intricate doctrines governing property and civil relations. This is a platform where law is demystified, where principle meets practice and knowledge becomes empowerment. Because justice is not abstract, it is personal. You and the law on Aneke TV.
Secondary school is a value. about 3 minutes. A minute more.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you walk. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Hello, beautiful people. Welcome to Teens Jive. This is where teenagers talk, learn, laugh, and have some fun. I am Inec and I am your host on the show. In every episode we come up with fresh topics for conversations, and of course we go out in the street to hear what you have to say about the topic. You're just being real on Teens Jive. On this edition, we've got a very interesting topic to discuss. Don't go anywhere, because after this short break, we will dive in. Hello, welcome to the conversation on Teens Jive. We're here again with a fresh topic that resonates with you. My name is Inec, and of course you can call me Alexa. And I'm not here alone, I'm here with someone special. Hi.
I'm Peculiar KK Chimamanda, and yeah, we're here together on Teens Jive. I'm so happy to be here.
I'm glad to have you here on the show, Peculiar. Today we're going to discuss something really engaging, something that is so true, and trust me, you will not regret staying back. So today's topic is what we titled Keeping Your Dreams Alive, the practical ways to stay inspired. So tell me, Peculiar, you have a dream, don't you?
Of course. I think every single person born on this earth has a dream.
And sometimes your dream does not really mean that it's going to be a small dream. Most of the times our dreams are so big that so this huge. World cannot contain them.
I'm telling you. Yeah, sometimes they're so unrealistic. I'm telling you, one time I wanted to be an astronaut. But I don't think that's unrealistic though.
It's not unrealistic.
There are astronauts out there, right?
Actually.
Although, like, you know, just a young girl in Nigeria, which is like still a developing country, you think, oh, so out of this world. But anyways, we're gonna get into that.
You know, what you just said reminded me of what Lawrence Oyo said. He said when people are still young, you hear things like, oh, I want to be an astronaut, I want to be this, I want to be that. Or once the person is done with jam, he just said, let me just finish school first.
Honestly. But at the same time, I think one thing that actually tampered with that dream was a teacher of mine.
Okay.
He told me, you know, when he threw the question to the class and I was like, oh, I want to be an astronaut. He was like, what's that? And then he trashed it.
My God.
So it made me feel like I didn't have it in me. I didn't have the capabilities to become that. And plus, all other factors as well. But I do believe that if there's any child out there with dreams as big as Jupiter, please keep on the line, keep on the route to pursuing that dream. I don't think any dream is too big to achieve right now.
Yeah, I think we should talk about the setbacks that could, you know, hinder a person's dream. You know, we're already in Nigeria. That's like a big reason not to have your dreams come true.
True, like,
I don't know.
Facts.
But how does Nigeria really affect our dream? Because some people are still in Nigeria and their dreams are coming alive, right? But it seems like some people, their dreams are just not coming alive, even though they are in the same environment. You think it's probably their mindset?
I think mindset has a really big role to play. I think, you know, Nigeria is a developing country, but I don't think that should stop anyone. I think right now, the internet has made us have access to a lot of things that we never used to have access to
especially
before.
AI.
I'm telling you.
The chatbot is just a miracle.
It's a miracle.
It's just a miracle.
It's saving a lot of us. Like, we are able to, you know, occupy spaces where we never thought we would be able to occupy.
Exactly.
And like, there are new like inventions, and I think right now we have access to a lot of things. So anybody who is sitting down and feeling like, oh, the country is holding them back, should think again. Like, you should try to take that step, because I believe that, I don't know, there are so many things that have allowed us to, you know, shoot at as Nigerians. We're no more living in that era anymore. It's a new age.
But
So-
still, even let's leave the mindset part. Some people actually drawn back by financial situations.
That's another thing, honestly.
And I think that one is one of the major things. Like, you see people graduate and they end up being bus conductors. That's really painful, if you ask me. And I don't really know what to say about that, but setbacks can be really devastating.
Yeah. And especially being, you know, from Africa, we have the spiritual setbacks as well.
Oh my God!
People,
we cannot overemphasize the village. I think they are real. Actually,
I believe so.
They are real.
Yes,
they are real.
They are real. I feel like there are a lot of forces, but at the same time, I believe that there's a breakthrough. That there is a breakthrough. I think, you know, just starting somewhere can actually catapult you. It doesn't have to be something so you don't have to take one big drastic step.
Exactly.
You know, just taking the micro action, starting with what you have, can actually catapult you somewhere big. Like, you never really know, honestly. So that's what I believe, though.
I believe
know that the financial situation as well in the country, you know, I can't really say that the economy has affected a lot of people. Right now, what's on the youth's mind is to just jackpot. Everybody wants to leave.
You want to stay? No, I'm sorry, but you.
Oh my God, if I have the opportunity to,
everybody wants to go.
I would leave. Everybody wants to leave. Yeah, but at the same time, I just believe that before we get to that, you know, before we can actually get to that position where we can leave, there are a lot of things that we can start doing. We have, for the people that have mobile phones, you can start something on AI. You can even start, you know, content creation, any little thing. I feel like we have access to a lot of, you know, digital tools right now. And I think another important limitation, should I say limitation or setback, is just mindset. Mindset. I feel like mindset is very, very important. If you put, one thing my aunt told me is that there's no dull person on the earth at all. As long as you put your mind to do something and you have a positive mindset about that thing, you realize that things will begin to work for you.
Okay, I think this is the first takeaway point anyone listening right now will have to take: changing your mindset. And you know, changing the mindset is a very difficult thing to do.
Yeah, I think company also affects mindset. I think hanging around, you know, you should actually learn how to curate your environment. That's another thing. You know, when you hang around people who have big minds, don't hang around people who, you know, bring down your aspirations. They just pour water all over it and trample on it. No, I think it's very important to surround yourself with people that can actually lift you up, that see meaning in your drive and all of that, that can be your anchor. Do you get what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think that
I love that company aspect you spoke about, because sometimes you have a big dream and sometimes it could be your parents. They'll be like, no, for that one. Yeah. You know, that kind of thing. They'll be like, get out from that side. Yes. It's not for you. And it really has a big take on people's big dreams.
Yeah, it does. But I think most of the times our parents, you know, if you check, they weren't living in the age that we are living in right now. There's a lot of advances. So they are speaking from their past experiences and like the era they were in. So sometimes, I'm not saying you should go against your parents' instructions, but you know, if you know what's best for you and you know this thing is a good thing, it's positive, I don't think that there's any harm in trying. Like, try something. You never know if there's something there for you. Like,
I don't want to come into that aspect where you said even if your parents don't. So I don't really want to.
No, I didn't say that. What I'm trying to say is that, like, I'm saying that yes, your parents might not support it, but as long as it is positive, it's something that is helping the society.
No, I'm actually standing with you. Actually, I'm in fact, I stand with the Miss Road to Find Road. There was this man that came online to say that his dad, he spoke something else. He said something about his children. He told his children that they should not ride a motorcycle. I don't know if you have seen that video. He told his children not to ride his motorcycle, but one of them was persistent and went on to learn. And he said that wherever he goes, it is still that one son who was, you know, stubborn.
Yes.
So sometimes they cannot really see what we are seeing. Yes. Sometimes they don't really get the picture we are painting.
Yeah. But But I do think that there are certain, instructions, principles that we should never neglect. Because
there's a balance.
Yeah, there should be a balance. One person that you can, the set of people that you can always trust are your parents, because no matter what, they always want the best.
Exactly,
for
that's
you.
true. Even the restriction is all.
Yes, it's all just for you. It's all to protect you. It's all in your favor. So sometimes it might not be going the way we want it to, but yes, that's what I believe.
All right, so if you wanted to be an astronaut, come closer. We have some gist for you. So we're going to be listing a few practical steps you can, you can get involved in to stay inspired, because sometimes it's just for you to remain positive and you definitely get to where you're heading to.
That's
right? Because if you don't remain positive and you don't keep reminding yourself of where you're going to, you probably forget the dream, because dreams do fade.
Yes,
right?
they do.
So let's get on with it. So what's your number one, what do I call it? Your number one step.
Okay. All right. One thing I'll say is that you should always write down your dreams.
Okay.
I think it's very, very important to write down your aspirations, whatever ideas come to your mind. At the moment, I feel like wherever I go, honestly, I always have a book and a pen with me, because I love to write, even though it might sound cliche. I mean, I really love to write.
I do
so
too.
if you don't like to write, you could always use your phone. I just believe that it's very, very important to have something handy, like an album, a book, or something like that, where you can write down your aspirations so they don't slip off. Like you said, they fade. Sometimes it could be just a little, nudge, and then just as it came, it's gone before you know it. So it's very, very important to take whatever comes to mind down, because later you go back to it and then you realize, okay, maybe there are a few things I can do, or maybe you find that you actually love enjoying this thing, or you don't know how that could blossom. Exactly. So I do think it's very, very important to just write down whatever you think of, you can achieve, and then from there, let me just hear from you.
Okay, there was a question that just came to my mind when we were talking about writing it down. So I think we should, scrape that. What if I have a very big dream, somewhat unrealistic? Should I go ahead to write it down too?
Well, what I think you should do is to write it down. I do think that whatever, because right now I think we're in an age where, should I say an age? Anyways, we're in an age where anything is possible. I do think anything is possible. Whatever unrealistic or whether they seem unachievable, you write down those dreams. Then you can break them into goals, where the goals can actually be realistic.
That's another point. And I really love that point, because, when things are not broken down, we tend to think that they are so big and unachievable. So I think the second point should be break your big dreams down into goals. I mean, you go through primary, secondary, the tertiary, and then you acquire more skills and go to, conventions, just to get yourself fully equipped for, let's say, maybe a medical doctor or whatever. So, sometimes when we are doing these things, as if we don't really know. But because some dreams are not in the curriculum of this world, we don't really know how to walk towards them, right? So I think we should just pause on that and move on to the next. So for me, I feel like after writing it down, you break it down. Help me out.
All right. After writing it down, you break it down. I think that after breaking it down, it's time for you to take a step.
Take a step?
Yes. Yeah. What do you think? Well, when you break it down, like for example, let's say you want to be a vlogger, or you want to become the next influencer, the next big thing on Instagram, on YouTube. Of course, it might seem very big. Like, you want to have like maybe 100,000 followers by the end of the year or something like that. it could actually just start by, you know, writing down something. Like, for example, ask yourself questions like, what is the niche? Like, if I'm going to be a vlogger, do I want to focus on hair? Do I want to focus on lifestyle, fashion? And then when you write those things down, then you just take up your phone and try out something. Like, take up your phone and try out something. Yeah, I think that's very, very important. What do you think?
All right, before I say what I think about, I think we're going to play a little pause and go out in the streets and know what the young people think about this big dream things. Don't go anywhere. We'll join Callista on the street before we continue.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Hello everyone, welcome to the Street Talk. Today we are going to be hitting the streets to hear out people's opinion based on the topic, keeping your dream alive. So don't go anywhere, stay tuned. Let's go. With me in the streets today, I have a very beautiful, elegant damsel. Please, can you introduce yourself?
My name is Stella, and I am a 200 level law student of the University of Nigeria.
Wow, that's amazing. You look so pretty.
Thank you.
So, Emanuela, we are talking about, Stella, we are talking about keeping our dreams alive. So, can you tell us one of your biggest dreams?
Okay, one of my biggest dreams, just one of them, I have so many, but I'll just pick one, is to be a solicitor of Supreme Court of Nigeria.
Sorry, I didn't.
To be a solicitor of the Supreme Court of Nigeria, that's to be a lawyer, precise, an attorney.
Okay. So, you, who inspires you?
Okay, I think it's actually my future and maybe Chimamanda Adichie. I just love the way she does her things, the way she has overcome so many obstacles in life. Even when her twins died at some point, she was able to still stand up and still achieve what she wanted to do, able to write her novels, even one of her novels, Dreams Count. She was able to do more. So she inspires me, plus the future also inspires me. The person I want to be in the future also inspires me.
Okay, in this journey, have you ever felt like giving up, maybe in your academics? Because for you to be a barrister, right, you have to go through school. So have you ever felt like giving up?
Everybody always feel like giving up, but you have to manage.
So what keeps you going?
I just be like, okay, there's one meme I saw. I wish I could remember it. But I think it was like, pain is temporary, but esquire is forever. So if I remember that, pain is temporary, but me being a lawyer is like something like I'll enjoy forever in my life. I just be like, gas push. So that's just the thing.
Thank you so much. It was amazing having you here. I love you so much. Thank you.
Thank you too. I love you guys too.
Bye. Wow, that was a blast. Hope you learned a lot, because personally I did. Remember, the only way your dreams can become reality is by not giving up. So do not give up. Keep pushing, keep fighting until we get there. I remain your host, Miss Kali. Bye.
Welcome back. If you're just joining us, this is Teens Jive, and we are on the conversation of keeping your dreams alive, the practical steps to stay inspired. And before we went on a short break, Peculiar, you threw a question at me and I was trying to like handle it. So can you like recap what the question was?
So I was saying that, what do you think? I suggested that after you break down your goals, after you break down your dream into certain achievable goals, realistic goals, you take action. And I asked what you think about that.
Okay, I think that is the most realistic thing to do, because once you have set your table for a meal, the next realistic thing is to eat. But that's when another point comes in, because when people go ahead with their little goals, they experience the failure setback, and a percentage of young people lose interest at this stage. When I wanted to start a hair brand, I don't want to talk about it because it was so painful. You know, when you start something for the first time, you will experience a lot of setbacks. You will not get engagements. You will spend your resources. Nothing's going to come back to you. And that failure hits you so badly that you don't know what to do. And you just think of, oh, well, let me just keep it here. Maybe it was not meant for me. So the failure is not final mentality. It should come in after you have tried and failed. Because you were not into this, if you ask me, and you are trying it for the first time, you should not get it 100%. Yeah. So, you know, a lot of young people out there, once they feel it, they just feel like, oh, this is not for me. And I think this particular topic is so prophetic, because just today I was going to give up on something, and I remember that we're going to talk about keeping your dreams alive. I was like, God, this is it's so prophetic.
It's so funny.
So what do you have to say about, you know, the failure is not final thing? People think it's just a cliche, and people just keep saying it. Oh, don't give up, don't give up. What do you have to say?
I do believe that failure is failure when you stop. When you just put a full stop on it and then say, yeah. But I don't think you failed when you know, face a setback or a stumbling block and then you try again. I think that's actually a winner's mentality. Don't you think?
I think so.
I do think that, like, no matter what you're doing, one thing that someone told me is that nobody throws stones at unripe fruits. People throw stones at good fruits, right? Ripe fruits. So whenever you're chasing something big, don't expect it to be a joyride. Don't expect it to be a beautiful thing. I'm telling you, you're going to have like a roller coaster of emotions. Even if it's not physical, it might be mental. It might be you fighting yourself. It might be a lot of hindrances, a lot of limitations. But in general, just keep going. Because most of the time, it's a journey. It's a journey most of the time. Like when you're trying to achieve your dream, it's a journey you're on a road. So there's a lot to learn. And I feel like you should always keep your eyes open to grasp the moral lessons.
And that leads us to another point. I just love the way everything
is just going.
Yes, they are just connecting the dots together. So the next point, you know, learning, you have to like have mentors or a community you belong to.
I was going to say that you should curate your environment. It's very, very important for you to intentionally place people who have like minds so that your goals, your dreams can be achieved faster. Like I said, company affects your mindset. You should have a mentor, because I believe that even if there's nobody that has achieved what you want to achieve, there are people that have achieved things that they've set out to achieve, even when their background was like a total opposite of where they are right now. They set out to achieve things and they achieved it eventually. So I think it's really important to, you know, get someone that can speak into you. Yeah. I do think it's very, very important to curate your environment. Your friends, they should be people who can speak life into you when you're low, when you're sad. They can tell you that, oh, and that also takes me to one thing I wanted to say at the beginning. Okay. You know, your mind is a very, very deep place. Sometimes when you fail, your brain begins to tell you, oh, you're this, you're that. You begin to speak to yourself and all of that. one thing that can really help you is when you've had a journal of all the things that you've been able to accomplish. I don't believe that there's nobody that has ever accomplished. See, the fact that you're even alive is a good thing. It means that there's still hope, right?
Yeah.
So I think it's very important to write down, even if it's the littlest achievement. So whenever you feel like you cannot,
you can go through it
you
again.
go back to it, and then you encourage yourself. Yeah. So I do think that it's very, very important to just, place people around you, and then also make yourself your motivator by writing stuff down.
All right, and speaking on the environment aspect, I think in as much as you are bringing people into your life, that is when you now work on taking out the people that don't have the same mindset as you do, people, activities, a lot of every other thing that does not really align to what the big dream is, because all this thing counts as well.
Yeah, they can also count as distractions. Very, very important to just have a mind that is focused, that's streamlined to what you want to achieve. It's very, very important to be, it's very, very possible for you to be distracted and especially when, because the truth is, when you stand for everything, if you stand for everything, you fall for everything. I mean, if you stand for nothing, you fall for everything. That's what I mean to say. You need to know where you stand. If your hand is in a lot of different places, you begin to say that you become jack of all trades, a master of none. So I think it's just good for you to, curate your environment, remove the things that don't help you, and then add the things that will really help you. Yeah, I think that's very, very important.
Well, let's be a little bit real here. Saying no to distractions is actually hard.
It's really hard.
Like, it's so hard.
So hard.
I mean, whenever we're writing exams, I'm always seeing these memes about, there's this cartoon kind of boy or girl, whoever it is, that is lying on the bed with the phone, whereas a pile of books.
I'm telling you.
So distractions is
honestly,
really hard.
Let me speak on that myself. I'm telling you that I'm not a movie person.
Okay.
But when it's exam period, I don't know, the movies seem more catchy. It's as if I should just that's the only
I could relate to that meme the moment I saw any of them, because I don't really know, but once you are actually set to get to a destination, it's as if all manner of distractions will come for you.
And I think it's just very, very important to be sensitive to that. Just make sure you keep yourself grounded. And that's why I feel like it's very, very important to surround yourself. Because if you could be in that space, and then your other friend could be in a space where she's actually firing on, so when you now have that kind of friend around, the friend could see you, where you're slacking and all of that. And then the person becomes like a motivation.
I love those kind of friends.
Yes, those kind of people. And also, I think discipline, this is where discipline comes into play. I think people can only do so much. Sometimes you have to speak, most of the time you have to learn to speak to yourself. I don't think there's any successful person that hasn't had self-control. You need to be able to control yourself and discipline yourself. I think that's really, really
okay. I'm going to add something to that discipline part. When you hear discipline, it's more like, this hefty protector of the self. That's what comes to my mind. But someone like Leila Homozi, I don't want to describe who she is, but she spoke about discipline, and she said when you're trying to be disciplined and you're trying to be the bodyguard of yourself, and it's going to be hard because you will keep fighting yourself. But when you learn the way your system was wired, you learn what you love, you study yourself, and then fix things that will align with who you are. For instance, maybe you want to do something let's say you want to hit the gym, but then you have all manner of junk foods in the house. So what you just do, because it's like an urge, it comes once in a while, not all the time. So when that urge comes, before it comes, you have to like set the environment. So that means that environment really matters, people matter. So you like take away the junk and replace it with something that is healthy, so that when the urge comes, you just stretch your hand. Instead of getting a junk, you're getting something healthy.
Exactly.
So I think discipline is like studying who you are and then knowing how to gradually follow you, because it's still all you.
Yeah, it's
right?
all about you.
So apart from that, which other, you know, step to stay inspired comes to your mind for big dreams?
Another thing is, I would say you should audit your digital environment as well. Think about it. Everybody is online. Didn't you go online today?
I did.
Yeah. I'm
I
telling
did.
you that most of the time we wake up in the morning, and the next thing we're reaching for our phones. Everybody's guilty of that.
I fought that. I fought it with all I had, because it's not
a good
habit actually. It's not.
It's actually very, very, if you think about it, it's unhealthy to your system.
I think it's mind training.
Yeah.
Because the moment you use your phone, your dopamine is high, and then you find it difficult to do more important things. You just want to stay back and enjoy your phone, enjoy anything that is not giving your brain stress.
But if you look at it, you realize that you've actually been very, very unproductive through
oh my God. We
Yeah.
cannot talk about the dangers of this mobile phone.
Well, that's by the way anyway. I think that while we are online, it's very, very important that whatever you do, it should be something that's in line with that particular dream. So now everybody's online, everybody has, and let me not say everybody, but let me say 80% have, you know, digital phone, they have access to the internet and all of that. It's very, very important to, you know, audit your digital environment. What I mean by that is like your followers, the people you follow, are they facilitating this dream of yours? Are there people that you want to be a vlogger? Is there any vlogger that like you admire that you're following, or you're just following the crowd or following a lot of people? I mean, another thing is, you know, when you have a dream, it's very, very possible to get sucked into this cycle of comparing yourself. Because I know sometimes you're not where you want to be. And then you open your phone and then you see other people, your age mates, they've gone so far. And then I want to speak to that person right now that feels like that. I'm going to tell you that sometimes, yes, we realize that we could have done our best and we could have put in more effort, and maybe we're not. we end up not being where we're supposed to be. But that doesn't mean that you cannot still amass to something great. You can still keep going. I don't want you to compare yourself. I don't want you to begin to have anxiety or worry. I just want you to take steps that will facilitate that dream. Take steps in line with your dream. Do you get? Because I think it's very, very, I've been in that situation where I look at other people that maybe just started out just like me, and then I realized that they're here, and I'm like here. But like, you have to, at that point in time, you have to constructively criticize yourself and not bring yourself down. You need to tell yourself that these are things I need to do. You need to, that should motivate you to sit up, to be a better person, not to condemn yourself.
Exactly.
So I think it's very, very important to just place people that can actually mentor you, that can teach you, that you can learn from on your social media profile. So you're opening your FYP, you're seeing someone that can actually push you towards your goals. That's what I believe. Like, I think it's very, very
all right. What's your final word to anyone watching out there who has a big dream or probably met few setbacks and is thinking of quitting? What's your final word to that young person out there?
Well, I just believe that, first of all, you should understand that dreams, sometimes they can be very, very big, and it might feel like the gap is like so large from where you are right now to where you want to be. But what I'll tell you is just to start from somewhere and start with what you have, because you can't have everything, but along the line you realize that so many things will come to you just because you started. Even if it's for 5 minutes, just work on your goals daily so you can achieve something. That's just what I have to say.
Thank you so much, Peculiar, for joining.
Thank you so much for having me. Like, I'm so happy to be here.
I'm so glad that you actually joined us today, because I was so enlightened, I was so inspired, and I
learned a lot from you. You have a lot to talk about after this.
Maybe after this, now, you know.
Definitely.
All right. If you watched till this point, then thumbs up to you, because we have come to the end of the conversation on keeping your dreams alive and the practical ways to stay inspired. If you ask me, I think your dream is not over until you're gone. So I think that's the main full stop to this life of dreaming. So until we come your way next time, which is next week, remember to follow us on social media platforms on Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. This is Teens Jive. Coming up next is the game segment with Chinaza. Don't go anywhere.
Hello and welcome to the game segment, and I am your host Chinaza. I'm going to be taking you guys on a very fun ride where anything can happen. We'll have so much fun, we'll meet new people, and you might also stand a chance to win a mystery prize. Don't go anywhere, let's have some fun. Hello my G, how are you doing today? Okay, so it's a very simple game. In this game you just have to pick a paper, and if you are lucky enough, you might win a mystery prize. So are you in?
Yes.
Okay, so pick a paper.
God, please favor my hand.
Okay, what does it say?
If you could meet anyone in the world, who could it be?
So who would it be?
Elon Musk.
Elon Musk. Why would you want to meet Elon Musk? Because there's a lot of things they are saying about him.
Money. Make him teach me his ways.
Okay, let him teach you his ways. Like, you know, Elon Musk is a multi-businessman, so he does a lot of things. So would you like to venture into that kind of role as he is?
Yeah, I would like to venture into it because, you know, Elon Musk is everywhere in everything, and he not learn everything. So I want him to teach me how he did it.
Okay, so thank you so much for joining us in the game. It was fun having you. Thank you so much. Hello, pretty lady. What's your name?
Mabugweze Ifnaya Stella.
She gave us the whole package. Okay, Stella. So this game is very simple. All you have to do is pick a paper, and you might stand a chance to win a prize. Are you in? Okay, you don't have to see the paper now. You just have to pick. Okay, pick a paper. Okay, what does it say?
I'll tell you one fun fact about myself. I am an ambivert. Let me say that. I think ambivert, yes. Ambivert, yes.
So what does that mean?
It means someone that sometimes person is like a mixture of an extrovert and an introvert. Sometimes person can be so loud, and sometimes person can be so reserved. Like, you get, so I'm like two sides of a coin. You can see me here, you not see me another time. That's it.
Okay.
If you meet me another day, I might just ignore you and pass.
Okay, so thank you for joining us in the game. It was fun having you. Hello, pretty lady. How are you doing?
I'm good.
I seriously love your skin color. Like, you're just glowing all over the place.
Thank you. Thank you.
The game is very simple. You just have to pick a paper, and you might stand a chance to win a mystery prize. Are you in?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so pick a paper. Okay, what does it say?
What's the skill you love to learn?
So what would that be?
Graphics.
Wow, graphics design. So why would you like to learn that skill?
I mean, designing flyers, you don't have to, pay so much to do it. Something you can just sit in the comfort of your home and, put one or two together and bring out something beautiful.
So like you just love the fact that it's something you can do from the comfort of your home. That's why you love the job. Okay, so thank you for joining us in this game. Okay, we are here with a very pretty lady. So what's your name?
Marvelous Ejikeme.
Marvelous. So welcome to the game segment. So the game is very easy. What you have to do is pick a paper and stand a chance to win a mystery prize. So are you in?
Yes, I am.
Okay, pick a paper. Okay, what does it say?
What's your dream vacation destination?
Okay, so if there is somewhere you have an opportunity to go to anywhere in the world, where would that be?
I think the US.
The US. Why would you want to go to the US? Some people have said Dubai, Paris, or something like that.
I feel that when I get there are many things I can achieve in my life. Like there are more opportunities for me, like
job opportunities.
Yes, job opportunities. There are many things I can learn.
They are not telling you, like, this is an opportunity for you to go and rest. Yes, that's it. It's not everything is not about hustling. There are sometimes you just have to go and flex. So if you are to go and flex, you still go to the US.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you so much for joining us. So that's it for the game segment. I enjoyed myself and I hope you did. We had a lot of fun. We learned new things and I hope to see you next time. Same station, same show, Teens Jive. I am your host, Chinaza. Don't forget to follow us on all our social media handles: YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, X, TikTok, all on Aneke TV. Till next time, bye.
And finally, we've come to the end of the show. I'm glad that you stayed till the end. Until we come your way next week, same time, same station. This is Things Jive, where we have some fun. Remember, you can follow us on Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. I am still your host, Onyechi. Bye. From the ancient seat of the Caliphate in a modern Nigerian state, balancing tradition and development, Sokoto tells a story of history, faith, commerce, and resilience. Located in Nigeria's northwestern frontier, Sokoto State is a gateway between Nigeria and the Sahel region. Sokoto is the spiritual heart of the historic Sokoto Caliphate. Founded in the early 19th century, the Sultan of Sokoto remains one of the most influential traditional leaders in West Africa. Trade remains the lifeblood of Sokoto's economy, with vibrant markets connecting rural farmers
and regional traders. Beyond tradition, Sokoto is investing in education and infrastructure to shape its future. The people of Sokoto preserve a deep cultural identity rooted in Hausa Fulani tradition. Like many regions, Sokoto faces development challenges, but reforms and investments continue to reshape its future. From its rich Islamic heritage to its evolving modern identity, Sokoto remains a powerful symbol of history meeting progress in northern Nigeria.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV, move with the world.
Nigeria's worsening security situation has continued to intensify calls for the creation of state police, as kidnapping, banditry, terrorism, and violent crimes stretch the capacity of federal security agencies across several regions. In recent years, Nigeria has witnessed repeated mass abductions of school children and civilians, including incidents in Kaduna, Niger, Zamfara, and Katsina states, where armed groups have targeted schools, highways, and rural communities. The Chibok schoolgirls' abduction in Borno State, the Kankara school attack in Katsina, and the recent wave of kidnappings along the Abuja-Kaduna Expressway remain defining examples of the scale of insecurity confronting the country. Beyond school attacks, rural banditry in the northwest has led to mass displacement of communities, destruction of livelihoods, and repeated negotiations for hostage releases. In the southeast, violent attacks on security formations and civilian targets have also been recorded in parts of Anambra, Imo, and Enugu states. In the northeast, insurgency linked to Boko Haram and ISWAP continues to destabilize rural and border communities despite years of military oppression. Security analysts argue that these overlapping crises expose a major structural gap: Nigeria's centralized policing system. With the Nigeria Police Force controlled federally, operational directives, logistics, and deployment approvals often require central clearance, even when emergencies are localized. A key challenge often raised is the limited operational authority of state governors over commissioners of police. While governors are officially described as chief security officers of their states, in practice, commissioners of police in each state report directly to the Inspector General of Police in Abuja. This means governors cannot independently order arrests, deployments, or tactical operations without federal approval. There have been several public instances where governors requested urgent deployment or redeployment of police personnel during crisis, only for delays or bureaucratic procedures to slow response time. In fast-moving security emergencies such as kidnappings or communal clashes, these delays can prove critical. Supporters of state police argue that decentralization would allow states to respond faster, using officers recruited, trained, and deployed within local environments. They say local policing would improve intelligence gathering because officers understand local languages, terrain, and community networks, which are essential in tracking criminal groups operating in rural and forested areas. They also point to countries with decentralized policing systems. In the United States, state and local police forces operate independently but coordinate through federal agencies when necessary. In Germany, policing is primarily managed at state level, Länder, while maintaining federal oversight for national security. India also maintains state-controlled police forces under a federal constitutional framework. However, Nigeria's security experts caution that without strong oversight, state police could be vulnerable to political interference. There are concerns that governors could misuse security structures against political opponents, journalists, or dissenting voices, especially in states with weak institutional checks. Human rights advocates also warn that disparity in funding and training between states could create unequal policing standards across the country. Wealthier states may develop stronger forces, while poorer regions could struggle to maintain professional capacity, potentially widening security inequality. Despite these concerns, many analysts argue that the current centralized system is overstretched. With Nigeria's population exceeding 200 million and vast ungoverned rural spaces, federal police presence is often thin on the ground, creating operational vacuums exploited by armed groups. In several kidnapping cases along highways and remote communities, response times have been delayed due to distance, logistics, and command structure approvals. This has strengthened argument that localized policing would reduce response time and improve preventive intelligence rather than reactive operations. Proponents now suggest a hybrid model where state police operate under national standards with unified training, strict federal oversight, and shared intelligence systems. This, they argue, would balance local efficiency with national control and reduce the risk of abuse. Others propose phased implementation, beginning with strengthened community policing units upgraded into full state structures over time, allowing gradual reform without destabilizing existing security frameworks. Ultimately, the debate reflects a central national question: whether Nigeria's current security architecture can continue to carry the burden of rising insecurity, or whether decentralized policing is now a necessary step toward more effective protection of lives and property. What remains clear is that any reform must be guided by strong accountability, professional standards, constitutional safeguards, and political neutrality to ensure that security institutions serve citizens and not power structures.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world. Time. The silent witness to human courage. The keeper of memory. the archivist of greatness.
Across the vast landscapes of Africa, from the savannas to the bustling cities, voices once rose, ideas once bound, and visions once dared to challenge the limits of their age.
They were not merely individuals. They were epochs in human form.
In literature, minds such as Chinua Achebe, Wole Soyinka, and Ngugi wa Thiong'o reclaimed the African narrative.
Through ink and imagination, they dismantled distorted histories and restored the dignity of African identity. Their words were not just stories.
They were mirrors, reflecting a people long misunderstood, and windows opening the world to the depths of African civilization.
In the realm of science and knowledge, pioneers like Philip Emeagwali proved that African intellect could reshape the frontiers of computing and technology. Their work was a quiet revolution, reminding the world that innovation knows no geography.
And in leadership, towering figures emerged when history demanded courage. Men like Nnamdi Azikiwe, Kwame Nkrumah, Nelson Mandela, and Julius Nyerere redefined freedom, not as a privilege bestowed, but as a right reclaimed.
They spoke for millions. They endured prisons, exile, and resistance. Yet, their vision transcended the politics of their time.
They dreamed of a continent awakened. Today, their echoes travel through generations.
In every African classroom, in every curious mind, in every dream that refuses limitation. For history is not merely what has passed, it is the foundation upon which tomorrow stands.
The past still speaks. Its lessons remain. Its voices endure.
This is not just remembrance, it is inheritance. Echoes of the past, where history breathes and legacy lives on. In a world where safety matters and vigilance saves lives,
Information is power. Awareness is protection.
from our streets to our homes, from local communities to national security, Security Watch brings you timely reports, expert analysis, and trusted updates on security issues that matter to you.
Stay alert. Stay informed. Stay safe.
Security Watch, every week only on Aneke TV.
It is our utmost pleasure to have you join Security Watch once again on Aneke TV. It is the enlightenment program that has identified the importance of safety and then moves for a heightened security measures to safeguard lives and property at all times and to the benefit of mankind. You can find us on our socials, our Facebook, our Instagram, our TikTok, our X, and our YouTube, all at Aneke TV. My name is Chukwuemeka Obasi. And today, permit me to introduce to you another strong voice that made our list for this show as our guest. I have on the studio a public affairs analyst who is Honorable Sir Martin Ane on the show. You're welcome, sir.
Thank you, Abasi. It's
How are
a
you
pleasure
today,
to be here.
How are you today?
I'm very well, and you?
I am
can
fine.
see you're
I am
looking
fine.
good.
Yes.
Thank you, Aneke TV, for the privilege to be here.
All right. What are the possible implications of insecurity to Nigerian youth?
Well, I want to start by thanking Aneke TV for considering this series on insecurity, because without security, there is no development. So when you talk about the causes of insecurity, is that your question? The causes of insecurity?
Implications of insecurity to Nigeria. Yes.
The implications of insecurity are, you can't number them. They're innumerable, because in the first place, if you are not secure, if you don't have the sense of security in the first place, I don't think you'll be comfortable to walk out of your house and then dash to the studio, because you don't know whether you could be attacked, robbed, or possibly kidnapped. So the implications of insecurity in Nigeria are so myriad that it will not take this show to talk about them. But then I want to start by saying that, first of all, there is always a psychological challenge. There is always a psychological challenge when people feel insecure in any society. It's not about when they are robbed, not yet. It's not about when they are kidnapped, not yet. But when they know that there is a possibility of being kidnapped, some may not have a good sleep. Because while sleeping at night, they will be worried that it's possible I don't have enough security. It's possible that the police is not there for me, or the military is not there for me, or the vigilantes are not there for me. So psychologically, it impacts on people negatively. Then socially, it also impacts on people. As we speak today, most of us cannot travel to several destinations just because of feeling of insecurity. If you tell him, oh, there is a wedding I'm holding at Okusigo, he will tell you, oh, that Boko Haram, pop hotbed. And then you see the person tell you, oh, just send me your account number, let me send you, I will be indisposed. You don't know that that person is already shutting himself out of the function simply because there is a feeling of insecurity. And that has affected the social interaction. He's not able to mingle with friends. He's not able to catch up with weddings, functions, be there, burial, or whatever. And then same for birthday celebrations and all that. Housewarming. Oh, I built a house in what's the town? For instance, I built a house in Hamufu. Sorry to say that. But then you know that there was a time we had the Fulani herdsmen attacking Hamufu. Oh, he will tell you, oh, that destination, oh, not me. Count me out. He won't tell you particularly, but he will tell his close friends and then tell you, oh, I can afford to send him a support, but I won't be there. So it affects us socially. It affects us economically. You and I know that most of the hawkers who move from one point to the other for their daily bread, to fend for their families, won't be comfortable to go out there, especially at certain hours. So basically they will be losing some income. They will be losing some resources that they would have helped to use to support their families. Same for traders. There are certain destinations they wouldn't want to go and trade, and for the sake of profit possibly lose their life. So they will tell you, no, if that supply is towards destination A, then count me out. Then if it's toward destination B, oh, I can consider myself to fit into that destination. So it affects us in so many ways. In fact, it affects us also, in learning, because there are so many destinations too where people are not comfortable to go to study. So you find that if a particular university, for instance, in Maiduguri, is offering a certain course, you find out that the people are not willing to go and study petrochemical engineering, for instance, if it is offered by University of Maiduguri. I've had people say...
But people are there.
People are there. But the point is that the rates of moving in and out is minimal compared to areas where people feel a high sense of security. So that's the point I'm only trying to make. So it affects us in so many ways. It affects us socially, economically, psychologically, socially, and of course otherwise. So then in the course of time we can further delve down into...
All right, thank you so much. I want you to take a good look at how insecurity can stand like a preparing factor to the economic hardship of a country like Nigeria.
Okay, talking about how security has affected us. In fact, Nigeria would have been doing better than we are doing today.
Economically.
Economically, if not because of insecurity. And I can tell you for free. Just recently, the governor of Enugu State came on board and said that he was moving the economy of the state to, I think, over 400 billion. I've forgotten what he mentioned. But Enugu used to be a small economy. And he has made that huge projection of where he was moving Enugu. Of course, you know that Enugu used to generate just mega resources. But today, Enugu is counting in 400 billions of IGR. As at last year, I'm sure before the half of this year, they've met that of last year, given the huge basket they've opened, to harness, to get revenue, including drivers, all that. So the point here is that insecurity, before now, you recall that Ogbete market in Enugu used to be locked down on Mondays. Do you know the amount of money both people are losing individually and the government are losing? If people actually come to Ogbete market every day and contribute a token of say 200 naira to government, then multiply by all the people that move around Ogbete, whether barrow pushers, bikes, keke, minibus, then the other buses. Then multiply that by the number of people. So we've been losing it. So consider also what the traders are losing, that would have entered their pocket. The profit they would have made every day after overhead costs, buying fuel, maintaining cars and all that. They would have been losing it. So if you multiply a day of Enugu in a week, 4 weeks or 5 weeks in a month, then you multiply what we are losing. So we've been losing quite a lot. Same for areas like Yobe, which are the hotbeds of Boko Haram and the banditry, Yobe, Boronu, the whole of the northeast. They've been losing a lot. Then if you add all that into the basket of the nation's revenue, you see that we have lost a lot. A lot of markets have been shut down severally. Even recently, when the military opened up one particular route, Damboa, somewhere around Yobe, Meduguri, the Boko Haram people still bombed it again. Currently, they are still working on it. So, certain market was attacked recently. And you know the implication for traders, that route, people come from Niger Republic and, the Trans-Sahara route. People trade is almost like Meduguri and Yobe and all those people are within the borders there. So we have been losing quite a lot. And then we talk about cattle rustling and banditry in certain areas in Benue State, which has been like their hotbed. You see people come, some marauders come, unleash men on a community. And the community suddenly become refugees in their father's house or in their country. And then they are camped somewhere. What will be their productivity? What will be the impact of not being productive during those periods of being in, what do they call it? Either, what do they call it? This IDP camp, exactly. What have they been contributing? Nothing. And the economy is losing. So Nigeria would have. Are
you saying the government is not taking good care of those in IDPs?
Goodness me. What kind of care will you give to someone in IDP? Have you seen the structures, makeshift structures? Sometimes they go to the bush to use use themselves off and all that. So there's no care. We've not even cared enough for those who are working. Those who are say earning 70,000 in an economy where a bag of rice is almost selling for the same 60,000.
But we had quantum promises of the government as soon as that incident happened, and they vacated their original place to the IDPs.
No. Yeah, we've been seeing some relocation back to the community for those who have been displaced as a result of insecurity. But then, how sustainable has it been? Sometimes they give them some handouts, 100,000, the governor will celebrate, we're handing you 100,000, return back. At the end of the day, what are they returning back to? Completely destroy the community. Where would they start? Farmers, their farms destroyed by herders and all that. So the point here is that there is no holistic policy-based way of rehabilitating or integrating or whatever you call it of these persons who have been displaced. Because some people are even displaced more than once in a year. That is the tragedy of it. Some people are displaced more than 3 times in a year. As you are talking about restoring them, then these guys come back and then wipe them off again. So the point here is that there should be a holistic approach to dealing with issues of insecurity. I hope you've taken note of the advisory usually given by the United States government. Recently, they listed so many states in Nigeria as places they are saying there are no-go areas for their people. They listed Benue, of course. I think in Southeast, I think they listed Aba or so, Abia. Yeah, they listed quite a lot of states. And they said this is advisory. And they moved it from level 4 advisory to level 5. So, and they say this is normal. It's a policy thing for them every time they issue this advisory to their citizens, for them to make use of as they travel. And you've seen them also say, oh, we won't take people from this country, we won't take people from that country. Nigeria has come in and out severally. So the point here is that Nigeria is facing an existential problem with insecurity. And something urgent has to be done, which has not been done yet. I don't know how you're feeling. Yeah. Mentioning that something urgent has to be done. Yeah. And I know a lot of people have mentioned this over and over again for a couple of years. Okay. And according to you, nothing has been done. Yeah, nothing tangible has been done. Do you think your voice will change anything? Yeah, we are just weighing in on issues and then providing solutions and then hoping that government will listen. The point here is this. Nigeria has focused so much, because I wouldn't want us to dwell so much on the challenges. But we should rather dwell more on how to deal with the challenges and overcome them. You know, it won't be a case, so it won't be a case of, oh, during Buhari, oh, Jonathan destroyed the country. And he stayed on that rhetorics until his tenure ended. Oh, he did quite some interventions. I will give that to him. Then Buhari came on board, and then today we have President Tinubu, and he also said the country was in a mess when he took over. Even when he spoke to the Bishop Council that met him yesterday, he told them that they are putting the country on a sound footing for economic development with all the military intervention in military and all that. But the point is, has this translated to what? For the common man in Enugu, for the common man in Borno, for the common man in Niger and all over the country. Haven't you seen insecurity still going on every day? So the point is, what should be done to deal with this insecurity? And that's where I would want us to focus. Do you have a solution to that? Yeah, certainly. As a Nigerian, as a philosopher, as a thinker, we should always think. And then you talk about what is going on in Nigeria, then ask yourself, Nigeria is one of the nations in the Committee of Nations of the whole world. Mm-hmm. And then Nigeria is also a democratic country, just like we have in other democracies. So why are we not peer reviewing with other countries that share the same democracy with us? So the point here is that Nigeria is focusing so much on physical security, which is the presence of military, presence of army, presence of all this and all that. It's nice to have those people, the military men, their presence all over the place, at least to reassure people that someone is out there. You know, when you're sleeping sometimes at night, and then you notice siren move around, I mean, you start sleeping better. Yeah, okay. Yeah, it's a psychological thing. Okay. Oh, assuming there are some invaders here, or persons who want to attack us, when they notice that policemen are around, they'll disappear. So it's fine. The nation, the president is creating new brigade, moving it from 8 to 12, new police division, new formations and all that. But it's also most important that we will look at the aspect of invisible security, which is using technology, using ICT to solve the problem. And again, we should move towards proactive intervention instead of reactive intervention. When things have gone bad, when some children have been taken away from your water in a bad what is the state? Oyo State. And then when some people have been taken away in Chibok, in Borno and all that, or before we begin to react. It doesn't work that way. You can't actually solve security problem by waiting until an incident occurs before you move in. No, rather, other democracies, security men are rather proactive If they watch the way you're moving, they will pull you over. And then exactly, and find out why you're moving the way you're moving. Look, check out your ID card. Try to find you. Try to profile you, and that has helped them to solve a lot of crime. In the course of that, you will notice that this person has actually murdered someone and is trying to escape. It has happened severally. But in Nigeria, our security men will just be seated out there and waiting for information that, oh, another kidnap incident has taken place or another attack has taken place. Then they will soon get to action.
Okay, thank you so much. I want you to take a very quick at the Nigeria youth who are farmers. Okay. Now that it is obvious that a lot of them who are farmers have abandoned their farmlands because of insecurity.
Not just Nigerian youths, but then let's focus on Nigerian youths.
We are in Nigeria.
Yeah, because we are in Nigeria. And then the youths form a larger part of the population.
Of course.
Yeah, so and the larger part of the active population who are still in their prime, you know, doing one thing or the other. That is exactly what we are saying. Most of Nigerians has been displaced from their area of business where they make a living, they eke out a living.
Yeah, let's be specific with Nigerian youth who are farmers.
Exactly. So, and then Nigeria has been promoting, you know, farming, encouraging youths to return back to farm.
Of course.
You know, throwing up a few incentives and other. So, the point I want to make is that most of these youths you are talking about, who you believe used to be farmers, and because of the insecurity, I want to tell you that most of them have moved out of the country. So the impact has been so much that while you are in Enugu, have you noticed that certain times you notice some youth moving in droves? Sometimes they are intercepted and they are from the north because they have been totally displaced. Okay, when you talk about farmers, how can you really farm when your crops are not secure? Then you go and borrow money, buy fertilizers, buy incentives, possibly pay for a consultant, then plant rice, for instance. And then some headers come over and run it over. So what I want to say is that where exactly is that farm settlements that we still have in Nigeria? Where those days we used to have agric extension workers come around, educate people, encourage them, tell them about how to use DPK, potash. You know, when we are growing up, you know, we grew up in agric area, rice farming area. There are types of fertilizers you make use of at certain times of the growth of the rice. So what I'm trying to say is that there are no settlements. Do you have any settlement here in Enugu where government has said, oh, come, take a portion, farm? Well, they are nowhere. And then I want to tell you that youths are not in farming. Do you know any youth that is in farming? Very few of them.
Very few of
them. They are on their own. That's the point I'm trying to. Not that there are no people in farming, no youths in farming. But the point I'm making is that they have not made farming attractive to the youths. Yes. I've been to South Africa. In one of my visits to South Africa, along Mpumalanga, I saw quite a lot of farming settlements, or rather farm settlements. And I saw that, I asked the person, oh, these are farmers. He said that most of the big men in the town are farmers. Yeah, they don't really need to get cutlass and begin to, no, there are farm implements, there are tractors, there are all manner of harvesters.
Provided by the government or who?
No, certainly incentivized by government. Okay. Not necessarily that government will provide them, but government will provide incentives that will make the farmers can get loan. Where exactly can you get loan without having a CFO of a landed property in Independence Land, for instance in Enugu, or a landed property in Victoria Island if you are in Lagos? So the challenge, that challenge still persists, that you can go to Agribank and get a loan. Agribank is just there. You can go there and get a loan easily. So where is the incentive? That's why I say that most of the youths are not moving towards agriculture. Rather, most of the youths are moving towards ICT and possibly Yahoo. Let me just be frank with you. Yeah, most of the youths, that's where they're headed. They don't want anything that will dirty them.
Do you think that is a good way to go?
It's not a good way, but which other way is available for most of them? That's the challenge. Are they being incentivized in which other direction?
But there can be scales.
Which scale?
Scale acquisition, that is what I'm talking about. And I know government, in some cases, have offered such schemes for the Nigerian youth.
We are not saying all the youths are into the bad businesses. No, I'm saying a larger chunk of them, a larger chunk of the youth are into get-rich-quick businesses. They are not in farming. Because if you actually want to, you know, move the mind of our listeners to farming for youth, no, they won't agree with you. They will rather agree with me. I said, in Anambra State, what farming scheme has the government provided for youth to make them employable, you know, have employment? What program? No, it doesn't exist. Rather, for instance, in Enugu State, you've heard of trying to reactivate cashew in Ezeagu, cashew, whatever in Ezeagu, palm plantation here and there, and then possibly some agricultural settlement. That's government trying to intervene. We are talking about not just government, but bringing in individuals, public participation. That's the point we are making. So that public will come participate, make money. So what we are trying to say is that there should be a farm settlement, for instance, in Enugu. And Enugu should be able to advertise that the youths who are interested in farming, because not everyone will be interested in farming. Of course. But you could incentivize them. That you could come and get here. There are free consultants, there are free seeds, there are free farm implement, harvesters, blah, 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 to enable you. And then you get 3 plots, for instance, and you begin to farm. And then you make profit, and you pay for the land. And if you make this kind of profit, when you harvest, government has a way to buy it up from you. And then if it's something that needs to be imported, exported, they export and make the bigger profit, and you make your profit. Next year, you are back to that place. And gradually you grow and expand from 3 plots to 1 hectare.
What do you have to say to the government?
What I have to say to the government is that they need to do enough to rescue the youths from the mess they are in Nigeria. Yeah, quite some of the youths are there in the marketplaces trading. Some are into ICT genuinely. Some are into, but quite a lot of them have taken to defrauding people using the internet and making money. And we know them everywhere in the streets. There's no street you go, you don't find these youths. So most of the youths are not actually into farming. That's the point I want to make. Not that they cannot go into farming. They can go into farming and, of course, be successful.
Okay, now, I don't know what your view may look like. Yeah. But there's this saying before now, that Nigeria youth, a lot of them who are educated are not employable. Do you think insecurity is affecting the employability of Nigerian youth?
That is not insecurity. Insecurity are affecting the employability of Nigerians, but rather the low standard of education that we're having. That's what is actually making the youth unemployable. I am still a student in one of the universities, but I have noticed that each time I will be somewhere, if I'm around to do 1 or 2 things, I'll be hearing the student gist. And what we'll be hearing is, let this people do this and give me a certificate so that I will move on. Let this people do this and give me a certificate so that I will move on. As you're talking about reading, they will tell you, oh, everything is on AI. And then during the exams, they're not interested in the exams. They are interested in just getting the certificate. So that's the point I'm making. How can such person tomorrow come out and you see the person as a well-grounded graduate? It's not possible. Whether it's in medicine, whether it's in engineering, that's why we are up to today. You can see that our industries are lacking manpower. And we are still having the Chinese flood all over the place, including building our roads. Why are we not using our engineers who have trained in most of the citadels of learning? Futa is there and all that. Why are we not using them? Because most of them just study theories and all that and move on. No practical experience. And that's the challenge. Some of them in the sciences, some of them in the medical. Why are we still having huge medical flight out of Nigeria? People are still going overseas for minor surgeries. Yeah, because they don't trust what we have around. Even though what we have around can be improved. I'm not putting a blanket stuff on all. A lot of
higher surgeries have been carried
exactly
out,
in Nigeria.
And it was successful.
Exactly. Very, very, very wonderful. And we have wonderful engineers, wonderful doctors, wonderful technicians, business.
Who also studied in Nigeria.
Who also studied in Nigeria, and they are doing well. But recently you saw Soludo, the daughter graduated a few days ago. You saw him in the UK. And the entire family went to celebrate him. So why are they not studying in Nigeria?
Before that.
When Buhari was here, where were all his children?
Before that. That is obvious. But before that, I want you to place side by side.
Some of them have, by way of misgovernance, they've destroyed our education system.
But I want you to place side by side now.
Yeah.
Those Nigerians who studied here and they are doing well.
Yeah.
And those who studied and they are not doing well. Whose fault? The same universities.
Yeah, the same university,
yes,
but different outcome.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the point here is that when you place 3 of us in this room, provide us with all the what we call dependent variable, provide us with all the settings, all the provisions, food, water, our outcome will be different. I could come up fatter, you could come up slimmer, the other person could come up much fatter. So the point is that there are individual contributions to whatever success anyone has to make, irrespective of the environment. Just like the Bible says, wherever your feet step in, you possess. Yeah, everything depends on you. Caleb and Joshua, they also went to such places to cite the Canaan, and the report of those that visited differed. One said, oh, they are a giant. No, Joshua said, no, we are able to overcome them. So it depends on the individual. You know, what you, both of us could be looking at the book. I'm thinking of a different thing. Why you're thinking about how to internalize what you're reading. So it is neither here nor there. The outcomes vary, even though the conditions might be the same. Not all the people that go to UNA and study medicine will come out the same. Some will come out, they can't even study for consultancy. You know, they just become normal general doctor in the hospital. Why you see the other person progress, become a consultant, become a professor. So the point I'm trying to make is that we need quite a lot. You need family. The family need to come in. Because you sent your son or daughter to a school, a university, one of the best in Nigeria, doesn't mean that you come out top of the class. It depends on the father, it depends on the mother. Are you able to wake up your child to say, go and study? Are you able to ask your child, what have you done this week? Are you able to sit down with him, interact with him, and know where he needs help and where he doesn't need help? If you discover that you are not asking questions, and where is your result, how are you faring, he will just be loafing around, go to school, come back. At the end of the day, he will make a third class. So the point here is that there are parents need to contribute, the child or the student or whatever, the undergrad need to be committed to what he's doing and not say, oh, let's just do this and so I'll move on. So there are quite a lot. Then the lecturers need to be committed. And then the lecturers need to be motivated. If government they are owing them salaries or whatever, allowances and other, they will be demotivated. And they will be transferred the aggression on these students. And that's the point we are making. So it takes quite a lot of every aspect of our life and all that for us to get the better society that we are craving for.
Okay, thank you so much. I think we are making headway. Okay. And at this point, I want to call for a short break.
All right.
After the break, you'll be able to tell us if there is any way you think the insecurity in Nigeria has increased because of the unemployment we can experience in the country. Thank you so much. Our viewer, thank you also for being there. We shall be right back. Just a short break. Please don't go away.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you walk. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
All right, thank you so much. Back from the short break, it's still the program Security Watch on Aneke TV. Topic for today is the insecurity affecting the Nigerian youth. Thank you so much for being there. Well, we have on the studio the public affairs analyst, who is Honorable Sir Martin, and he is still here. Honorable, let's continue.
All right.
Before the short break, we were talking about how do you think the level of insecurity we have in the nation today is as a result of the unemployment we also experience in the country.
Exactly. You just got it there. Most of the youths who actually graduate and carry their fire from one office to the other, who, you know, these days, I think one man that calls himself Odumeje, he was making a jest of education, and he said, why are you studying business management or something? He was, you know, cajoling someone. So why would you go and waste 4 years to go and study that? He said you come to a shop and stay 2 days and then you know everything about plus, minus, and you can do business. So he was actually trying to say that some courses are not relevant.
Okay.
Well, that's his opinion. Every course is important. Okay, so most of these youths, when they move around from one place to the other looking for a job, and then there is no capital for them to start what they think they can do. There is no capital to rent a small space that will become their shop.
Who should have provided the capital?
That's exactly what I'm saying. Government needs to drive development all over the world. You know what government means? People have yielded their will to a few people who are elected to say, directors, leaders. And then we don't need to be in a habitual state where there is anarchy. You know, life is brutal short. You know, we need to have a society where they should go. Government needs to be there to drive some of these things. Just like they are driving education now using their fund. If you cannot pay your school fees, then you run to their fund, they will pay for you. Overseas, when you start working, you will refund. Once your social security number is there, you cannot run away from it. It's a debt hanging on you. Recall one House of Rep member, sometime 2-3 years ago, said, oh, I have now discovered that I was part of the people that benefited during the oil boom, when education was free and all that. And certain loan is tagged to me. He now went and paid. So the point I'm trying to make is that Nigeria should understand that these youths need to have a place to work beyond employability that we are talking about, making the educational system so tight that when people study and they come out as an educationist, they are one. Come out as a lawyer, doctor, or whatever they actually want. They can stand before anybody and defend their 4 or 5 years stay in university. So the point is that lack of employment, unavailable places to work and other, has made these youths to take to crime. That is the truth. Most of them didn't, from the outset, decide to go into crime. But when they see flaunting of wealth in the society, see a lot of celebrities flaunting wealth, you know, see a lot of young boys showing I have arrived, I don't want to start calling their names, they're all over the place, they call themselves celebrities, and you see the kind of customized cars they ride. They feel that opening a barbing shop somewhere in their street is a joke. So, but because no one is there to encourage them, they will quickly call one of their friends and say, how are you making it? The guy will say, okay, come, we have a way to train. So the other one will say, oh, we have a way to rob people. The other one will say, oh, we have a way, we kidnap people and go somewhere and make you 2 days, we have this, you have made billions, millions, you become a big boy. And the guy will look at his family. Some of the children, siblings are not able to feed daily, are not able to go to school. They will jump at that offer. So it's actually fueling insecurity in Nigeria. From north to south, from east to west, look at our population. They say we are over 200 because we don't have a current census. So we go by what government say. There are over 250, Nigeria is over 250 million people. So if there are over 250 million people, how many people are at the departure lodge of 80 years?
Okay, you are
see quite a lot of youths.
You are on the population of Nigeria.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. We want to call for another short break.
Okay.
Thank you so much. We shall be right back. Everyone, another short break. Don't go away.
Every second, the world changes. Markets rise. Leaders speak. Stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
From another short break, it's still the program Security Watch on Aneke TV. Let me remind you our topic once again: insecurity affecting Nigeria youth. Thank you so much for being there. Honorable.
Yes.
Thank you. Let's continue. You mentioned something before the short break.
Okay.
That because a lot of youths didn't have the capital to go into what they studied in school, and a lot of them took to crime. I know you graduated from a university, you didn't take to crime. I know I graduated from a university, the country is maybe the same, I didn't take to crime. How do you justify their choice of taking to crime?
Oh my goodness, we are in the social media era, and we have a lot of peer pressure on our youths. Today, if you have a child of about 50 years, you need to be in touch with that person so that he is not negatively influenced. So the point, you can see a lot of youths. One of them, I'm sorry to say, one of them, one young lady from Abia, they say she's a twin, and then she moved to Asaba to meet one guy. They say is Odugu Asaba, who is into reel and short video. I don't know what the name is. So, and then the guy raped her. And then out of frustration, she made a video and put out in the public, and then went and committed suicide. That's the kind of society. The lady said she needed money. That means obviously the parents can't provide. So what I'm trying to tell you is that it's a systemic thing. Okay, take this scenario for instance. You are in a household where the man earns 200,000, the woman earns about 100,000 naira. Do you know that that family might every month have a bill of 500,000? How are they surviving? I tell you, they are surviving by the mercies of God. And then, in the midst of all that, the father could be working in a place, and then he's taking bribe to meet up. The mother could be working, and she's cutting corners. I'm telling you, people are subjected to this because of abject poverty that we are facing. And the same person is there. The landlord has increased the house rent. I mean, the children's school fees has also increased. And the salaries are the same. So these people are exposed to immense danger. Not of their own volition, but circumstantially they find themselves, you know, meddling into the areas they didn't want to meddle, ab initio, if all things were right. So the point I'm trying to make is that there are quite a lot our youth can do, but they are being influenced by their peers who are doing the wrong things. Because I know that there are so many young girls in their family, in their house, you know, their parents could buy them a sewing machine, and before you know it, she's making clothes. While she's studying, she's learning. And that's exactly what we are lacking in Nigeria. Sometime when I was in the UK, I came on a vacation with my family. So while we were there during summer, I discovered that quite a lot of families, every morning they crowd the streets and they are boarding the buses to where I didn't know. So when I asked them, they told me that they are going to training schools, vocational skill acquisition centers. Do you know what this will do? At the vocational skill acquisition center, no matter whether you are whether you are dreaming to become a doctor or dreaming to become an engineer, it doesn't matter. You go there and get a skill for yourself. They believe in giving their people skills so that they will impact on the society positively in the future. And over there, you learn clothes sewing, you learn editing, you learn video, you learn quite a lot in your area. You learn whatever, fashion designing, whatever name, interior decoration and whatever. And you learn carpentry, you learn everything, iron work, metal, electrical. So they have department. He told me that it's a serious issue that every summer children are on this school, in these schools and learning. So where do we have them in Enugu? Apart from scheduled vocational, once in a while here, oh, Enugu State has advertised at a vocational center, SME center, you come and get a skill. So the point here is that a lot of peer pressure, a lot of these children are under pressure, a lot of these youths are under pressure. They need to be like other youths they see on social media in the UK, in the US, in all the other clients who are doing well. So they are forced to go into this, not because they like them, but because they are penniless, nothing in their pocket. They feel, let's commit this crime so that we can survive. Oh, let's do this so that maybe we can build a house like other people are building. Oh, let's do this so that we can. That's why sometimes when you arrest them, you see them lamenting that they were pushed into this because of hunger. They are pushed into this. In fact, let me tell you, and let me shock you, and shock our listeners. Just a few days ago, I got to a refuse dump. I parked. I wanted to get something around that area. And I saw one of the guys, you know, around the refuse dump, pick a waste, open it, and it was take away food in a foil. And he opened the foil and it was spaghetti. And he smelled it, and for him it smelled nice. He got something and started eating it right there by the waste dump. So there is hunger. And this guy is a northerner. All these guys who are around the waste dump picking. So you might think it's a joke until you experience it. So I was really marveled to notice that he was eating that indomie that somebody else had eaten and possibly didn't like and threw away. So that's the extent that hunger has, impacted on. And he's a youth that in his 20-something years who should be doing very well, or who should rather be in school, but where is the foundation? Who is encouraging? Who is going to pick the bills? Maybe he came out from Amajiri. So the point I'm trying to make is that most of our youth fall into this trap because they want to be like other youths they see.
Okay, let's strategically take it to the cost of doing business in Nigeria.
Okay.
How does insecurity affect that negatively?
That's another issue. The cost of doing business, or rather how it has thrown people to crime, or how insecurity has affected cost of doing business. I want to look at it from this point. For instance, insecurity has increased cost of doing business, but I will also come from another dimension about what government is doing to make it easier for people to be in business. Because government with their rate tax, ground rent, blah, 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 almost all the places, especially in enugu, they're making it difficult for people to do business. But then insecurity has increased the cost of doing business in Nigeria. Because today, if you are doing business, you really need to have an armed man, for instance, to guide your wares. Assuming you sell wares in millions and hundreds of tens of millions. Instead of you having your warehouse somewhere and then you are sleeping at night without worry, you rather engage an armed security man. Have you noted that in most of the offices that you visit, private businesses, you see an armed man there. Yeah. I know a book, what is it called? A shop, a mall. I know a mall that is around my area. Every time they have some armed men, you need to pay them to have them because they are afraid that some people can swoop on them and then carry away. They've done that to them in the past. So it's actually increasing the cost of doing business. Today you see some people move their goods from Lagos to Onitsha and then they pay for an armed man to accompany the truck. And then at the end of the day, they will push that to the consumers. You pay more. So it has increased the cost of goods. Today, petroleum movement of petroleum, diesel and all that, with tankers and all that, they are becoming more expensive because of the same cost of insecurity. Some people don't go to certain destination. They have to pay to guide their truck or guide their ways to that destination. So it's increasing the cost. And that's why things are getting costlier by the day. So, but when there is security, these costs will reduce, overhead costs. And then the cost of goods and services will also reduce. Because each time you have a janitor come to do something in my house, and then you look at the janitor, you are transported himself to the house, he has done, he would also go back, you ask yourself, you also possibly will eat. At the end of the day, instead of paying 5,000, you pay him 10,000. So you could eat with 1,500, transport with 2,000 or 3,000. And then sometimes if the person drives to your place, you need to pay more. Not just paying for the service he has offered, but being able to cover his overhead costs, the cost of bringing him to and fro. So you can see, same for builders and all that, all the masons and all that. When they come, you pay them more. So cost insecurity is also impacting on the cost of goods and services in Nigeria. Okay, and that's why it's important government needs to intervene to have this security brought to the lowest minimum so that people can go about their business, pay less, and then cost of goods and services will be affordable. Okay, you and I know that Nigerian youths are into security agencies too. Okay. And they face a lot of threats and attacks. Yeah. So what do you have to say about that? Yeah, because one has to survive. Whether they are security guards, like you have a Moteku, most of the youths, they are security, are youth. Most of the security men, they are youths. They have families. And they've been killed in hundreds of late If you check the statistics, they have been killed. So the youths are everywhere, whether they are in security sector or provided, because most of the, let me tell you the truth, most of the youths you just mentioned that are providing security services are not doing that because they love it. They are doing that because they don't have any option, and because they need to eke out a living. So they find themselves either providing security to banks. You can see them all over the place, young guys providing security. They are just waiting for opportunity, and they will leave that place. Let me tell you. Go and check the turnaround rate, of employers in those areas. You see this one today, tomorrow you will not see him, because sometimes they pay them peanuts, and that cannot sustain them. So the challenge for our youth today is that government is not providing them with a platform for them to succeed. Unfortunately, while we are saying this, quite some youths are also benefiting from the influence of their godfathers. Yeah, I don't need to start mentioning, but you saw a minister for, a lot of ministers, their children are either in several boards. I don't want to mention them, but you can check out. Most of them are occupying juicy positions at 25, at 30, while some of the youths at 45 are not able to even marry.
True.
And they are not able to even pay for a house rent. They are still eating from their parents' house. So the point is that there is a lot of imbalance. There is a lot of injustice. And there is a lot of nepotism, tribalism. Some people, they focus on one tribe because they are in government, and one area because they are in this area. That's not how governance should be. Governance should be all encompassing. Everyone who comes under your supervision, you should deal with them as one and not divide them. So that's the point I want to make. So most of the youths are doing well, no doubt. Most of the youths, quite a lot of entrepreneurs at 40, they are doing. I don't want to start mentioning them. Quite a lot are already employing other youths, even below 40. But still quite a lot of them too are nowhere, because of lack of support, lack of good background, lack of education. And education is actually what empowers people to become whatever they want to be. I know people who have supported education, I don't want to mention their name, simply because education provided them with a platform to become great in life.
Are you still believing that education is the key to success?
Yeah, education is the key to success. Entrepreneurship is also a key to success. I will always encourage youths who are in schools to also get a skill.
And there are youth who are entrepreneurs, but they are not educated.
Educated, exactly. I want to encourage them to get a skill, because when you talk about that, you remember this computer guru once mentioned, they said he also dropped out of school.
Mark Zuckerberg?
No, the first computer guru, I've forgotten his name. He also mentioned that he dropped out of school because he discovered that school can't offer anything to him, because he had a lot in his brains. And then he went to he opened the first computer, I've forgotten the name.
And he made it?
And he made it today. He's a billionaire. He's one of the first billionaires in Nigeria, in the world, before other people started coming up, whether in the ICT or other areas.
Okay, we're going to come back to that, but have you noticed this mass exodus of skilled professionals from Nigeria to other Western countries?
Exactly.
Does it have anything in relation to insecurity?
Oh, insecurity is one of the first considerations that you make, in deciding where you... So, in fact, one of my friends that relocated to UK was celebrating that at last he is free from fear. That he was always afraid as a medical doctor, whether going to North, whether going to Lagos, everywhere, whether he could be kidnapped. And he didn't have all the money to fly. So it's one of the considerations. Just like you, if enugu, for instance, is no more conducive, people are being kidnapped, you begin to notice movement of people out of enugu to other locations where they are safer. But if enugu is safe, like the governor is making it with drone, ICT, security and all that, you see a lot of businesses coming into enugu, because at least they will need to spend so much on overhead in securing their facility and their workers, especially the expatriates. So security is one of the considerations. Not necessarily going to get higher education. No, higher education is not what is driving most of the people who are going on. They're only using that as a launch pad to travel, to write to embassy. Oh, I want to study masters in electrical engineering. I want to study masters in business, just to get admission. to leave the country. And then when they go there, I tell you, ask any of them, less than 1 year, they've started working. Let's say they're asking for further visa, blah, 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 work visa, blah, blah, blah. And before you know it, they are gotten their permanent residence.
Don't you have such aim?
Well, we are here, and we believe Nigeria will be better. I'm one of the persons that believe that Nigeria will be better, and that working together will get the right leadership.
Okay, have you also seen that Nigeria youths are also moving away to find better life and stability?
Yeah.
Yes, what do you have to say about that?
That's exactly what I'm saying. I've seen quite a lot. What I know a young man, a few years ago, he was battling with getting visa. And in fact, 2 days ago, he called me, was happier that he left with his wife. And he told me, look, I want to buy a property. Help me secure a place. I want to buy a property within this range. And I was happy. But if he were here, he would have been one of the boys running around for other big men, which he was actually doing before he left. So now he has found a meaning for his life. So actually, we can do better whether we travel or whether we are here. That's the point I want to make. Whether we are here, if you believe that you make it here, why not? The opportunities are bound, but the challenge is that the obstacles are also there.
I want you to quickly mention some things you think the leaders of those countries did to curb insecurity that Nigeria government has not been able to do.
Yeah, one of the things I think the leaders of those countries did to curb insecurity is to govern well. You know, when you are governing well, you are governing within the ambit of the law, the constitution, then you are not doing things that are unconstitutional. It makes for harmony. You know, that's what we call in management over romanticization of harmony. That is pretending that we are good, meanwhile we are bad, and then possibly masking violence. You know, that's exactly what the statement of the president, he over-romanticized harmony by saying, oh, we are not doing well, Nigeria is doing well. Meanwhile, the trouble there is stamping on it, using cloth to cover it. Yeah, that's exactly what I saw in that statement. So the point here is that whether we are here or whether we are there, we can do well. It depends on individuals. Some people believe that when they travel outside, they will be better off, which some of them, you know, give it to them, they are doing well. But we also believe that if we are here and we get the right leaders, we get the right resources, the roads are put in place, there is agricultural settlement for people, there is skill acquisition centers for people, and then people are paid well, and then corruption is curbed, because the major challenge is looting of state resources.
Are you giving us this as a take-home that any youth can do well anywhere?
Whether anywhere you find yourself, the opportunities are there.
Devoid of insecurity.
Yeah, it's part of the insecurity. Like I said, like in Enugu State, it's been mitigated. We give that to the governor, Governor petermbah. He's doing well, mitigating insecurity. But then, it's a hydra-headed monster. It's still there. But then, if you are in Enugu and you are doing what you're doing, I notice that there are areas where insecurity is still there. You might avoid it. It wouldn't stop you from not doing what you're doing. So you could be doing what you're doing, you avoid those areas.
How much do you believe that Nigeria can get better in terms of insecurity?
I believe with the right leaders, right leadership, curbing corruption in the security agencies. You see them, as you drive past, they are not interested in securing people. They are interested in what the drivers are tipping. Whether they are this agency or that agency, I don't want to mention them, they are collecting. The other one,
quickly on the conclusion.
So it's actually affecting their focus. So they need to stop. They need to pay security men well and tell them, encourage them to stay on their duty.
Say more of that. On a conclusive note, you are talking to the government.
Okay, on a conclusive note, whether the government at the subnational or national, government need to work together. Whether, you know, recently they were talking about state police and state policing. Yeah, just like community policing, just like vigilante, there should be synergy in all of these, in this security issue. Whether you have federal police or state police, vigilante, everyone needs to work together. Technology needs to be provided, ICT needs to be deployed, and then security recruitment should attract the best of Nigerians who are well educated. If you go overseas, people are struggling to become security men, especially in the US. Our people here go over there and they are doing well in the military and they are happy going to foreign missions and all that. So why can't we attract the best in our security agencies?
That is a big question. Why can't we attract the best in our security agencies?
Yeah.
I think the government has.
The government talked about moving salaries
Thank you so much, our public affairs analyst.
So
thank you so much.
Thank you. A lot needs to be done to get us out of the woods.
Thank you so much.
And with the right leadership, I think we can do that.
That would be more.
Thank you, Ambassador.
And that is our prayer.
Thank you, Aneke, for having me.
Thank you so much,
It's a pleasure.
Aviwa, for being there. Even a nice time we shared with you, talking on the insecurity affecting Nigeria youth. Thank you also for being there. My name is Chukwemeka Obasi. Saying bye-bye. We'll meet again.
In a world where safety matters and vigilance saves lives,
Information is power. Awareness is protection.
from our streets to our homes, from local communities to national security, Security Watch brings you timely reports, expert analysis, and trusted updates on security issues that matter to you.
Stay alert. Stay informed. Stay safe.
Security Watch, every week only on Aneke TV.
Security is not just police on patrol. It is safety in homes, schools, markets, and mines. Without it, progress is impossible. Be alert. Report danger. Support community watch. True security is collective responsibility.
Nigeria's worsening security situation has continued to intensify calls for the creation of state police, as kidnapping, banditry, terrorism, and violent crimes stretch the capacity of federal security agencies across several regions. In recent years, Nigeria has witnessed repeated mass abductions of school children and civilians, including incidents in Kaduna, Niger, Zamfara, and Katsina states, where armed groups have targeted schools, highways, and rural communities. The Chibok schoolgirls' abduction in Borno State, the Kankara school attack in Katsina, and the recent wave of kidnappings along the Abuja-Kaduna Expressway remain defining examples of the scale of insecurity confronting the country. Beyond school attacks,
Good afternoon and welcome to News at 3 on Aneke TV. I am Onyechi Ugu. Here are the headlines. INEC releases candidate credentials as 2027 election race begin. Chief Justice bans use of barrister title at Supreme Court. Federal government expands Forest Guards initiative to 10 states. Now the news in details. The Independent National Electoral Commission has published the personal particulars and academic credentials of President Bola Tinubu alongside key opposition figures ahead of the 2027 presidential election. The published documents detail the educational qualifications and supporting records for Tinubu, Nigeria Democratic Congress candidate Peterobi, and African Democratic Congress candidate Atiku Abubakar. The move complies with Section 29, subsection 3 of the Electoral Act, which mandates the Commission to release candidate particulars within 21 days of receipt to allow public vetting. The publication of these credentials comes just weeks ahead of the official August 19th start date for 2027 presidential campaign activities. Documents published by the Independent National Electoral Commission reveal that President Bola Tinubu listed only his university degree on his EC9 nomination form for the 2027 presidential election, leaving the primary and secondary education section blank. The publication of candidate particulars marks the official opening of the statutory window for public scrutiny and legal challenges under the Electoral Act ahead of the January 2027 election. Supporting documents submitted by the President include his 1979 Business Administration degree from Chicago State University, alongside his National Youth Service Corps certificate. In contrast, nomination papers filed by opposing political figures detail full academic histories alongside their professional backgrounds. Former Anambra State Governor Peterobi submitted credentials spanning his primary education through to a Bachelor of Arts degree from the University of Nigeria in Nsukka, while former Vice President Atiku Abubakar listed qualifications ranging from his primary school certificate to a master's degree obtained in 2020. The electoral body published the records to allow voters and stakeholders to verify candidates' claims as campaign activities prepare to officially kick off. The presidency has dismissed critical remarks made by Cardinal John Onaiyekan regarding the administration of President Bola Tinubu, describing the cleric's view as political rather than spiritual. Special Advisor to the President on Policy Communication, Daniel Wala, stated on social media that the Cardinal was expressing personal opinions and speaking specifically on behalf of Catholic interests aligned with Labour Party figure Peterobi rather than representing the broader Christian community. Wala argued that religious institutions and their leaders ought to maintain neutrality, alleging that significant Catholic backing went to Obi during the previous election cycle. Defending the administration's performance, the presidential spokesman affirmed that President Tinubu was fully justified in challenging the Catholic bishop's assessment of the nation's economy, maintaining that the government's stance remains solidly rooted in economic facts and official data. Chief Justice of Nigeria, Justice Kudirat Kekere-Ekun, has directed all lawyers, court registrars and litigation staff to immediately stop using the title barrister as a name prefix in official engagements at the Supreme Court. The order was issued through an internal memorandum signed by the Supreme Court's Chief Registrar, Kabir Akanibi, emphasizing that using the prefix is inappropriate and inconsistent with expected standards of legal professionalism. The directive mandates the immediate removal of the title from all court records, official correspondence, documents, and identification materials, with department heads instructed to enforce strict compliance. The ban comes on the heels of a recent warning from the Council of Legal Education, which cautioned prospective lawyers against wearing legal regalia or representing themselves as legal practitioners before being formally called to the bar, Nigerian bar. The Edo State government has launched a full-scale investigation following violent unrest and widespread property destruction at the Rogue Thai Group factory in Ikwoba, Oka local government area. The chaos erupted after forklift operator David Yelsa was killed in a workplace accident, prompting host community members and youths to protest over allegations that the company attempted to secretly move the victim's body. The demonstration quickly escalated, resulting in vandalized vehicles, damaged equipment, and the arrest of 35 suspects. Edo State Deputy Governor Dennis Idahosa inspected the scene alongside company representatives and local leaders, raising serious concerns over compromised workplace safety standards and inconsistencies surrounding the incident. Expressing alarm over missing CCTV footage, the absence of basic first aid equipment, and the suspicious removal of the faculty forklift prior to official inspection, Idahosa confirmed that multiple state ministries will conduct a thorough inquiry to ensure justice while restoring calm to the industrial area. The news at 3 comes to you live from Aneke TV. For more updates and breaking news stories, follow us on Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. And now, here is a recap of the major stories making the headlines. INEC releases candidate credentials as 2027 election race begin. Chief Justice bans use of barrister title at Supreme Court. Coming up shortly, federal government expands Forest Guards initiative to 10 states. Stay with us.
Frontline Africa is Aneke TV's flagship current affairs program, where critical national and continental issues take center stage.
On Frontline Africa, we examine politics, the economy, security, business, health, and a wide range of other key sectors shaping society.
The program is insightful, engaging, and interactive, providing a platform for informed analysis and meaningful public discourse.
Here, issues are discussed raw, balanced, and expertly with depth, clarity, and a commitment to fact and accountability.
Join us every Saturday at 5 in the evening, only on Aneke TV. Welcome back. The federal government has expanded the Presidential Forest Guards initiative to 10 states, training over 9,000 personnel to secure vast ungoverned spaces. The federal government has continued to train the forest guards for the spaces by bandits and kidnappers to avoid the clashes between them. Now, the latest phase deploys 2,000 newly trained guards across Kaduna, Edo, and Kogi states, recruited directly from communities heavily impacted by insecurity. The guards leverage their local knowledge of terrain, footpaths, and rivers to boost intelligence gathering and surveillance. Personnel underwent rigorous security vetting alongside specialized training in arms handling, navigation, and tactical field craft. State governors have pledged full operational support for the initiative, which aims to dismantle criminal hideouts, restricts bandits' movement across state borders, and restore permanent government presence in vulnerable rural areas. The Nigeria Police Force is moving to strengthen its intelligence-led counter-terrorism investigations following the completion of a specialized United Nations training program in Morocco. A 10-member Nigerian delegation led by Assistant Commissioner of Police Favor Fadawa participated in the 3-week Train the Trainer initiative in Rabat alongside officers from Kenya and Burkina Faso. Organized by the United Nations Office of Counter-Terrorism and AI Akawain University, the sessions focused on disrupting terrorist networks, preserving admissible evidence, and conducting legal investigations. Inspector General of Police Olatunji Riwal Disu emphasized that the initiative comes at a critical time as security agencies combat increasingly complex transactional threats. To maximize the impact, the police chief directed the Department of Training and Development to immediately integrate these specialized counter-terrorism modules into the national police curriculum. The force also revealed that plans to launch an executive master's program at the Nigeria Police Academy are reaching final accreditation stages. More than 10 suspected vandals overpowered 3 security guards at Government Unity School, Ringim, stealing 12 meters of armored cable from the school's transformer. The Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps confirmed that the attack occurred in the early hours of Thursday, leaving the facility in total darkness. Officials estimate the stolen cable to be worth up to 1 million naira. Civil defense officers responded to a distress call from the school, recovering physical evidence from the scene to aid the ongoing investigation. Condemning the attack as a criminal assault on critical public infrastructure, Jigawa State nscdc Commandant Mohammed Ingawar ordered a full-scale manhunt for the perpetrators. He urged security guards at public institutions to maintain heightened vigilance and called on the public to report suspicious activities to law enforcement agencies immediately. Nigeria has solidified its standing among the world's elite supporting nations, occupying 9th place on the all-time Commonwealth Games medal table as the 2026 competition enters its final stretch in Glasgow. Accumulating 271 medals, including 82 gold, 84 silver, and 105 bronze, Nigeria stands as one of only 9 countries in Commonwealth history to surpass the 250 medal milestone. The tally makes Nigeria the highest-ranked nation in West Africa and one of just 2 African countries in the all-time top 10 alongside 10th-placed Kenya. While powerhouse Australia leads the historic standings with over 2,600 medals, 16 competing territories, including the Bhutans, Gabon, and Togo, are still searching for their first-ever Commonwealth podium finish before the Games conclude on August 2nd. Nollywood actress Nancy Isime has paid an emotional tribute to her late colleague and friend Alex Ekubo, marking 3 months since his death following a battle with cancer. Sharing memories from their past film set, hosting gigs and trips on Instagram, the media personality admitted that the reality of his passing remains too heavy to fully process. Reflecting on the loss, Isime revealed that her biggest takeaway from this season is the vital importance of capturing as many moments as possible with loved ones while they are here. Describing Okubo as the funniest man in every room, she declared that legends never die but transition, ensuring his memory will remain alive in the hearts of his colleagues and fans. And now, to end the news, here are the main points again. The Independent National Electoral Commission has published the personal particulars and credentials of candidates for the 2027 presidential election, including President Bola Tinubu, Peterobi, and Atiku Abubakar. A key highlight from the published nomination forms shows President Tinubu listed only his university degree from Chicago State University, leaving his primary and secondary education sections blank. Meanwhile, Chief Justice of Nigeria, Justice Kudirat Kekerekun, has issued a directive prohibiting lawyers, registrars, and court officials from using barrister as a prefix to their names in Supreme Court dealings. The Apex Court declared the usage unprofessional and inconsistent with the standards legal practice, ordering its immediate removal from all official documentation and correspondence. In the meantime, the federal government has expanded its presidential forest guards initiative across 10 states, training over 9,000 personnel to secure remote and ungoverned forest areas. Coordinated by the Office of the National Security Advisor, the program recruits local residents to improve intelligence gathering and dismantle hideouts used by bandits and kidnappers. And that concludes the news. Thank you for watching. I am Onyinyechi Ugu. Good afternoon.
Eagles stand as a majestic symbol of strength, clarity, and vision. Its ability to soar above storms signifies resilience, while its shaped sight represents focus. This is why many nations, including Nigeria, use the eagle as an emblem of nation pride. Eagles do not fear challenges, they embrace them. They fly higher when the winds become strong, rising above obstacles rather than avoiding them. This teaches us that problems are not barriers, but stepping stones for those who dare. To live like an eagle is to stay focused, courageous, and disciplined. It is to see opportunities where others see only difficulties. The sky is not your limit, it is your launch pad.
Aneke television. How I get one with the Quago and I am what you go How Mbo Wabian here, Bube, Mbo, what I want here, Bube, Aneke television on the mellow way, Mela Madia, in our uncle, in America, Putanwa, in our Hozu, in our African, the one Aneke television, the Arcades, your man, the one Aneke television, you do man, help the mellow way, Mela Madia, who me, Bodia, Nanka, Bunkai, you might have a girl, if you want to come over, you better have you well, Aneke television. How I get one with the Quago and I am what you go How Mbo Wabian here, Bube, Mbo, what I want here, Bube, Aneke television on the mellow way, Mela Madia, in our uncle, in America, Putanwa, in our Hozu, in our African, the one Aneke television, the Arcades, your man, the one Aneke television, you do man, help the mellow way, Mela Madia, who me, Bodia, Nanka, Bunkai, you might have a girl, if you want to come over, you better have you well, what I
si na ekwekwo amagba ekwu ụmụ nwanyị akụọla o ọkwa na nzukọ ụmụ nwanyị oge anyị ji akpa maka ọdịmma anyị karịkwa maka ọdịmma ezinụlọ nzukọ ụmụ nwanyị bụ ebe anyị na-akpa maka rike anyị ndọrọ ndọrọ ọchịchị azụmahịa omenala ndị ahụ dị mma nakwa ihe ndị ahụ ga-eweta ọganihu n'obodo naanị ihe ị ga-eme bụ sonyela anyị na nzukọ ụmụ nwanyị ebe ahụ a na-akarị ihe na-eweta ọganihu n'obodo ndị nne ndị nna oge a bụkwa nke anyị sonyela anyị na Aneke TV n'ebe a na-emetụ aka na ihe ndị oyibo na-akpọ social media na TikTok, YouTube, Facebook, X, Instagram ọkwa na Aneke TV ka ihe ndị a niile na-eme. Aneke TV anyị apụ ọnụ. Daalụ dịka ị na-esonyela anyị na nke taa na nzukọ ụmụ nwanyị na Aneke TV ebe anyị na-akparị dịka o si wee dị anyị ka ọ dịka o si wee dị anyị akachacha ihe gbasatalụ ezinụlọ ndị nne ndị nna ụmụaka na ndị ntorobịa maka oge ụfọdụ apụta eche na sọsọ ihe ụmụ nwanyị na-eme bụ ịnụ ọgụ ụmụ nwanyị ọ bụ sọsọ ịnụ ọgụ ụmụ nwanyị ka anyị pụta anyị na-anụ ma nke nwoke ma nke nwanyị ọ bụ ha na-anọ ihe gbasatala ezinụlọ ga-eme ka ezinụlọ anyị na-aga n'iru ọha anyị nọ na nzukọ ụmụ nwanyị eme. Abụ m Ngozi Ọtahumele dịka anyị si eme ọ bụ ọnụ sọsọ mbụ ihe na-eji itinye ọnụ n'okwu na nke tata ndị mụ na ha nọ na nke tata bụ ndị mma ka esi ekwue ndị ga-asị gị na ọ bụrụ ndị oyibo I put it to you. Kedu ndị m na-ekwu maka ya o wee bụrụ ndị aula African gwakwa m ha na m agaghị n'akwụkwọ
African Women Lawyers Association
ọkwanye ka m jesi
Aula Nigeria
Aula Nigeria o wee bụrụ site n'aka ekpe m barrister Sylvia Abana ya bụ ode akwụkwọ ha anyị na-asị gị nnọọ
onye isi oche daalụ rinne
onye ọzọ anyị na-anọkwa tata wee bụrụ ọnụ makwa ka esi ekwue barrister Chidi Grace Obeke ya bụ state coordinator Aula Nigeria gburugburu niile
Thank you so much. State coordinator. Aula nwe ngalaba n'ebe niile nọ na Nigeria. Mana anyị nwa nọ n'Enugu.
Na obelo ajụjụ ngajụ biko kedu ihe ọrụ unu bụ? Gịnị bụ aula? Kedu ihe ọ na-arụ?
Aula bụ association ụmụ nwanyị ndị bụ lawyers. Ife anyị na-eme bụ anyị na-preserve, anyị na-promote, anyị na-protect the cause of women and children. In other words, ihe ọbụla gbasara ụmụaka, ụmụ nwanyị, and in other, it means that no ihe gbasara ezinụlọ, because ọ gbasara ụmụ nwanyị, ọ gbasara ụmụaka, ọ gbasago n'ezinụlọ. So ihe ọbụla gbasara ụmụ nwanyị, gbasara ezinụlọ, gbasara gender bụ ma ụmụ nwanyị nwoke ma ụmụ nwanyị ụmụaka nwoke ma ụmụaka nwanyị. Anyị na-etinye ọnụ anyị mee ka anyị kwado ka eme ka ha bụ ndị echekwaba. Mam ka m ga-esi wee tinyecha ya
ndị echekwaba na ihe anyị na-ekwu okwu bụ ka e ga-esi wee chekwaba ndị a. Dịka anyị si ekwu nkata anyị taata, isiokwu anyị nke taata bụ kedu ihe kpata anụ mkpagbu na mmegide akachacha ụmụaka jizi abawanye ụba. N'oge gara aga anyị anụgo maka Chizitaram, onye nke ewere ọkụ gbakasị ahụ niile, onweghị ụdị ihe a na-emehie. Anyị bịakwa kịta na-afụzi onye nke nwanne na-asịkwa nọ n'isie, ya bụ na ihe ọ bụkwa bụ nwa nwanne welu nshi nye rie. Kai, o nwekwa ihe ọ na-abụ anụ ọgba akpata oyi. Ka m bịa ebe nọ ọkaiwu barrister Sylvia Abana, n'echiche nke gị ọ dịghị ka ọ gịnị kpata o ji adịzi ka ihe a ọ na-amụbanye karịa ka ọ dịbụ na mgbe gara aga?
Onye isi oche daalụ nne. Ihe o ji dịka ihe ọ na-amụbanye maka mmasịkwa na ada ekwu okwu gbasara ya dịka si kwụsị ime ihe dị otu a. Enwere lot of NGOs na-alụ ọrụ n'Enugu a, na-alụkwa ọrụ na Nigeria niile, and ha na-emegide ihe a na-akpọ sensitization. A na-eje ma n'ụlọ ụka, na-eje ma n'afịa, na-ejekwa n'ụlọ akwụkwọ, na-atọ ọkụtụ ndị mmadụ, na-asị ha nekwa ka akwụsị violence, ka a ghara ịdị na-emegide mmadụ. Mana a na-ekwu ọ dịka ọ na ntị adịrọ, a na-ekwu ọ dịka ọ na ntị adịrọ. Amarọ mma ya asị na ihe isi ike kpatalụ o ji abawanye, because ọ bụ ma mbawanye ọ na-abawanye, and ka isi wee makwa na ọ na-abawanye ma na-enwechago ụmụ teknọlọji a akpọrọ ma Facebook o ma Instagram o ma ọsịa ma ọsịrị ya, ebe ọ ga-abụ ụdị ihe a mere ozugbo efu ndị teli ozugbo ha sere anya ozugbo eposto and eposturu ụwa niile afụ ya. So ọ bụgodị nọ nke zolo ezo aka ala efu bụ maybe before ndị redio ma TV eji wee cover phone akọvachaghị ihe niile, ọ gago viral na asụ ya n'oyibo, ụwa niile afụghị. So a na-emechi ụmụ sensitization na, mana like I was saying, amaghị m ma ihe isi ike maka tension dị so much for people. Onye agụụ gụba ịma na asị na a hungry man is an angry man. So onwezie nwatakịrị mee ihe obele ihe ịghọta ọ bụzi anyanwụ bụ ihe ya ebi ya the consequences of agụụ na agụ gị ma iwu onye ọzọ kpasuru gị, because a lot of families na-enwe issues. Ili nri kịta bụ problem. O nwere ike ọ bụ na nwaanyị eteteghị ụlọ ụtụtụ si di eweta ego nri, nwoke asị na o nwere ego nri o ji ma ọ sị ya na o ji mana ọ menye ya, enwere ike kpọkwunye ọgụ, anụchazi ọgụ a mechaa ihe niile, nwoke nyere nwaanyị ego nri, ịma na ụmụazị bụ ihe ya ata dị afụfụ, and onye ya kachata afụfụ bụ nwa ya na ya bi. O nwezie ihe o meterọ mebi na-ezili ozi dịka ụmụazị si eme, because ihe a bụ ụmụazị. Ọ bụrụ ndị kwu okwu ọ sịghị handle them with care, they are not adults. Ha bụ ụmụazị, echiche ha ma dị nata ka nke adult. Enwere ike izie ya ozi, ọ rapụ ozi iziri ya je gwube egwu. So out of anger, with iwe, itibezie ma ọbaba mba ịbafu oke, itifie oke. Mana nke nsị a ka ma aghọtarọ mmadụ lie nsị, ọ bụrụ ada ekwuzi okwu na etiri ya ihe nọ na anyocha nsị si anya libe na-ajụzi kedu ụdị punishment bụ nka ili nsị osokwuolu na punishment. nke a ka ma ghọtaro ma ihe niile a na-enye
ka nne na nne adịrọ n'ụlọ
amakwa nni amarọ
atamafụfụ ka onye nwatakịrị
anyị ga-asị na atalụ ma afụfụ maka mmadụ adịghị nsị nsị abụrụ nni onye enyekwa maka ihe mụnwa na-ajụ bụ onye enye nwa nke ya nsị ka o lie maka ọ bụ na azị nni obute n'ihe ha nche elikọdobe ya ọnụ ịghọtago so a na-eme na ịmago ihe a na-ekwu ọ dịka ọ na o nwere ihe a na-alụ NGOs na-ekwukwa ahụ nọ na for me ndị a na-agwa ntị adịrọ maka ọ bụ na ntị dị ilu n'ụlọ ụka every Sunday ụka niile ma Catholic ma Anglican ma Pentecostal ebe niile na-eju n'ọnụ kpomkpom aka anya 6 aka anya 8 ka anya 10 ka akwụọ ma 12 on a Sunday everywhere na dị filled up and ndị mmadụ ndị a na-emechi ihe a ka a na-agwakwa ihe ekwuchakwa onye anwa na luo ome nke ọ chọrọ ime ome uche so ihe asị na ada ekwu a na-ekwu kọma na ntị adịrọ ọnya kpata o ji wee nọrọ ndị increase ntị adịrọ
na ntụnye nke gị ọkaiwu Chidi Obeke ka ihe iche na ọnya bụ ihe na-akpata o ji dịzi ka ọ na-amụbanye
ihe nche I don't think na ọ ga-adịkwa very different from okwu but ifu na iwe ọnụma different kinds of frustration, anxiety, trauma. Emana ebe na side ebe why nokita. Then in Nigeria, just like see where I was talking, you talk about Beni and all that, but also so many people were, unresolved issues, anger issues, iwe dianobi. Enwe iko bu no dia tidia no frustration an office. Now, instead of trying to find out how to, let that anger ease, Obulo transferred aggression and ask me, why is it that no matter hanandimadu because challenge so because now I can dominate this person. So afugo monye nkali because he may and wagi woke mommy or getting daddy he may and wagi wine. You can even challenge you, at a point depending on age. So you are transferring that aggression to somebody who cannot help but take it. Somebody who can challenge you. So most of those people are people who, first of all, I think also identity issue. Some of them identity. Kedu ka ngesu eti ya. Oba Jimara. And identifying herself as maybe the mother here, but the respect is not there. So na cho kede benga na practice mama mbo. Because obi na office ya odiro in charge. Obi na be ya self. Odichaku in charge because Nadia all depending on the kind of marriage, So Dia is putting her down. So na cho somewhere oga practice no yan busy. And then he's practicing it on that unfortunate child. So it boils down to something that we're talking about. Our conscience is apugo. And ye madu ji bolo madu. Ye madu ji bolo madu bo. Ntiegi fekita. Oge metum nobi. Anomori yemem. Aga ma ni ama adiro mama. Ye diche na animal, goat, cow, and all that. Na human being, but na human being with conscience. Animal can give birth. They even give birth more than human beings. So, all of us reproduce. So, animal can walk, animal can feed, but animal doesn't have a conscience. Thank you. They don't have a conscience. And because they don't have a conscience, that's why you see an animal will sleep with the mother. And the mother will give birth for that animal. So it doesn't mean anything in that their kingdom. Human being begins to behave like an animal where certain barriers have been broken. You break. Thank you. Especially this emotional. You know that women are naturally very more emotional than others. So, when you something in me one, ona tia runa, onechi, one dia dikatia, ochi bost eba, o mambuzi kwa mmadu. Okwa ndi mmadu chena wanya nkabu mmadu mana obozi kwa mmadu. Oga go to the level of an animal. So at the time that he telling somebody to eat feces, it's no longer, the humanness has gone. Obvious madu. You know. So that's why in our organization, permit me to say that we began to look at kedu gini na-eme ewelaka etinye na miloko 7 years. Isi ni chọ imi ya punishment. Iwelu candle. Imunye kando inada na atokwasia itokwasilia the first one or the log anything itokwasia paint is the child aru ya mepusia iwelu kando tinye na ebe nwata kilisi anyuma amili is no punishment if no nya ha brozi a human being is a cannibal. You have to go at that point that person can eat somebody. And we found out that some women that have been abused in their homes also are looking for the abuse.
Yeah, wonye emelu de ha na benki.
Thank you.
Onuzia di no na benki akotari anwatakere. Mana dị ka isigbo ekwuo. Ime ihe na agba manya mmiri ni ha niile. Ọ na-emekwu ya nwa ya.
That's what I'm saying. Ome ya nwa man ọ bụ bona fide no na. O nwere many people to report to. Ọ ga-agwa nwu daddy, ọ ga-agwa nwu auntie. Ọ ga-esi nwa ba mgbafuo. Because no nwa ya. Manu onye okpotalu enwero so that's the thing. In our organization I make sure I make a research seek do why I will find there out na obucharo ka ije jide onye rape mmadu ko ka ije jide nwata nwoke menka mo nke ozo mo nwanyi menka no kedu why ihe niile ajeme just like we are discussing here. I was not because our consciences are gone. I was not imana okwu enwe ike di na okwu na ị ga-ekwu okwu a wepụta ya na-akpọ the golden rule. Golden rule ahụ ihe ahụ ị chọrọ ka mmadụ mee gị emekwana onye ọzọ. Ka anyị kwuka n'okwu a ka anyị were ya jebe n'ime afịa ka anyị jebe na schools ka anyị jebe na local government. Everybody is involved in this Enugu state. Na because if we continue like this, it will mean that one day your children will put you inside the pot and cook you. God will not allow in Jesus' name. Thank
you. Gị wakwukwerie na ụfọdụ n'ime ha amazi ha na-eme ụfọdụ echiche ha ezughị oke dịka onwe mgbe mụ na gị na-akpọ onwe ka esi wee lụta aka nwatakịrị odogwu Asaba mere ihe a wee chọcha ihe ọ ga-eme onwe o jee were ndụ ya onye ọbụla na-ama ikpe kedu ihe ọ ga-eji wee mee ya o wee na-alụtụ aka n'ihe a unu na-eme na ndị ụfọdụ amachakwude ihe a na-eme mana ntaramahụhụ adịalụ nwatakịrị ahụ Odogwu Asaba ka ọ dị ala.
Onye isi oche daalụ nne. Ejụọ ịma a lot of people ije na Facebook ifu ndị na-ajụ why ka o ji wee jebe kedu ihe o ji wee jebe oge nke ọ chọrọ jebe ebe anwa na onye anwa ka ọsụlịa anyị ga-ekwu vidio the girl mee ọ dị ka ọ na-blame onwe ya but I see victim blaming is a no-no nya ịtaba the girl ịtaba onwe ya ụta ma ndị mmadụ ịtaba the girl ụta ihe o ji wee jebe is a no-no. Ada eme ada blame victim because o nwere ihe ekwugide n'ụwa ka justify ya ihe Odogwu Asaba mere because na nwatakịrị fụrụ ya as a mentor nya onye ọ ga-amụta ihe n'aka ya because ọ nọnọdụ onye ọ ya enekwasị anya because na ụmụazị na-enwecha onye ha na-enekwasị anya because anụkata ajụọ ndị mmadụ one ka ime ntọgo ọ nwatakịrị nwere ike ọ like ka isi eme like ya ihe ị na-eme and ezigbo ihe ọ bụrụ na ajọ ihe ka ị na-eme ọchọ ka ọ mụta ya ya ọ ga-esi gị biko na ị ga-akụzikwali ya ihe anyị na-eme na enwa like kwali ya not interested na ọ chọrọ ịdị na-eme ka gị because ụfọdụ ga-asị I would like to be like you when I grow up. Nwa nwee sobe gị sosibe gị ike and for that child ịgwa gị ụdị ihe a gosi not trust gị. Ị ga-abụ a role model for that child. Ọ bụrụ ọzọ ka imebi ya ịjụ ihe. So mgbe nwatakịrị anwa gwara odogwu ọzala na ọ ga-enyere ya aka kụzieli ya odogwu asaba kụzieli ya ka anyị si create content. Odogwu asaba nwa nabatalie ya na ya kpa anụ ọsị anya bịaba nwatakịrị ebini ejeben nwatakịrị ebiniri ojebe n'ụdị na ọ na-atụ anya na odogwu nwere ajọ ihe ọ ya eme. O jebelia innocently as a child and believing him n'ihe onye na ya kpa because ọ bụ na o nwere mgbe o ji etụba anya na ọ ga-adakpu ya adọrọ meje and if one na all the pains ihe anwa o meli ya ka o ji wee gbuo onwe ya because she couldn't live with it. Ọ ghọtara ka ụdị ihe a si wee mee ya ụdị akwa ọ na-ebe ọ na-eficha anya ọ na-ekwukwu ifu na it was choking her. No matter no day higher, me only believe so much in, and knowing that na Odogwu be a public figure, not the very influential. So no, I believe Otu Obu public figure. No me na joy here. A lot of us put a public figure. Ụdị ihe imeme, imachoka anu na imelia. So what I kill enwe that belief no nwa ajọ ihe yesi ni ijia wepụta uchi ya niile bụ na ọ na-eje ka ọ kụzieli ya ihe ọ ya eme. So onye ọbụla na-eblame nwa na-eblame zini onwere ka o si wee bụ fault ya. Even ndị na-eblame ya ihe o ji wee gbuo onwe ya ada blame victim. N'ihe ya na-agwazi onwe anyị na bụ maka ndị dị ndụ. Onye nwee such a problem, look for onye ya akọsalụ. Onye ya adụnwu gị ọdụ. Ọ bụgodị na o nwere onye believe in within your family. Chọọnụ ndị NGO, civil society organizations, then were a lot of them. And yet that girl psychosocial support because at that point in time, you need the counseling. And need na ihe nwa meli abroad the end of the road. No buru ebe akọ wa kwụsị no ka abụkwa ihe ọ ga-abụ n'ụwa. N'ihe nwa emeli eziokwu na-ajọ ihe ka ọ bụ but ọ bụrụ the end of the road or ma stop ya from ime ihe ọbụla or ịbụ ihe ọbụla ọ chọrọ ịbụ. Iyotago and na Odogwu asaba nwa na the law will equally catch up with him. At least enyegodi nyanwa justice ta Odogwu asaba afụfụ ekwesịrị ya ndụ wee na-afụ nke onyanwa bụzi n'ihe anwa
ka ijidi ebe ahụ ka anyị je gbati ụkwụ anyị ọ bụ na anyị gbati ụkwụ na chita azụ nkata anyị na-aga n'iru maka na nke tata ihe anyị ji wee si ka itinye n'ọnụ n'okwu a bụ na ọ na-abawanyezi ụba. Kedu ihe ọ dị gị ka onye a na-akpati ya? Kedu ihe a ga-aba eme ya? Kedu ebe ga-esi wee kwọba onye ukwu ụwa ka ije wee kwuo okwu echiche? Naanị ihe ị ga-eme bụ n'ọrụkwa chebila anyị na anyị na-agachite azụ. A sị na ekwe kụọ ama agba ekwe ụmụ nwaanyị akụọla o. Ọkwa na nzukọ ụmụ nwaanyị oge anyị ji akpa maka ọdịmma anyị karịkwa maka ọdịmma ezinụlọ. Nzukọ ụmụ nwaanyị bụ ebe anyị na-akpa maka arụike anyị, ndọrọ ndọrọ ọchịchị, azụmahịa, omenala ndị ahụ dị mma nakwa ihe ndị ahụ ga-eweta ọganihu n'obodo. Naanị ihe ị ga-eme bụ sonyela anyị na nzukọ ụmụ nwaanyị ebe ahụ a na-akarị ihe na-eweta ọganihu n'obodo. Ndị nne, ndị nna, oge a bụkwa nke anyị. Sonyela anyị na Aneke TV n'ebe a na-emetụ aka n'ihe ndị oyibo na-akpọ social media na TikTok, YouTube, Facebook, X, Instagram. Ọkwa na Aneke TV ka ihe ndị a niile na-eme. Aneke TV, anyị apụọnụ. Gị bụ onye ọma ka na-esonyela anyị na nkata anyị taa na nzukọ ụmụ nwaanyị na Aneke TV. Aka m bụkwa Ngozi Ọtahumele. Ndị mụ na ha nọ n'ụbọchị nke taa ka bụkwa ndị aula ụwa niile gba gburugburu. Eziokwu na anyị na-asị nọ nke ndị Naịjirịa mana onwe ha mbụ ndị ọkaiwu na ọkaikpe na-anọrọ ndị na-ekwuchitelu ndị na-enwere onye na-ekwuchitelu ha ọnụ ha dịka ọkaiwu Chidi Obeke si wee kwuo na ha na-anụ ọgụ ekwuchite ọnụ ndị mmadụ, ndị nne, ndị nna, ụmụaka, onye ọbụla a na-emegide. Onye akpata ha ji wee sị ka etinye ọnụ n'okwu a taa ka amalụ ka a ga-esi wee kwụọ ọnya bụ onye okwu walụ ka ije wee kwuo ojije. Mgbe na-abịa ebe ị nọ ọkaiwu Chidi Grace Ubeke na ntụnye nke biko ka anyị nwee ike isi wee gbochie ọnọdụ a maka na anya bụ ihe dịzị ka ọ na-akarịzi akarị maka isi na ọ na-abawanye ọ dị ka ọ na-arịgo arịgo nke a bụ na ọ na-amọtịplai na ọ bụrụ ndị oyibo biko onwe ka a ga-esi wee mee ọkwụsịnatara.
Ịma na most of the examples anyị nyechara ebe a dịzie ka ọsọ ụmụ nwaanyị mana ọ bụrụ anyị makwa mgbe ọ pụta ụmụ nwoke egbuo nwunye ha egbuo nwunye welu kerosene wụọ nwaanyị and things like that. Onwe mgbe ọbịa dịzie na on the increase ihe everybody na-ebela akwa kịta bụ ofu ụmụ nwaanyị anụ a na-ekwuchitelu ụmụ nwaanyị amụkwa nwa kwesị that is why o ji dị ka nke a dị iche mana everybody kwesị ka anyị tinye aka anyị na that plow and not remove it to make sure that we bring back ourselves. Now, what I will say is that, first of all, I got not here to say dinambo, and I went family time. Today, it wasn't anything like that. Family had a kuzoku. I didn't cook my family in yours. I didn't cook my family in them. Can you not need me? If I'm phone, but mother and father and sister and brother of everybody today, including married men and married women. As long as the next thing on a phone, your phone will be the most important thing, and it is bad. True. Anything anywhere control is bad. That thing cannot control Ziggy. So if people don't want to do anything like family time, that's why the family is not together again. Because ekwesịghị time eji akpa nkata na family. Ekwesịghị time nne na nna ụmụ nwanne na nne na nna family anọkọ ọnụ enwerozia onye ọbụla na phone ya na emezi the conversation. Anyị ka ịma na most people, the more educated, knowledge is increasing, yet you're not over because I grab with two hands. No way of saying let us streamline how we use this or that. So what I think is that we must go back to the drawing board. This is Africa. And why I'm saying Africa is because we are African Women Association. In Africa. In Africa, where charity begins at home. And I'm money today, you look at Amazon Mama. Where were about people had this jagara. In Africa, about 1 year. Today, mad and I watch you do mark 2 years, no. Because na never so a lot of nonsense happens. So I got you why let's come back. Today, people had no conversation. So that's why things are going down and down and down. Today, honesty is not the best policy. If you go near, if you why na Ndo has eluded us because nowhere. Before we know that what goes around comes around. What does it mean? That policy itinye isowe kwado, that law isowe kola aka. Okay, so those kinds of things. And that's why to get to the root of the problem, we want to look at Obuna family, because family is the epicenter of the society. I'm telling you. So family needs to be correct. Correct family. Family should have family time. a home should know that, look, oh, these children have a responsibility. So, some of the things which are abomination before. Why will you come on Facebook and see all these reels? Only get the most rubbish thing. Vulgar language, and where's only anybody? Because maybe those children, parents cannot look after them, so maybe on amazing content name what they do. Parents are going to open that kind of a thing. Or make parents, your own parents are brother parents. Now when you go take motor, you can't now tell the child. You put on Facebook or drama. In 10 years' time, if your children see you, you go this thing. You got the proud, no more you now call rubbish, you now call sex and all that. Facebook, something that the whole world is seeing. So our morality have gone down. Okay, that's it. That's and I try go put here by email conversations. Not our phone. Our phone should not be our best friend. Human beings should be our best friend. One negim or one nugget and all that. Do you understand? So those are the things we are trying to bring us back to. Charity begins at home. That your neighbor
be your brother's keeper.
Yeah, that honesty is the best policy. That what goes around comes around. That whatever you sow,
you reap.
Barrister Sylvia abana mam tunye ga tunye uzo iche na oga abu anyi si nu ogo a ayi ogbochi na te.
Okay, uzo enwekwu ike isi wee mie eziokwu a na-ekwukwa okwu na sensitize ndị mmadụ. Anyị ka ga-ekwukwalụ na-aga. Like August akịta, anyị eme August outreach. Dịka ụmụ nwaanyị na-enwegacha ọgbakọ obodo ọbụla. So ndị otu anyị na-agagacha n'ụlọ ụka ndị a gwacha ụmụ nwaanyị a okwu, gwakwa ha gbasara ịkpagbu ụmụazị ha na ha bi. Ha lụkwa ha gwakwa maka ụfọdụ n'ime ha bụkwa grandmas. Ha lụọ ha gwakwa ụmụ ha na ndị mmadụ bicha ka ha na-aha ndụ ha ọfụma. Jecha n'ụlọ ụka kịta gwachakwa ha okwu. Anyị na plan kwa ijekwa na schools. Jekwa talkụba to ụmụazị ka ọ ga-abụ onwekwa onye emelụ ọpụta anya kwuo, because ihe na-eme ihe anụwa onye nke emelụ arapịa ọ bụ na ya enwere punishment enyere onye anwa onye ọzọ emelụkwa gaba. So na ị ga-achọ ụmụazị elu na school gwacha talkụcha to ụmụazị gwa ha kipụzi na silent. Onye eme nya kwupụta ikwupụta enwe ike ọ bụ nọ na school ka ị bịa kpegosila onye nkụzi ya akpọzi anyị na phone. Onwezie onye meghe ihe achọbazie ya maka anyị esi wee jide wee makwa ka anyị esi wee taa ya afụfụ. Anyị wee na-akpọkụkwa ndị judges ịghọtago eweta ụdị ikpe ma ndị lawyers eweta ụdị ikpe ka ekpe ya asị ikpe nkwụmọtọ ka a ghalụ ịghọba aghụghọ na ya ma okwu ihe tụghalịba okwu ma ọ na-eme adjournment emegide adjournment maka ụfọdụ ihe asị ha ngwa ka ya chaji ya mata to court. And that is why some parents will now compromise. Like ụfọdụ adakpocha ụmụ ha ọ bụrụ nke iti ihe ụfọdụ rape ụmụ ha emebezie ka charge ya mata to court. Osigi biko n'ike court adịrị. O nwere nke nnu a na-ekwu ka ewega ikpe na court asị mba biko sinye ha ego na ihe na ha chọrọ ime weluzie ọnụ ha na-ekwu parents ewelu ọnụ ya sitinye ego nego no you spend ego na hospital for nwe mekwa nke nwa and that child na ego n'isi ya ifu na omelite nni from that ego enwere ike weli ya kwụọ ụgwọ ụlọ weli ya gbanye fuel na moto weli ya mee nke nwa so ọ the best interest of that child. So n'ihe na ayo bụ onwe punishment the law provide onye meli ihe sinye ya ntaramahụhụ ekwesịghị inye ya. Ọ bụrụ rape ihe na kedafi ọ bụrụ 14 years imprisonment or life imprisonment epụta inye 6 months echi onye ọzọ emekwa mmanụ na onwero ihe na-emenụ ma anụ katazie compromise asị ngwasị weta ego enye ego esetụlụ eweta 300,000 ma 200 enye parents If you know bidebe ha kejekwa committee nke so then another thing ketinyepu ya na school curriculum anyị na-ekwukwu ya since ụwa amaro mmebidogo kuzibi ya kita so that ana akuzila ụmụazị about ụmụ ihe acha kedafia ndakpo violence ka ha dị aware nekwa na ụdị ihe dị possible ka ọ abụ onye apụba ije bụ ụdị ije dị anya nyanwe onye so gị ije na so gị onye gwala ebe ị na-eje ka ọ abụ onwe anya ya afụrụ achọlụ gị bịa ebe anwa and ka ndị mmadụ ghara ịdị na walk lonely in dark places ma ọ na-eji ụbọchị adịrọ mma ije abalị because ụfọdụ na-eji ije abalị ebe a ka agha anọ maybe dakpo onye ọ bụrụkwa na ị chọrọ onye anwa jebe ị na-agakwala onwe gị aiji nwa ọkọ na agị dakpo gị ụfọdụ banyekwa moto adakpu ya ọ bụrụ driver bụ ya na moto bụ ihe dakpo die ọ bụzialụ mgbe gị nwa jebe ebe dị dark so enwe a lot of things a ga-eme gọọmenti ga-enyekwala anyị aka o ka enwe ike wee na-alụ ọlụ ọfụma because na ọ bụrụ aka nkịtị ka anyị eji wee lụ dị ọlụ maka ma ije police o ma ije hospital o ma ime ihe niile eziokwu onwe nke gọọmenti na-eme like enwe kịta shelter nwee tamasaka and the rest of it mana ozuro because people they were stranded and in case of abuse you need the abused person from that place do you be safe chikota uchi ọnụ mana most times if na shelter ama accommodate all the abused people so you need the expansion government ya aghọtakwu na ebe enwe adịbe enough ndị na abuse ọ kali so na ihe anyị eme kalikwa akali onye ọbụla then ndị dị uche ha ya na-adị na ihe na-eme na be ha ọ bụrụ ịnatara nwunye gị apanye gị n'ihe lara ụla na-ajụ ese ụmụazị gị na ha bi jụọ ka ama ka ha dị ma nwee ndị bụ apa because ọ ịfụ apa iwee jụọ kedu ihe mere onye ọ bụrụ ijuru ese onwe mgbe nwunye gị ya ji wee pụta gwawa ya onye arụ onwe onye mma mbọsị o melụ nwa ya na ya bịarụ di epụtasị ya ịnọkwa on your own si ihe a ka ịkụba nwa you on your own ebe a kpọlụ gị jeza so ụdị onye a ịfụ na egwu ama ekwezi ya tibe nwa ya na ya bi wee melụ onye arụ n'ụdị
alụrị nne o wee bụla ebe a ka anyị na-ekpokọta nke ụbọchị tata oge ama nkwụ anyị ka anyị kwuchie ya ka ọ si wee dị anyị n'ọnụ mbọsị ọzọ ụka anụ anyị na-akarị anyị ebunitekwu ya maka na ihe nwere ikwu karịrị ọmeiwu Barrister Sylvia masị gị daalụ maka isonyere anyị masị gị daalụ maka isonyere anyị wee ruo izu ụka ọzọ ọ bụrụ na ihe anyị mere masị gị sonyela anyị n'ebe mmetụ aka anyị ọ bụrụ ndị oyibo sị gị nọ na social media na Facebook na Aneke TV TikTok na Aneke TV ije ebe ahụ ịtụnyela anyị alụ ma ọ kwuonu ma nke anyị mere ma anyị metere ya ma ọ na anyị emetere ya wee ruo mgbe ọzọ aka m bụkwa Ngozi Ọtahụnele ka emesịa a sị na ekwe kụọ ama agba ekwe ụmụ nwaanyị akụọla o ọkwa na nzukọ ụmụ nwaanyị oge anyị ji akpa maka ọdịmma anyị karịkwa maka ọdịmma ezinụlọ nzukọ ụmụ nwaanyị bụ ebe anyị na-akpa maka arụike anyị ndọrọ ndọrọ ọchịchị azụmahịa omenala ndị ahụ dị mma nakwa ihe ndị ahụ ga-eweta ọganihu n'obodo naanị ihe ị ga-eme bụ sonyela anyị na nzukọ ụmụ nwaanyị ebe ahụ a na-akarị ihe na-eweta ọganihu n'obodo ndị nne ndị nna oge a bụkwa nke anyị sonyela anyị na Aneke TV n'ebe a na-emetụ aka na ihe ndị oyibo na-akpọ social media na TikTok, YouTube, Facebook, X, Instagram ọkwa na Aneke TV ka ihe ndị a niile na-eme Aneke TV anyị apụọnụ.
In Africa's most populous nation, women make up nearly half of the population. They vote, they campaign, they mobilize communities, they shape families and economies. But inside Nigeria's highest lawmaking chambers, their voices remain a minority. Today, a proposed constitutional amendment seeks to change that. It is called the Reserved Seats for Women Bill, a proposal that could reshape Nigeria's democracy
4 generations. Supporters call it long overdue correction. Critics describe it as political tokenism. But one question remains. Can democracy truly represent the people when half the population is largely missing from power? Nigeria has one of the lowest levels of female political representation in Africa. Since 1999, women have struggled to gain significant presence in the National Assembly. Currently, women occupy only a small fraction of seats in both chambers. The Reserved Seats for Women Bill proposes a major shift. 37 additional Senate seats, 1 per state, and the Federal Capital Territory. 37 additional seats in the House of Representatives. 3 additional seats for women in each state House of Assembly. The arrangement will last for 16 years, 4 election cycles. Supporters say it is designed to create small space for women until equality becomes normal. Advocates argue that Nigeria's political structure has long favored men. Campaign costs are high. Party structures are male-dominated. Election violence discourages participation. For decades, reforms have been slow. The Reserved Seats Bill is designed to break that cycle of exclusion. Nigeria will not be the first country to adopt special measures for women's representation. In Rwanda, constitutional quotas helped women become the majority in parliament. In South Africa, party quotas increased female representation after apartheid. In Senegal, gender parity laws transformed political participation within a decade. India and Pakistan also use reserved seats for women in parliaments. Supporters argue that without deliberate intervention, equality may take generations. Not everyone agrees with the proposal. Critics argue that democracy should be based on open competition, not reserved positions. Others fear symbolic representation without real influence. There are also concerns about costs and expansion of government structures. A central question remains: must reserved seats be written into the Constitution? Legal experts argue that constitutional backing would ensure stability and protection. Without it, future governments could reverse the policy. But constitutional amendment requires approval by the National Assembly and at least 2/3 of state houses of assembly, making the process politically demanding. But beyond politics, the debate is about representation in society. Advocates say visibility in leadership shapes ambition and opportunity for young women. But experts warn that representation alone is not enough. Broader reforms are needed in education, security, political parties, and economic empowerment. As debates continues, Nigeria confronts fundamental questions about democracy and fairness. Can temporary measures create lasting equality? Will reserved seats empower women or remain symbolic? What does true representation mean in a diverse nation? For supporters, the bill is correction. For critics, it is controversial reform. But both sides agree Nigeria's democracy is still evolving. The future of the bill may depend not only on lawmakers, but on whether Nigerians believe democracy works best when every voice has a seat at the table.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you walk. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
The financial and social strain of burial and traditional funeral ceremonies in Igbo land is becoming a major concern, according to His Royal Majesty Igwe Ambassador Dr. Lawrence O.C. Agabozo, CFR. The elder statesman and respected traditional ruler raised the issue during a lecture delivered at the just concluded 4th Synod of the Catholic Diocese of Enugu held at the Jubilee Hall of the Holy Ghost Cathedral, Enugu. Speaking on the theme burial and traditional funeral ceremonies in Igbo land and their burden on the people, Igwe Agobozo traced the evolution of funeral practices from pre-Christian times to the present. He highlighted how modernization, religion, and social competition have significantly altered traditional customs. Recalling pre-Christian Igbo society, he explained that burials were swift, often conducted within 1 or 2 days due to the absence of mortuaries. Death were viewed as having spiritual causes, prompting families to consult diviners rather than medical experts. Burials were classified based on social status, with home burials for prominent persons, communal grounds for married or disadvantaged individuals, and even forests for criminals or those believed to have died abominably. Lavish second burials were traditionally reserved for traditional or successful individuals, although early missionaries condemned some practices, including alleged human sacrifices. Igwe Agobozo noted that Christianity helped eliminate discriminatory and dehumanizing burial rites, particularly those involving evil forests. Over time, population growth and migration contributed to the decline of village cemeteries, while modern mortuaries allowed families to delay funerals for extended periods, a factor now contributing to rising burial costs. Modernity has influenced a lot of changes in Igbo funeral rites, the monarch observed. He expressed concern over the growing culture of funerals for the living, where families stage elaborate ceremonies to display wealth and social status, often beyond their means. He condemned practices such as prolonged mortuary stays, house constructions, or renovation to meet burial standards, and the emerging first and second burials into extravagant events. Highlighting a recent example, he cited a high-profile burial where 200 cows were reportedly donated, describing it as inactive, as indicative of the trend. These displays place a huge burden on middle and low-income families, he warned, noting that many now take loans to fund burials of relatives who died in poverty. Efforts to curb excessives are underway. Several Igbo communities have shortened burial durations and abolished oppressive widowhood practices or rites. The Catholic Church has also introduced regulations limiting how long a corpse may remain in a mortuary. Onitsha Donidu's decision to abolish second burials for Christians was cited as a model worth emulating. The Obi of Onitsha, His Royal Majesty Igwe Nnameka Alfred Achabe, has repeatedly condemned ostentatious funeral displays, emphasizing the protection of families with modern means. In his own Ezema Olo Kingdom, Igwe Agobozo revealed that practices that demean widows such as sleeping beside corpses or compulsory head shaving have been abolished. He also warned against the emergence of committees of friends exploiting funerals to collect money fraudulently via social media. The monarch called for a return to traditional values, encouraging families to conduct burials within their means while allowing voluntary contributions from well-wishers. He urged the diocese to update regulations that balance cultural identity with Christian values, reduce financial pressure on families, and discourage extravagant spending. This paper will consider its mission accomplished, he concluded, if it contributes to resolving emerging challenges that impede the advancement of Christian burial practices in the diocese.
the silent witness to human courage, the keeper of memory, the archivist of greatness.
Across the vast landscapes of Africa, from the savannas to the bustling cities, voices once rose, ideas once bound, and visions once dared to challenge the limits of their age.
They were not merely individuals. They were epochs in human form.
In literature, minds such as Chinua Achebe, Wole Soyinka, and Ngugi wa Thiong'o reclaimed the African narrative.
Through ink and imagination, they dismantled distorted histories and restored the dignity of African identity. Their words were not just stories.
They were mirrors, reflecting a people long misunderstood, and windows opening the world to the depths of African civilization.
In the realm of science and knowledge, pioneers like Philip Emeagwali proved that African intellect could reshape the frontiers of computing and technology. Their work was a quiet revolution, reminding the world that innovation knows no geography.
And in leadership, towering figures emerged when history demanded courage. Men like Nnamdi Azikiwe, Kwame Nkrumah, Nelson Mandela, and Julius Nyerere redefined freedom, not as a privilege bestowed, but as a right reclaimed.
They spoke for millions. They endured prisons, exile, and resistance. Yet, their vision transcended the politics of their time.
They dreamed of a continent awakened. Today, their echoes travel through generations.
In every African classroom, in every curious mind, in every dream that refuses limitation. For history is not merely what has passed, it is the foundation upon which tomorrow stands.
The past still speaks. Its lessons remain. Its voices endure.
This is not just remembrance, it is inheritance. Echoes of the past. Time, the silent witness to human courage, the keeper of memory, the archivist of greatness.
Across the vast landscapes of Africa, from the savannas to the bustling cities, voices once rose, ideas once bound, and visions once dared to challenge the limits of their age.
They were not merely individuals. They were epochs in human form.
In literature, minds such as Chinua Achebe, Wole Soyinka, and Ngugi wa Thiong'o reclaimed the African narrative.
Through ink and imagination, they dismantled distorted histories and restored the dignity of African identity. Their words were not just stories.
They were mirrors, reflecting a people long misunderstood, and windows opening the world to the depths of African civilization.
In the realm of science and knowledge, pioneers like Philip Emeagwali proved that African intellect could reshape the frontiers of computing and technology. Their work was a quiet revolution, reminding the world that innovation knows no geography.
And in leadership, towering figures emerged when history demanded courage. Men like Nnamdi Azikiwe, Kwame Nkrumah, Nelson Mandela, and Julius Nyerere redefined freedom, not as a privilege bestowed, but as a right reclaimed.
They spoke for millions. They endured prisons, exile, and resistance. Yet, their vision transcended the politics of their time.
They dreamed of a continent awakened. Today, their echoes travel through generations.
In every African classroom, in every curious mind, in every dream that refuses limitation. For history is not merely what has passed, it is the foundation upon which tomorrow stands.
The past still speaks. Its lessons remain. Its voices endure.
This is not just remembrance, it is inheritance. Echoes of the past, where history breathes and legacy lives on.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Nigeria, a land of striking contrast, where nature unfolds into dominant ecological identities. The lush southern forest and the vast northern savanna belts, stretching from the humid Atlantic coast to the dry fringes of the Sahara. Nigeria's vegetation is shaped by climate, rainfall and human activity. Broadly, it is divided into the southern forest zones and the northern savanna belts. In the south, abundant rainfall gives rise to tropical rainforest, thick, multi-layered ecosystems, rich in biodiversity, towering trees from a continuous canopy, sheltering countless plants and animal species. These forests are not only ecological treasures, but also economic lifelines supporting agriculture and livelihoods. Closer to the coast, fresh water and mangrove swamps dominate. Here, water and land intertwine, creating unique habitats adapted to flooding and salinity. The mangrove forests of the Niger Delta are among the largest in Africa, vital for coastal protection and marine life. Moving northward, forests gradually give way to the Guinea savanna, a mix of tall grasses and scattered trees. This region supports farming and livestock, forming Nigeria's agricultural heartland. Further north lies the Sudan savanna, where rainfall decreases and vegetation becomes sparser. Life here adapts to longer dry seasons and harsher conditions. At the northern edge, the Sahel savanna marks the transition to the desert. Vegetation is sparse, and survival depends on resilience of both people and nature. However, Nigeria's vegetation faces growing threats. Deforestation in the south and desertification in the north are reshaping the landscape. Population growth, agriculture, and climate change continue to exert pressure on these fragile ecosystems. Yet, hope remains. Across the country, conservation efforts are taking root, from reforestation projects to sustainable land management practices, from the dense forests of the south to the open savannas of the north. Nigeria's vegetation tells a story of diversity, resilience, and responsibility. A story that calls on all of us to protect the natural heritage we share. Nigeria, a land of striking contrasts, where nature unfolds into dominant ecological identities. The lush southern forests and the vast northern savanna belts, stretching from the humid Atlantic coast to the dry fringes of the Sahara. Nigeria's vegetation is shaped by climate, rainfall and human activity. Broadly, it is divided into the southern forest zones and the northern savanna belts. In the south, abundant rainfall gives rise to tropical rainforest, thick, multi-layered ecosystems, rich in biodiversity, towering trees from a continuous canopy, sheltering countless plants and animal species. These forests are not only ecological treasures, but also economic lifelines, supporting agriculture and livelihoods. Closer to the coast, fresh water and mangrove swamps dominate. Here, water and land intertwine, creating unique habitats adapted to flooding and salinity. The mangrove forests of the Niger Delta are among the largest in Africa, vital for coastal protection and marine life. Moving northward, forests gradually give way to the Guinea savanna, a mix of tall grasses and scattered trees. This region supports farming and livestock, forming Nigeria's agricultural heartland. Further north lies the Sudan savanna, where rainfall decreases and vegetation becomes sparser. Life here adapts to longer dry seasons and harsher conditions. At the northern edge, the Sahel savanna marks the transition to the desert. Vegetation is sparse, and survival depends on resilience of both people and nature. However, Nigeria's vegetation faces growing threats. Deforestation in the south and desertification in the north are reshaping the landscape. Population growth, agriculture, and climate change continue to exert pressure on these fragile ecosystems. Yet, hope remains. Across the country, conservation efforts are taking root, from reforestation projects to sustainable land management practices, from the dense forests of the south to the open savannas of the north. Nigeria's vegetation tells a story of diversity, resilience.
Africa is Aneke TV's flagship current affairs program, where critical national and continental issues take center stage.
On Frontline Africa, we examine politics, the economy, security, business, health, and a wide range of other key sectors shaping society.
The program is insightful, engaging, and interactive, providing a platform for informed analysis and meaningful public discourse.
Here, issues are discussed raw, balanced, and expertly, with depth, clarity, and a commitment to fact and accountability.
Join us every Saturday at 5 in the evening, only on Aneke TV.
Many thanks and welcome to Frontline Africa, coming to you live on Aneke TV. Today, as always, we'll take you behind the headlines, cutting through the noise to bring you the sharpest analysis, unbiased perspectives, and critical insights into stories shaping our continent and our nation. From politics to the economy, and our panel of seasoned analysts, they are ready to unpack the biggest issues of the day. This is the Frontline Africa, and I'm Uche Osai. Joining us is Emeka Odom, Development Communication Expert and Seasoned Public Affairs Analyst. Mr. Emeka, a pleasure to have you.
Thank you so much for having me.
Yeah. And also with us is Aneke TV's in-house analyst, a seasoned public affairs commentator as well, Mr. Res Arum. A pleasure to have you on Frontline Africa.
Thank you for having me.
Yes.
Today.
You know, if you were in some places, if I have a bell, I'll just do the shake. Yes, and then coming back to us is our seasoned partner on Frontline Africa, Ozo Ibuneku Ogazimora, Esquire. He's a legal practitioner, public affairs analyst, and former commissioner of strategy, culture, and tourism here in Enugu State. Ozo, it's a pleasure to have you.
My pleasure. Thank you very much.
You're really welcome back. So, gentlemen, without wasting much time, let's hit the ground running. Let's start with a latest issue. Court overturns the registration order, gives ADC a lifeline. In a major legal twist for Nigeria's political landscape, the Court of Appeal has overturned a lower court's order that would have deregistered the African Democratic Congress, ADC. The three-member panel not only set aside the judgment, but sharply criticized the trial judge's reasoning, handing the party a crucial lifeline just as electoral activities intensify. And, you know, let me just go straight. One of the comments by the judges on this issue is that the registration of ADC and others was judicial rascality. Also, tomorrow, this is your tough. Let's start from you.
Okay. The justice who stated that what the lower court did was judicial rascality, it was an order. Because, you know, when you see a case of clear manipulation and attempt to muzzle the opposition, you ought to know. Because often, the judge is not supposed to be moved just by the bare facts, assuming the facts fit in law. But in this case, you are also to be bothered about the current trend, the mood of the nation. That action taken by the judge was indeed an abnormal one. Because in this particular time, when everybody is attuned to getting the government to step back, even if you intend to win this election by all means, do not take it to the judiciary in such pre-election matters. If it were to be post-election, we know that they manipulate so many things. But that is pre-election, that is post-election. But we are not talking about pre-election where you are allowing sentiment, allowing emotions, allowing manipulations to now cause the disruption of the election. If you deregister some political parties as listed, has that furthered democracy in Nigeria? No. It actually conscripts and wraps democracy, arrests it, making sure it does not move forward. So what the judge did was a kind of pandering to sentiment, pandering to mood, and genuflecting before power. A judge, no matter how small, even a magistrate, is not supposed to genuflect before power, because that power he has is the ultimate power, because it is based on established rules. When you give a judgment and it comes to testing, it is established that you have followed the rule and you are doing this in the interest of the society. You see, justice is believed to be improperly served when it is done in reflection of the sentiment of a section. If justice is based on facts and law, strictly facts and law, nobody will be injured. Somebody may be aggrieved, but you may be wrongly aggrieved. And when you come to court, you are given the bits of it for you to understand that your anger, your feeling of dispossession and the rest of them were not founded on fact and in law. If anything you do in a civilized society, because to start with, for a civilized society to be, there has to be agreed norms. This is how we look at things. This is how you take possession of this. You don't take possession because you are having a gun in a civilized society. You don't take possession because you are the loudest. This is what we do to take possession. And when the issue of possession comes, the judiciary will be looking at the fact of your act, the fact of the challenger, and then the law. By the time these things are put side by side, law does not bend. It's not supposed to bend. If it gets to a knot, it doesn't bend to avoid a knot. It stays there. But ordinarily, it should actually remove the knot and proceed. But unfortunately, in the third world, in most cases in the third world, for certain factors, the law does not move as smoothly as it should. In this particular case of the registering political parties, the law was clear. It was established by law. The registration process was established by law. Why then deregister them if there are no infractions? Because the law also says this is what may be done to register a political party.
All right, sorry to cut in. What does this decision, does it in any way reinforce judicial independence?
Yes, of course, it does. Well, I don't know whether you call it judicial independence, but I will call it courage.
Courage.
Right, yes. I'll call it courage. Some acts of courage can be momentary, can be for a moment, and then at the other stage, it may be lacking. Or the forces against may be overwhelming. In which case, the person may be courageous, but the forces against will be overwhelming. We have seen it in many cases in Nigeria, but yes, the Court of Appeal has shown courage in what it is doing, but ordinarily it is not actually what it should be. It is just staying the course which it should stay in a civilized society. You do not need prodding. You do not expect to be praised for you to do what you are supposed to do. If your job is to come and cast news, you come and cast news. Nobody should praise you about it. That's how you earn your bread, right? It is only in Nigeria or in the third world that governors are held, ceremonies are instituted because roads are paved, because buildings are erected. If you praise a governor for erecting buildings, what did you elect him for? Why would you praise him for the thing you elected him for? So it is not really a matter of praising the judiciary now. It is for us to say it should have been like this down the line.
Okay, that's quite clear. Mr. Becker, let me come to you. But let's get your opinion. But from the the view of, let's say, the concerns about consistency in rulings concerning political parties in Nigeria.
Yes, thank you so much. That is actually where the war lies, the issue of consistency, because one would have naturally expected. The law is very clear, constitution is very clear, and they are, at least to a certain level, yes, these are sometimes they are written in technical languages, but at least there are lawyers available to interpret these things. And while lawyers may have what you may call a subjective interpretation of the law, talking about the banner, but we expect the bench to be fairly, unanimous in their judgments, more so to the extent that what is A here I mean, if you go to Lokoja, if a judge in Lokoja is making a pronunciation, it should be A. And if another judge in Maiduguri is looking at it, it should also be A to a reasonable extent. But sometimes that is not what we get, it's even very dangerously, dished out to sometimes, to the extent that even when the Supreme Court has made a pronunciation on a certain matter, sometimes, you also see you hear the news of some judges, saying something that appear to be contrary to that. So that is the issue. Now, the law is very clear on the conditions that can make INEC the register. Of course, the INEC has the power to register a political party. That is very clear because they were the ones that registered in the very first place. But the law is very clear, And one of the grounds on which, the appellants the petitioners were wanted to, or asking INEC to register these political parties was that, they were very inactive and redundant. Whereas, like the appeal courts, made reference to the fact that these parties had won seats, in the past elections. They had won seats because whereas the law says that for you to register a political party, that means they may not even have won only one, a minimum of one seat. So these are issues. So to the extent you now begin to ask, and how the judge emphatically made that, that order in the Federal High Court judge made that order, as if it is something that is already determined, ahead of time. And I'm happy that the Court of Appeal has come to yes, we may not, wholeheartedly, say this is independence now, because we must be very honest that we have also seen some other things that may want us to even doubt if there's any independence at all. But we must to a certain degree hail this particular judgment, as Honorable just put it. It's a demonstration of courage.
A demonstration of courage.
Yes, it's a clear demonstration of courage, and so we implore and appeal to the judiciary community in Nigeria. Appeal to the judiciary to please let the authorities ensure that their members, the bench particularly, show enough courage. Sometimes it is courage. When courage is established, it takes you to your independence. Because for you to even say, I want to fight for my independence, you must be courageous enough to even fight for the independence. So, and I think that this is very, very important because these are election matters. One of the reasons why we always canvass for this is because no matter what happens, the courts remains our best option. I will give you an example. We all know Chief was the rebel of blessed memory, and the role he played, and how the things he did in the 1993 general elections that eventually led to the annulment and things like that. And when we came back to democracy in 1999, one of his television interviews, they were asking him, say, look, why are you coming back to partake in this democratic experience? You scuttled the last experience. You played an ignoble role in Scotland, the last experience. So why must you come to benefit? Because by then he was already a service senator. So why must you come to benefit from this? He laughed and said, well, in your own judgment, I scuttled. But as far as I am concerned, I helped democracy. I believe in democracy. And they asked him how. What a paradox, He said, when he, as a Nigerian citizen, it is within his constitutional right to ask questions about the governance and the activities of government at any point in time.
Yeah.
And that he has a right, where he feels that things are not going well, to seek redress. And look, you know what he said that baffled me so much? He said he only went to court as a loyal, law-abiding citizen who believes in the rule of law. That he only went to court, and that as long as he was concerned, the constitution allows, the only way that the constitution allows you to seek redress on matters of this nature is to go to court. That as of the time that we are talking about, Nigeria was only 19 states.
Yeah.
Nigeria was 19 states. He said he had enough money In fact, he said he spent about 50 million naira prosecuting that case. That if he had decided to throw only 19 million, 1 million naira in each of the states, that he would have set the entire country ablaze. If he had decided to go the other way, without going through the courts, to say, well, I don't like what is happening, let me score to this. Yeah. He will invest 1 million naira in each of the states, just 19 million naira, because remember the value of our currency at that point in time we are talking about. Yes. And that the entire country would have gone ablaze. But he decided to spend more money going through the constitutional way. Yeah. So
underscoring the importance of the judiciary and democracy.
So they are so important, and they always say when a judge, even if a judge is drunk, the moment he has made the pronunciation and hit the gavel, that is law until it is upturned by a higher court.
All right, Mr. Ress, I will come to you in a jiffy, just from the perspective of disciplining, erring judges, because looking at the statements of the appellate court, they said, and I quote, what the learned trial court did amounts to judicial impenitence, or what the Supreme Court called judicial insubordination. Mr. Ress, let me get your opinion from this perspective.
Well, they made that statement based on the fact that before that judgment was given about the registration of those political parties, that's ADC and the rest others, the Court of Appeal had ordered that the case should be on hold. But the trial judge in the lower court, in the high court, did not heed to that order. That is what they call rascality. It is not done in law to actually, neglect the order of a higher court. A court of appeal has said, stop anything that has to do with either hearing or judgment or whatever you may have entered to do on that particular issue before you. Yet, the judge neglected that and did not conform to rules. So, and that is why they said it's rascality. It is something, it is insubordination. Because we believe that the higher court has, a kind of control, or whatever statement they have given is a kind of control on the lower court. And as such, he should not have given that judgment. So, and because he should not have given that judgment, yes, naturally, the judiciary has a way of giving out reprimands, and that comes from the NJC, the National Judicial Council. But then, it has to do with somebody coming out to actually make a petition that this matter, because naturally, when you give a judgment that's not in line with the law, if he goes to a higher court, an appellate court, they will say the judge at the lower court erred in law. There will be no punishment. They may have erred in law, but the thing is that he did not, uphold the rule of law in the circumstance. Because ordinarily, he is supposed to say, at least as a judge, the appellate court has said this matter is put on hold until we have had the appeal before us, because there was an appeal before them. So he went ahead to give the judgment. So we're expecting that the NJC, National Judicial Council, will have to actually call him to order. I'm talking about Justice Lefu, who actually...
my question would be next. Should Learned Justice Peter Lefu continue to sit at the bench? That should be my next line of question. No, because why I raise this question? There are a lot of concerns in Nigeria that the judges in Nigeria are not disciplined enough. That NJC is becoming more of a toothless bulldog.
No, it's not. I don't agree with you. I don't agree with you. The thing is, Lefu will continue to sit as a judge, of course. It is the NJC now that will look at that matter critically and be able to apportion whatever punishment it is. We have seen judges derobed. We have seen judges retired, compulsorily. We have seen judges meted, some punishments were meted on at different times in Nigeria. So you cannot say NJC is a two-place rule. It cannot
Mr.
be.
Meka, no,
It cannot be.
I want to approach this particular question you asked with a great caution. Now, number one, yes, we may not say that on account of this particular incident, that maybe the NJC should go ahead and derobe the judge, right? But certainly, one of the issues that we have in this country, which you pointed out, is we have seen these instances, too many of them. And as we see these instances, we are not seeing also a corresponding action taken. See, the truth of the matter is that if NJC on their own routinely, come out with disciplinary issues on judges, the nation may not know the reason for which this particular judge is being taken up on this instance. It becomes a general issue. The truth of the matter is that the Court of Appeal made a very, very important statement. He said this is judicial insubordination. Anywhere you go to, whether it's in a family, whether it's in the school, in the place of work, anywhere you are, insubordination is not something anybody wants to tolerate. So when you have a judge, as a matter of fact, under normal circumstances, it's just like when the Chief Justice of Nigeria has just issued an order that lawyers should stop using the appellation of barrister when they come to Supreme Court. So if tomorrow you go to Supreme Court and you want to use it, it becomes some kind of rascality. So I believe that when issues of this nature happens, NJC should be able to address. And one of the things that we have also said in this country is, one, apart from judges, many judges speaking from different sides of their mouth, in the sense that on a matter on this particular issue now, you go to a high court in Lagos, you hear something different. You come on the same matter, you go to another high court in Port Harcourt, you hear another judgment is given. There's no uniformity on a single issue. Whereas, when a judgment has been given on we know that the High Court and the Court of Appeal is not a court of finality, quite clearly. There are matters that are very clear, that you would expect judges to approach this issue is as clear as crystal star. This is how it is. So that is one of the problems. The second problem we've also had in the judiciary in Nigeria is judges going ahead to sit over matters that are already determined. Not just that they are already determined, giving a judgment on a matter that the Supreme Court had already, or a higher court had already sat on.
Let me help you. As you're coming into this matter, I want to call your attention to something else as well. We're talking about discipline here, and you're a prince of the judiciary, at the Temple of Justice. You're a prince there. And I'm asking, this very judgment by the Court of Appeal seems to be a judgment on Peter Lufu himself, and we're speaking to discipline. When you see what they said it was a judicial rascality, and they went further to say that it amounts to judicial impertinence, or what the Supreme Court called judicial insubordination. And we know that when a child is these tendencies of insubordination, you discipline that child, and on that background, we know that some political parties in Nigeria have come up publicly to tell the judiciary not to assign their case, to some judges in Nigeria.
Okay, it's all right. Let me first of all help look at what is.
That was the point I wanted to drop there. What prompted that judicial insubordination? Something called for that. The appeal court didn't just use that word in vacuum, because, like he pointed out, they are said, look, stop further proceedings on this matter because it's already in the appeal.
Yes, that was the rascality. That was the rascality. It is now left for the NJC to handle that. But there was something you mentioned about this court giving judgment on this and another court giving judgment on it in a different way. You see, in the process, we have what is called jurisdiction. Jurisdiction, particularly territorial jurisdiction, is a very strong factor in a case. that you live in Enugu and you got judgment on this, there may not be the exact fact in this particular matter in Lagos. So the variation in that fact may create this as actually a matter that has not been dealt with. If it is the exact matter, you say res judicata, it has been decided based on this fact. But are they the same facts in Lagos? They may be similar. Similarity does not remove jurisdiction. It is the same, it looks like the same thing in Enugu. I mean, what is happening in Port Harcourt may look like the same thing in Enugu, but they are not exactly the same when it comes to law. Because there may be other things that makes it different. So that is why you may have those cases. Then that same jurisdiction we are looking at, you know, the jurisdiction of the court in Enugu doesn't actually extend beyond the Enugu state. You understand? Where you may have conflict is where the High Court in Enugu City decides a matter. Then the High Court in Abane, which is under the same judiciary, decides the same matter differently. That is why you're having confusion. But when the court in Enugu decides this matter and the court in Lagos decides it the other way, there is no conflict. Well, first of all, the territory is not the same, right? Then the other matters of jurisdiction, they are not the same. So you cannot say they are the same.
But we don't have that.
Then,
we don't have that
what you
in
mentioned
this
about this.
No, I would really need to make a response to if one will finish.
This, what we talked about disciplining of the other this thing. We may not be in a haste. Because you know the law is a conservative institution.
Conservative institution.
Yes. It is not going to come out as radical as many people will want it. It may eventually come. But then there's another point you don't have to miss. You see, that I have committed some wrongs here. It may not be before the court. Right? You see me now slapping somebody there. It's not before the court. If it is before the court, that is when you now know whether I'm being given preferential treatment or not. That something is taking place this place does not mean it is before the court. It is when it is brought before the court. So the NJC you are talking of in many instances does not just go looking for who to punish. Somebody has to forward it and stand by it.
But NJC need to have, you see, given the weight, the nature of their job, I think they should have some kind of a monitoring session that, you know, beam searchlight on the conduct of judges.
They have.
But in any case, let me use this opportunity to make, concerning what you said about, you know, the conflicting judgments.
Yeah.
Yes, I agree with you. You know, obviously, jurisdiction, when you come to issue of justice in Nigeria, elsewhere, the issue of jurisdiction plays a very vital role. And that's not what we are talking about. Of course, we know that two cases that may appear, you know, similar. A replica is not the same thing with identity. They are two different things. That is very clear. We are talking of legitimate cases. Legitimate cases where the same issue, the very same issue, you know, let me tell you, number one, if you look at the Amechi versus Omehia case, you know, in Rivers State, that is number one. The nomination of Obaseki, I can go into details and these are cases that, you know, made waves in Nigeria here. Even the registration of political party, this is not the first time this issue is going to court. Somewhere, was it in 2019 or so? You see, the truth of the matter is that sometimes, either for peculiar reasons or for, you know, whatever thing it is, sometimes these are issues that already they know that they already decided. In fact, was it last year or so? The NJC also came out to say that they will come very hard on judges, on lawyers who even bring these cases in the very first instance. There was another time they said, oh, that the issue here is that sometimes that because the judiciary is not properly digitalized, that sometimes judges don't know when a case has been decided by. So see, these are excuses that we have seen over time. The truth of the matter is that in all of these things, there are legitimate cases where a matter has been decided already, you know. And apart from that, let's even look at, yes, a judge. If all of us here, for instance, now are judges, we have, even if we are in the same jurisdiction, the mere fact that we are individuals, our own perspectives will always have something to do. No matter how you know, objective we want to be, the individual perspective will always come in the way you interpret it. There's no doubt about that. And that is why when it occurs, when such situation occurs, the appellate court will say the judges at the lower court erred in law. They just see it as a human misinterpretation, which can happen to anybody. But when you see them come out smoking to say this is rascality, this is judicial disobedience.
The disobedience they were talking about was that there was indeed an order to stay proceeding on that, and he disobeyed. He went ahead to do that. That's the rascality, and that is the insubordination. But then what you are talking about, you see, jurisdiction is a complex thing.
What about issues of
why what the justice did was grievous? That he's supposed to know the law better than every
other person there.
You mean the judge?
Yes. So that is exactly why a lot of people, including the appellate judges that described what he did, they were, of course, not happy that somebody who is knowledgeable in proceedings, in the rules, in the rule book, and everything about the law, has to now ignore an order of an appellate court to give a judgment. And that is exactly why so many people are criticizing the fact that NJC should have hurriedly reprimanded him. But then I agree with you that it may not come as fast as that.
And when it comes, we will not know.
And then another thing is
your
argument is that NJC must go ahead to reprimand him.
Yeah, you see, it's the same NJC that they are telling us that justice must not only be given. It doesn't happen only in the law court. When you say the maxim that justice must not only be given, it must be seen to advise. It's not only on matters that comes on the floor of the court. Even administratively like this now, when you see today, the question to ask is, what does an average Nigerian feel about our judicial system? Does it bother NJC that most Nigerians feel that, you know, justice in Nigeria is a
erosion of confidence in the judiciary?
Exactly. Yes. So for me, you know, maybe what do I know? The NJC, they know better. But I think that on matters of this nature, these are little things they can do to be able to, you know, establish and re-establish confidence of the people.
Somehow we talk as if we are not Nigerians. You see,
that's
there are factors that are inherent in this country.
Of course.
Which has permeated into all the sectors, including the judiciary, the benches, everywhere.
No, but they don't want to accept it.
No, that's
gentlemen, sorry. Before we rest this very issue, I need Honorable here to make a statement concerning the position of the appellate court, you know, and I asked you a direct question in this regard because you are knowledgeable, you're a prince at the table of justice, and in their judgment, they said this amounted to judicial rascality, and I quoted them about impotence and then insubordination, and I'm asking, this very judgment, is it not a judgment against Peter Lifu himself? So does NJC need another recommendation for them to look into the matter?
Against his character, yes. Right? It's a judgment against his character, his person. And it is indeed a dark spot created. But then, as a lawyer, I'm not going to be as brazen as others to call for his head, because before you call for anybody's head in the process, especially the bench, you must have the entire facts. We do not have the entire facts. Do you understand? I give you an instance now of where some people may think some matters are before the judges. That they are in the public domain, in the media, does not mean they are before the judge. Right? There's a process for it to be brought before the judge. For you to now say this is before the judge. So until you understand all those things, you read them, you really investigate them, then you know whether the matter was before the judge. Right?
Eric.
You do not just, interpretation of the law is not as strict as some people see it. I'll give you an example. If you remember Uzodimma's case, you know, many people were saying Uzodimma, board judges and the rest of them. Well, he may have done something there. But are you aware that the judge, the court is not supposed to give you what you did not ask for? If you are contesting this court, but you didn't ask the court to give it to you, the court is not going to give it to you. The court is not Father Christmas.
Exactly.
You understand?
Justice Oputa made a statement like that, that the court is not a Father Christmas.
It's not a Father Christmas.
It does not give what you didn't ask for.
If you don't ask for this, even this cloth you are wearing now, we are contesting it and you have proven that it does not belong to me. But you didn't ask the court to give it to you. The court will rule that, yes, I do not have it. It's not my own. But it's not going to say it is your own because you didn't ask for it.
All right. On that note, gentlemen, we'll take a short break. When we return, we'll continue on these issues. Okay. Stay with us, please.
Yeah.
Every second, the world changes. Markets rise. Leaders speak. Stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Many thanks for staying with us, and you're still watching Frontline Africa, and with us here is Emeka Odom, who is a development communication expert, a seasoned public affairs analyst, and Ozo Ibuneku Ogazimora Esquire, a legal practitioner and seasoned public affairs analyst, and a former commissioner of strategy, culture, and tourism here in Enugu State. And equally with us is Aneke TV's in-house analyst, Res Arum. Gentlemen, it's been a pleasure so far. Let's look at a developing story where the Cardinal Naikan, former Archbishop of Abuja, came out publicly speaking on the visitation of the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and he started opening up to talk about the issues they raised with Mr. President, where they talked about the economy and the hardship in Nigeria. And moving forward, he spoke on the election that is coming in 2027, and then I want to quote him in one of the issues. He said, when the nation is bleeding, you can't expect a polite meeting with the head of state. We need to let him know. And his reply is that the nation is not bleeding. We told him the economy is not helping the poor people. He said, economy is doing fine. Practically speaking, he told us quite clearly that he does not agree with us. And then moving forward, the presidency has responded, and in the words of Daniel Bowler, he is saying that the position of the cardinal is aligning with the position of the Catholic Church, which interest aligns with that of the former Labour Party presidential candidate Peterobi, and they go ahead to dismiss his submission as his personal views. They are not political, rather they are political rather than spiritual in this very instance. Mr. Mekodom, let me start from you.
Okay, thank you so much. Like I've always said, if you go through history over time, from one epoch to another, different countries, you find out that the close interaction between the pulpit and the podium has always been maintained. More so in a country like Nigeria, if you look at, for instance, the Catholic community, the Catholic community is an active, a corporate citizen of Nigeria. Not only in religious affairs, many times they have come out, to make very strong pronunciations, on the state of governance in Nigeria. That's why sometimes you see them go to visit, the president, and in the various subnationals, you see many of them visit governors. So this particular instance is not different. Same case with many other religious organizations. This particular instance is not different. But you see, where for me, irrespective of whatever opinion that the Catholic bishops may have expressed to the president, which they are entitled to, quite frankly, because apart from the fact that they are wearing cassock, they are also citizens of this country. Many of them depend on the alms that is given by the various Nigerian citizens and the churches to make a living. So if Nigerian citizens are no longer strong enough financially to be able to give offering in churches, it will also impact on that's a reality, whether you like it or not. It's a reality. It's a reality because churches live on alms. Everybody knows. Don't worry. Many of them may be involved in business, but principally churches live on alms. Alms given by who? By adherents of that religion. And who are these adherents? They are citizens of the country. And we know these are things that people may not tell you. The offering you give is dependent on your own financial power as well, or probably your understanding of the importance of that giving. That is number one. Number two, we have seen cases where even the Catholic Church themselves, on their own, many of their reverend fathers have become victims of insecurity in one way or the other. We see that. In fact, I was just reading something on social media today. Or is it one of the, where is that Catholic Church that came out to say a seminarian or so, was it in Kaduna or Benue, that a seminarian was kidnapped? So, and these are the issues. So the bishops have a right to go to the president. The bishops are not ordinary citizens. They are within the Christian community. They are elites, right? So for them, they have access to the president, and that's why I'm sure they have utilized that, going to discuss the state of the nation. And they always say that many of them control, or many of them have access to large gatherings of people on a daily basis. Remember that every bishop is in charge of a diocese, and human beings make up this diocese. So they can go and talk to people directly, but they've chosen to go and meet the president. They have families as well. Many of them are they are sons, they are brothers. Exactly. And they have sisters. So now they've gone to meet the president to talk to him directly. That is very much in order. Like Canon Aneke said, he said, you don't keep quiet, because whether you like it or not, a priest is a prophet of God, and they are under obligation, spiritual obligation, to speak the truth at all times. In the Bible, we saw that happen, several instances. But what bothers me here is not even what they told the president. What bothers me is the way the presidency, the mindset that the presidency has in responding to the issue. Now, look at from what we read out there. If what we read out there is actually what Mr. Daniel Boala said, they dismissed it. The president doesn't have to agree with them like the cardinal said. He said, Mr. President did it. He said he doesn't have to agree with them. That's not because when you come to express an opinion to me, is it my place to accept the opinion or not? I don't have any issue with that. But like I said, where I have an issue is when Mr. Boala now finds a way to say, oh, that the opinion of the cardinal aligns with the opinion of the Catholic Church, and the opinion of the Catholic Church aligns with the opinion of the former Labour Party. So in other words, the Catholic Church and what the Cardinal and co came to say is they have become a mouthpiece of Mr. Peterobi. And for me, I mean, that is too pedestal.
All right.
That is just too pedestal.
Mr. Meka, we'll still get back to you on this, just for want of time. Mr. Rez, let me come to you, but let me point you to a certain direction on this issue. We've seen in the budget an allocation for maintenance of traditional palaces, religious worship places as well. And here, Baula is arguing that religious institutions and their leaders ought to maintain neutrality, alleging that significant Catholic backing went to Obi during the previous election cycle. And I'm asking, for the fact that we have a provision for religious institutions in our budget, should they maintain neutrality against his argument that even the church, they depend on offering on the welfare of the people for the church to thrive?
Well, the position of the bishops when they went to the president, it tends to, look to inform the president about the goings on in the country, not about what the president believes in. Because as the president, sometimes some of his aides don't even tell him the truth. The people that come up with statistics that think all is going on well. The central bank will come with its own economic position. The Ministry of the Ministry of
Finance
and other coordinating ministry will come out with their own, very good, favorable condition. But where are the indices that tends to show that the ordinary man in Nigeria is actually enjoying democracy dividends? That's exactly where I believe the bishops were pointing at. I believe the bishops were pointing out the myriad of insecurity problems we have had in Nigeria. We have seen so many things. So looking at what the federal government budgeted for palaces, mosques and religious organizations is a mere, let me not use a word that may not be good enough, but I want to see that it's a kind of wooing them and making up for them to accept the beliefs of the incumbent administration, not because what they complained about is not the truth. Whether he believes it or not, the situation is there. And then for Boala to begin to link that situation as a kind of support for a presidential candidate of the opposition party is a tapestry of deceit. It tends to, push and it tends to, move that matter to become an issue of controversy. People will now, there are arguments for and against whether the bishops are supporting the oppositions or whether they are now supporting the incumbent administration. So these things should be seen from the perspective that the bishops, based on what they are calling and what they are known for, should be speaking the truth. And the truth is actually based on the fact that the greater percentage of the Nigerian population, about 70 million, about 170 million people, are not finding it rosy. The economy is hard. There's no two ways about it. If you go to any place, mostly if you do a random sampling, you're a journalist, you know how you sample the opinion, and people have been complaining and crying foul because of the economic situation and the insecurity situation in Nigeria. So how do you now begin to how do they now begin to push it to a political angle so that there will be a lot of problems here and there, arguments here and there, as to whether the bishops support the incumbent administration or support the opposition, or that they were there to say the truth?
All right. Honorable, as I ask for your opinion, let me go further. In the interview granted by Onaikan, he said 2027, Tinubu government bent on winning by all means. And unfortunately, they have a lot of means at their disposal, and they are deploying all those means in a way that eventually, even with a free and fair election, the votes of the people may not count. This is the Archbishop now, the Cardinal speaking. And in furtherance to that, going forward to, get what Baula said, and he said that he is reaffirming that the President Tinubu was fully justified in challenging the Catholic Bishop's assessment of the nation's economy, maintaining that the government's stance remains solidly rooted in economic facts and official data. So 2 things here.
Well, you see, first of all, Daniel Bwala is a propaganda tool of the government.
A propaganda tool?
Yes. So you are not supposed to be surprised he said that. He justifies his bread, his earnings. So he can say anything. He has said many things. And at a time, he said a lot of things against tinubu. And then suddenly he has turned around. He's now singing his praises. And when he was confronted with that, he denied he said things against tinubu. And eventually he was shown what he said, and he kept quiet. So he's not even a person whose utterances should bother anybody. However, what now looks like conflict between the Bishop Onoiko and the president, I mean their statements, were like the facts. The leaders of the church said, this is not reflecting well on the society. Meanwhile, the president says, no, economy is booming, it's growing, right? The truth is this, they will never come together to say the same thing, except one side is lying, particularly the leaders of the church, Bishop Onaiko, because things are so difficult for everybody. As he said, Bishop Onaiko and even the junior members of the church belong to this society. They have fathers, they have mothers, they have sisters, they have brothers, they have cousins in this society. Members of their communities have been kidnapped, possibly killed. Members of their ethnic groups, everybody's ethnic group has been kidnapped, perhaps killed, or ransom paid, and the person held for so many days. So it is affecting everybody. You see, Tinubu, the position he held, going by his antecedents, would always be the same. Because he doesn't even believe that the insecurity he has anything to do with his government. There are two things that inform his attitude. First of all, he said it was there before he came. Secondly, he thinks that heightening of insecurity is an act of the opposition trying to discredit him. So when you have such a government, is such government going to ever accept an argument that the deformities are coming from its actions? No. Because they believe they have already shifted the blame on past administrations, allowing security to get to this level, this ugly level. And now the remaining, they have shifted to the opposition, claiming that the opposition is funding it. Look at the statement they made in the height of the Urire kidnap saga. They said no amount of kidnapping will give you the presidency. They were talking to somebody. No amount of kidnapping will give you the presidency. They were telling the person who they claim or assumed planned and projected that kidnap of students. They are telling the person that even if you want, you can kidnap the whole state. We know you are doing it for politics. So when you have such a situation, you are not likely to have a team of people who are rational, who are reasonable. They are not looking at it from any reasonable point of view. Whether it is their understanding that is based on their circumscribed position as people in power who are blinded with the opulence of power, who are now removed from the reality of the society. That is one thing. The other one is whether it is on mischief. Now we know it is not bad, it is not so good, but what can we do? After all, it's all over the country and it didn't start with us. So expecting Tinubu not to differ with Onaiko would be like expecting, something, a miracle to happen after Jesus Christ.
All right, but why are the Catholic bishops speaking up now?
Well, you see, the situation in Nigeria has been the way it is, and people don't seem to make a demand on the system in Nigeria. Docility. Nigerians are very docile people. That is why nobody makes a demand on the system. And you remember that it is known, it's a known fact, that our institutions are not strong enough. Of course, we believe in the church is an institution that should be coming out to take a stand on some political positions by the government. But they have not done it because we have very weak institutions. And look at it. The government on their own are beginning to, put budgets for the churches. Have they been doing that? When has it been? When has it happened in Nigeria? Where budgets come with some approvals for palaces, churches, and all the rest of them. It doesn't happen. But this is the way politics has gone. The level politics has gone to now begin to. But it is even good that even with those approvals made, the church now had to wake from its slumber to now make demand on the system. And we are happy that even when Tinubu denied most of the claims of Onaiko and his group, he still came out to grant an interview and continued and stood his ground on what he told Mr. President. So that is the situation in Nigeria. So you do not expect anything better than this for Nigerians. Ordinarily, if it is a sane, civilized country, Nigerians would have been making so much demand on a system like ours. You see people coming out to protest, coming out take certain positions that government must do. But here, people are afraid because they will unleash the security agencies on them. So many people have died. You know how many people that died during NSAS. You know people that died during one protest or the other. And nothing has happened about it. Those who killed them has not been put to book in any way.
All right. Gentlemen, let's move ahead from this very issue. Another emerging story where 2027 INEC rejects Jonathan's candidacy as Turaki's faction insists on manual submission. INEC has rejected former President Goodluck Jonathan's 2027 presidential nomination submitted by Kabiru Turaki-led PDP faction, saying it was made manually instead of through its mandatory electronic portal. The Turaki camp insists manual filing was its only option after being denied access codes and argues it complies with Electoral Act. Gentlemen, what does this mean for 2027 election, the legal stakes, the deepening PDP crisis, and the Electoral Act, while INEC is insisting on electronic submission through its electronic portal, but here PDP faction led by Turaki is insisting that if the name of their candidates are not published, that they will go to court. Yes.
Of course, they're already in court. It's only that the matter is still pending before a court. Since after the Supreme Court ruling on the PDP issue, there were some kind of ambiguity in interpretation. That is exactly why they had to go back to the court. The ambiguity is that the wike faction, where Abdul Rahman is recognized with Anyanwu, has uploaded their candidates through the INEC portal. Yes, but they did not upload anybody for presidency. Now, Turaki, the other board of trustees that's giving that judgment, Supreme Court Apex ruling, he said that the former Senate President Wabara is a BOT chairman. That the BOT has to now resolve where the factions, the BOT has to resolve. And there, BOT now appointed a caretaker committee headed by Turaki. You see, so that is where the Turaki faction derived their position, asking that they should be given the right to present the candidates for the elections. And they're in court already. Now, they have not been given access to the portal. The access to the portal has been given to the Abdurrahman faction, the Abdurrahman and his secretary's faction. And now Turaki has decided to submit manually. Even the submission he made manually has been rejected. And they are now threatening to go to court. Already they are in court. They will still go to court again and again. But you see, it has always been this problem or the other with PDP. PDP seems to have multiple problems that, of course, has shown that they will completely be decimated, and their mission and objective to secure positions during the election 2027 may be mad completely.
All right, Honorable, I see you smiling or laughing on this issue. But let me ask again.
Yes.
Could we say that INEC is already taking sides with a faction of the PDP?
Of course, INEC has taken sides, but then you also have to look at the issue of the matters being in court, and we have had successive judgments that seem to favor a particular group. But let me quickly tell you this: all these things you see about the PDP, people should understand it for what it is. It is distraction.
Distraction.
These are planted actions.
Which of the factions now?
Both are just distracting people, right? The wike faction or whatever is just to distract. It's just to keep some places disorganized. It's just a macho kind of a thing. And then the other group, yes, it is also there to annoy people. So I don't really give too much attention to that thing they are doing there, because I know that they know it is heading nowhere.
It's heading nowhere.
Yes, it is heading nowhere. Those annoy people, just to distract and cause people. You know, in this politics, you are close to success when you are able to destabilize the other person. Right. It makes it a lot of easy for you.
All right, Mr. Aneke, while I get your opinion, let me, you're already laughing at the same issue as well, but while I get your opinion, I want to remind you the issue regarding the electronic portal and manual submission. And again, do you believe that the PDP will be in the ballot in 2027 election?
Thank you very much. You know, one of the reasons why I was laughing is that a lot of the things that are happening now, you know, some people had kind of, you know, seen it before they began to unfold. People have spoken about it and people have talked about it. People have generally predicted it. And unfortunately, you know, everything is falling into place. Now, to begin with, if there is no intentional or a calculated plan, you know, to keep things the way they are now, why would Supreme Court make a rule asking the PDP? Because when the Supreme Court, to the best of my, when the Supreme Court made that decision, it didn't quite recognize any of the factions. What he said was that the Board of Trustees of the party, because Supreme Court didn't dissolve PDP, it was the only executive, the next that were tussling which one is authentic, you know, working committee, national working committee. And in matters of this nature, the onus fell on the party's Board of Trustees to move the party forward. And the Board of Trustees, in their own wisdom, set up a caretaker committee, because they can't assume that position by themselves. They set up a caretaker committee. So why wouldn't INEC recognize the caretaker committee? That is number one. Number two, On the side of the Turaki itself, the committee, I mean the caretaker committee, you know, number one, INEC refused to recognize you. INEC by not giving you the access code to the portal, and you are announcing you will go to court. If you are a legitimate body recognized by law as to be in charge of PDP at this point in time, why didn't you go to court to tell the court that look, INEC has, you know, intentionally shut you out of the election process? Then, apart from that, the third question to ask here is that the Turaki committee is submitting the name of Goodluck Jonathan. Is Goodluck Jonathan contesting the election? Why can't the former president himself come out to tell Nigerians whether his character is too big to be dragged along this lane? That's my understanding. This was a man who was the president of this country, who won an election on the landslide when he won his election. He's not just a ordinary citizen. Now, is anybody trying to convince me that if Goodluck Jonathan is going to contest election as the election to the office of the presidency of this country, that he does not know when he contested election in 2011 and 2015, the way things are happening now, was it the same, you know, way it happened? So that is why, if you look at this whole thing, you have no option than to believe that there's a drama somewhere, and you know, a distraction, like quite frankly, because that is the only thing that I can make out of this whole thing. That is the only thing I can, because for all the people, even those, with due respect to everybody who has picked presidential nomination form in any of the parties, with due respect to all of them, I do not intend to demean any one of them. But even if you are, you know, in election on a lighter level, there are people who call that. Some people will tell you, oh, some people are contenders and others are pretenders. So even those who are pretenders on the presidential ticket, at least we saw them, you know, come out, at least buy form. We saw them, you know, get, where is our former president? Where is he? Is he contesting election?
Oh.
So what is happening?
Why would he let his name be used?
They drag this far, and he has not spoken. He hasn't even come out to talk. Silence is honestly speaking. Honestly speaking, you know, Nigeria.
That's why it is so annoying.
Nigeria is a very interesting country, and you know.
All right, gentlemen, we'll take another break, and when we return, we'll wrap up these issues. Stay with us.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Many thanks for staying with us, and you're still watching Frontline Africa, where we are, you know, discussing issues concerning and impacting our nation. And with us so far has been Emeka Odome, development communication expert and a seasoned public affairs analyst, and also Ozo Ibuneku Ogazimora, Esquire, a legal practitioner and seasoned public affairs analyst, and former commissioner of strategy, culture and strategy here in Enugu State. And also we have a special appearance by Aneke TV's in-house analyst, Res Arum. Gentlemen, so far so good. But before I let you relax again, and then we'll call it a day on this show, let's take a look at Osun State. Ahead of the August 15, 2026 Osun governorship election, candidates from political parties signed a peace accord amid escalating political tensions. while Governor Demola Adeleke and the Accord Party accused authorities of arbitrary arrest and harassment. Claims defended by the police and APC as lawful investigations. He assured voters that external intimidation will not override their collective resolve. And we are asking also within the week, SSG to the state government, was arrested with some persons, and the police alleged that they found some items they found incriminating, including 2 voters card, voters register, photocopying machine, and huge amount of money, over 4-point-something million, the police alleged. And we are asking, we've seen situations where young youth, wielding machete in Osun State in broad daylight, and their rhetoric coming out from Osun State, despite the peace accord that's been signed. The question is, the peace accord, does it have the potency to restrain the impending violence that is assumed would herald the Osun election? Yeah, Mr. Honorable, let's start from you.
Okay. Well, let me tell you this. You should expect what is happening.
We should expect what is happening?
The abnormalities. Because we have a party, APC, that is desperate. Is desperate to stay in power, to stay in control. And the governor, being of a different political party, voting now with the Accord Party, is like an affront to APC. And they have to be as desperate as they can. Let me tell you, a client of mine was detained in Abuja early last year. The place they call IRT, that is Intelligence Response Chief. Their cell in Guzabe. And he told me that in that cell, an underground cell, that 90% of the detainees were from Oyo. I asked him why. He said that the federal government was waging a war on Oyo people, trying to intimidate everybody.
You mean Oyo State or Osun?
Sorry, Osun.
Osun State.
So at the mention of PDP in Osun, you would be arrested and taken to Abuja. And that was what they were using to intimidate people.
That's what your client told you?
Yes, that was what my client told me. My client, a knowledgeable person, educated, exposed, he was detained there for close to 7 days before we got him out. And he said that 90% of the people detained there were from Oyo State. So this battle has been raging. It's only coming to the fore now because the election is around the corner. That's when people get to take note of it. But it has been there. The APC doing everything to intimidate the people there, to make sure they were frightened, to make sure they were not allowed to express themselves politically. And that's why I say you should expect what is happening now. But then it is wrong, because in reality, this is supposed to be a democracy. And when you elect leaders, leaders are supposed to be the conscience of the state, of the society. Caesar's wife must live above the board. You understand? Why are you being noted as grabbing it, taking it to run, doing everything illegal so that you take charge of everything, seize everywhere? That is wrong. You see, in the past, I think this thing started from Obasanjo's government, where everybody now wants to belong to the same political party. You should be embarrassed as a president that everybody, including governors, are tripping over themselves to belong to your own party. That is to tell everybody that there is no democracy. Because whether you belong to A party or B party or C in a particular state, what is required is for you to be popular and acceptable to your people. If you are popular and acceptable, why does it matter which party it is? In the Second Republic, some states were voting not to the central party at state level. I remember interviewing Solomon Lau, and I asked him, why was it that at the state level he was voted in as a member of MPP, but at the national level his people gave MPN over 90%? He said yes, because his people were politically aware that at the state level they believed in him, and at the national level they trusted Shagari more than they trusted Zik or Awolowo. But these days, the governor will force everybody to vote for the president he prefers, and force everybody to vote himself, and force everybody to vote for members of the state assembly. So it is embarrassing that we say it is democracy, and yet, for instance, in Enugu State, we had a political trade wind that gave Labour Party like almost the half of members. But within the first 6 months, all of them left the party to APC.
To PDP.
To PDP, and from PDP to APC. Does that give you democracy? It is not democracy. So unfortunately, we have a situation where the brutality being shown by APC is not giving us anything to learn in democracy. Rather, it is giving us that the culture of survival of the fittest.
All right. Gentlemen, we're almost out of time, but let me get a comment from you, Mr. Mekam.
What is happening in Osun is very unfortunate. And for me, I think Mr. President must, as a matter of responsibility, ensure that there's free and fair election in that place, and there's security for the people to come and cast their votes. He's from the southwest, that is his region. And so, irrespective of anything else, just like Honorable said, I had already said before that when Mr. President went to the National Assembly some time ago, and in trying to defend himself over the public accusation that his administration and that of APC, were working towards having a one-party state. He was saying no, that he was a Democrat, that he didn't want a one-party state, but that if people are now, if their parties can no longer accommodate them, that he will be very glad to welcome them. I disagree with Mr. President, and I said that before, that the reason why I disagree with Mr. President, as a father of the nation, he also has yes, he's a candidate in the party, he has a vested interest, he wants to win the election, but the other side of him should also inform him that he's a father of the nation, and the father of the house has a responsibility to protect the house, including the ideals of that house and what the house is known for. So for now, Nigeria is known as a democratic country, and part of the value, part of the cardinals of democracy is plurality. Not just plurality, alternatives for people to make choices. So if you have an election and there's only one viable option, mark my word, viable option. There could be several options, but there's only one viable option. I don't think that democracy is complete. There should be alternatives for people to, make their choice. So I implore Mr. President to please call all the relevant parties in Osun State, speak to all of them. Please let them go and make sure that there's a level playing ground. That let the people of Osun choose whoever if they said, oh, we want to switch over from our court party to APC, so be it.
All right, Mr. Harris, just 1 minute. Let's get your opinion.
Well, we have seen several attacks on democracy in Nigeria, and that of Osun State is not different. There are several attacks, even the ones from the judiciary where they take sides and all that. We are all aware that the incumbent ruling political party in Nigeria wants to take everything. That is when you say winner take all. They want to take everything to themselves. And that's exactly why, you know, the people of Osun, the governor Adeleke, is crying foul. Because naturally, the governor is said to be chief security officer. And he is not interested in making all that kind of trouble. Why are they making out trouble on him and his supporters? Why are they, intimidating them, arresting them and all that? Let them give a free space for democracy to flourish. That's when you say free election, free. That's where people have their right to come and do their voting, normally, and then see the votes count. But if it is not so, then the election is no longer free.
All right, gentlemen, unfortunately we are out of time. We cannot take a look at the other issues, but we're so grateful to have you here, and to you, our wonderful viewers. We've been with us is Emeka Odom, who is a development communication expert, seasoned public affairs analyst, and Ozo Iboneku Ogazimora, who is a former commissioner of strategy, culture and tourism here in Enugu State, a legal practitioner and public affairs analyst, and equally Res Arum, Aneke TV's in-house analyst and a seasoned public affairs commentator. Gentlemen, it's a pleasure having all of you on Frontline Africa.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for having us.
As always, the conversation continues beyond this studio. Stay informed, stay engaged, and keep your eyes on unfolding stories. I am Uche Osai. Thank you for watching Frontline Africa on Aneke TV.
Frontline Africa is Aneke TV's flagship current affairs program, where critical national and continental issues take center stage.
On Frontline Africa, we examine politics, the economy, security, business, health, and a wide range of other key sectors shaping society.
The program is insightful, engaging, and interactive, providing a platform for informed analysis and meaningful public discourse.
Here, issues are discussed raw, balanced, and expertly, with depth, clarity, and a commitment to fact and accountability.
Join us every Saturday at 5 in the evening, only on Aneke TV.
Chinua Achebe taught the world that African stories matter. Through Things Fall Apart, gave voice to the colonized and challenged stereotypes. His legacy is proof that the pen can shape perception and preserve identity.
Nigeria, a land of striking contrasts, where nature unfolds into dominant ecological identities. The lush southern forest and the vast northern savanna belts, stretching from the humid Atlantic coast to the dry fringes of the Sahara. Nigeria's vegetation is shaped by climate, rainfall, and human activity. Broadly, it is divided into the southern forest zones and the northern savanna belts. In the south, abundant rainfall gives rise to tropical rainforest, thick, multi-layered ecosystems, rich in biodiversity, towering trees from a continuous canopy, sheltering countless plants and animal species. These forests are not only ecological treasures, but also economic lifelines, supporting agriculture and livelihoods. Closer to the coast, fresh water and mangrove swamps dominate. Here, water and land intertwine, creating unique habitats adapted to flooding and salinity. The mangrove forests of the Niger Delta are among the largest in Africa, vital for coastal protection and marine life. Moving northward, forests gradually give way to the Guinea savanna, a mix of tall grasses and scattered trees. This region supports farming and livestock, forming Nigeria's agricultural heartland. Further north lies the Sudan savanna, where rainfall decreases and vegetation becomes sparser. Life here adapts to longer dry seasons and harsher conditions. At the northern edge, the Sahel savanna marks the transition to the desert. Vegetation is sparse, and survival depends on resilience of both people and nature. However, Nigeria's vegetation faces growing threats. Deforestation in the south and desertification in the north are reshaping the landscape. Population growth, agriculture, and climate change continue to exert pressure on these fragile ecosystems. Yet, hope remains. Across the country, conservation efforts are taking root, from reforestation projects to sustainable land management practices, from the dense forests of the south to the open savannas of the north. Nigeria's vegetation tells a story of diversity, resilience, and responsibility. A story that calls on all of us to protect the natural heritage we share.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world. Across Nigeria's dynamic economy, enterprise is on the move. From the resilience of small businesses to the expanding reach of indigenous industries, commerce thrives on innovation, determination, and vision. Finance is evolving, powered by technology and driven by a new generation of entrepreneurs. In a rapidly changing world, digital transformation is redefining how we save, invest, and grow wealth. From energy to agriculture, manufacturing to tech, Nigeria's economic landscape continues to diversify. Policies shift, markets respond, and opportunities emerge. Every figure tells a story. Every trend shapes the future. The question is, where is the next opportunity? On Aneke TV, we bring you clarity beyond the numbers. This is Business Outlook on Aneke TV, tracking the markets, analyzing the trends, and spotlighting the drivers of economic growth. Aneke TV, informing enterprise, shaping perspective. less information. The true advantage is not access, it is interpretation. Welcome to Aneke TV, where journalism goes beyond headlines, beyond reaction, beyond speculation. Here, stories are investigated, issues are analyzed, voices are challenged, because an informed society is a stronger society. A discerning audience is a powerful audience. We are live, daily broadcasting, relentless clarity. Aneke TV, where knowledge meets broadcast.